Welcome everyone to the Split 2 Pro League, where we'll be covering all the action here in Apex South. My name is Lace and we're back for day number 2. If you didn't get enough Apex yesterday, don't worry, we have even more for you today. And now to introduce our wonderful casters, we're bringing back the daring Dax and the ever so knowledgeable Genome. Dax, I know we're on the edge of our seats yesterday, both you and I. We have quite a stacked lobby today. Are you ready for round 2?
I mean, wait, let me fix myself up here, Lace. Proper posture, proper setup. We're here for a long day, but we know it's gonna be a great day. And A versus B was already so swell. We're gonna get Group C today, and it's gonna be so exciting.
I know, I've just looked at this lobby and I'm ever so excited. And Gino, we were sitting in the green room before doing our gaming exercises. Are you pumped and ready? I hope you had enough sleep for today because we got 12 matches ahead of us.
Oh yeah, we're going to be going the whole way through, Lace, trying to keep the hype up, trying to get everyone excited because, I mean, it always is here in APAC South, honestly, and it's just a treat to be able to take these games and bring them to you guys all.
I know, such a treat to just have 2 days in a row as well. So, you just blink, sleep, wake up, and it's day number 2 already. We, of course, have a cracking split ahead of us all the way to the finals in July 7th. But you know what? Today is going to be the day where we really see every team compete. We had our groups A and B yesterday. First up, like Dax says, we've got A and C. And I'm just ever so excited to watch all of them perform for us, Gino.
Yeah, like tons of good teams in Group C that we didn't get a chance to see yesterday, and of course they will get to play double duty today and play the whole 12 games. So if you're a fan of, Virtus Pro, Akuma, Lightning Unicorn maybe, you're in for so much action from your favorite team today.
That's it. We've come of these, teams perform at LAN, but let's see exactly what these teams will be playing for. And that is not just the chance to go through the regional finals and make themselves to the playoff, but of course some cash money prizes as well. $125,000 spread throughout the teams. And we've seen it before, but let's see it again. $20,000 to our first place team, Dax. And then even everybody just showing up, they walk away with some money as well.
Yep, if you make 5K, you're making it to LAN and you're pocketing some great money. So 7 slots still up for grabs here for APAC South. 20K like you mentioned here, Lace. And it's just such a good incentive really for our teams to keep going, to keep focusing on making it to that LAN run.
Yeah, and we had such a thrilling start to Split 2 with Legends Gaming, absolutely decimating the competition yesterday. Makers in full swing as well, and even a team that placed, I think it was the bottom of the leaderboard in Split 1 just skyrocket to the top, and they're known as Kill Devil. Like, we had an epic start to our Split, Gino.
We did. It was pretty fun, wasn't it? And yeah, you're right. Kill Devil was such a surprise to us.
Yeah. And, we had a look at, Legends Gaming obviously took out the top there. I think it was Easy Flash with 23 kills overall for his team alone. So not only, did they absolutely come from nowhere, the first two matches were a little bit difficult for them, but, they honed it together. We called it the snowball effect. And Easy Flash with 23 kills, and we got to speak with Strafing Flame as well, and just see the cohesion and the excellence that this team has. And we obviously had some really strong words from Strafing Flame as well, which was absolutely incredible. The passion is definitely there. But we have our two groups today, A and C, Dax. We've obviously got a fair few teams joining us today. Why don't you take us through some of your exciting teams that are joining us?
I mean, we talked extensively about Group A already yesterday, so I want to highlight two specific teams here right now. First things first, Virtus Pro. This team, Burger Squad, got their sponsor right after Split 1. Really made some waves back in LAN. Great to see Sharky really return to that international competition and have that one game especially to beat down Dark Zero. But then again, they're here back in APAC South, really retooled and reformed and ready now to continue on with that momentum. Same can be said for Lightning Unicorn. Genome and I were together last week for the EWC qualifiers, and they dominated that lobby. 100 points over 6 games. And Lightning Unicorn also with a new roster right now. It's looking very, very strong for this team here.
Yeah, but I think the big question here, Dax, is can LU do the same thing when they have to contend with the top teams? When you've got teams like Legends, Makers, Virtus Pro taking away those points from the available pool of kill points and placement points that they managed to do so well at EWC. I think it's going to be a lot harder for LU in a lobby like today.
Yeah, I did have a look at the start of it, and I'm just ever so exuberant because it is so stacked today. We do have a couple of teams that, went to the playoffs and got that LAN experience to come and perform for us today. So it's just going to be ever so exciting. And you know what? We've got triple round robin format. So, we're going to see teams compete again and again with each other. So it's always going to be something different. Our first lot of matches were just absolutely excellent. Let's take a look at how the format for Split 2 will work.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
And that's how the format works today. In Split 1, we hit our pro teams with some major changes with the release of Season 20. We've got meta changes, character changes. We also got some shield changes there. But now we amp it up even more with a massive change. And this is the POI draft. So who better to introduce a brand new change to the competition than the wonderful Rain Day themselves? So let's take a look at how the POI drafts will work this season.
Hey Legends, today I'm here to explain the new ALGS POI draft system. This format change aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and different playstyles. How, you might ask? Well, this is how it works. Prior to the Pro League regular season, each team receives a random assortment of draft picks for match days 1 through 9. The assortment is perfectly equal, meaning if a team receives the first draft pick, they'll also receive the 40th draft pick on that match day. This draft style is called a snake draft, and the order of draft picks changes with each match day, which means that teams may not always get their preferred POI. On draft day, each team will make 2 draft picks, 1 Storm Point drop spot and 1 World's Edge drop spot. Strategizing is crucial, as drop spots on both maps are up for grabs at the same time. There will always be more drop spots than teams, which means that even if you're the last pick, you'll have multiple options to choose from. Once a POI is chosen, it's off limits to all other teams for that match series. On match day, each team is dropped from an individual dropship above their drop spot. It is a whole new ALGS. Well, I hope that explanation clears things up on how the POI draft system is going to work in the ALGS. If you want more detailed breakdown, check out our latest blog post and follow Play Apex Esports on X to stay up to date with all things ALGS.
And with the great addition of this POI draft system, this format changes the game for everybody while challenging teams to adapt and gain different play styles throughout the matches. With the new POI draft systems in play, Genome, hopefully, why don't you take us through where all these teams will be landing and maybe, the reasons as to why some teams may have chosen particular spots on World's Edge over to Storm Point, and have a look at this beacon.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many decisions and factors that go into those decisions when you're picking your two POIs here, Lace. I mean, it can just be, depending on when your pick is. Do you want to get, a strong POI on one map? Does it play towards your strengths? Are you picking a POI that's better for edge playstyle, for zone playstyle? You all of a sudden you need to start flexing compositions maybe a little bit more if you're going for something different to what you usually do. But you have a look around here at some of the picks we've got here in A versus C. You can see things that we're not used to, like Makers are going to be landing number 40. They got the last pick, right? And they went over to Big Maud. I think that's actually a huge pickup for them. I guess one of the problems is that a lot of times in this new system, you will get teams playing just stacks, and they might leave that alone completely. A team might prefer to go for, say, Epicenter or Fragment. You can see that they're completely open. The other interesting one is probably Mirage Etoile. You can see that is open as well, so you can probably expect Lightning Unicorn to take advantage of that. But the POI draft system has definitely changed what used to be the sort of meta 20 drop spots on World's Edge.
Yeah, and I guess we saw yesterday, Dax, looking at Legends Gaming, they got what I would call probably not the greatest of POIs. They were, sitting there at the guys, and it was just, having them choose this. But yeah, I guess it's a little bit different to see someone like Makers still get such a strong POI at Maud there.
Yeah, it's close enough to their usual spot with stacks, and you also check out someone like Legends Gaming. Since they don't have to go to Geyser right now, they had a bit of time to actually go for something a little bit familiar to them, like Landslide back in the Blackhand days. You can really see that if you're given a chance, especially when you have some of the later first draft picks in the second half of the draft, you can actually prioritize something a little bit more close to home, a little bit more familiar to you as soon as possible, even though it's not your priority pick coming into the draft.
Yeah, and you know what? We love changes. We love all this excitement to put everybody on their toes. But, nothing spells a new split like some roster changes as well. You probably see some huge changes in the NA region. Well, don't worry. We have our own major changes here in Apex South. Vito, why don't you take us through one of our heavy-hitting teams that went to the playoffs and what they have swapped up for us today?
Yeah, so this was an interesting, just a straight 1-for-1 swap here between Akuma and Boogie Borders. So we see Fussy, who was frankly one of the better performing members of Boogie Borders, actually moving over to Akuma. And he's been replaced by his counterpart, Killerpos, on that one. So, swapping such a strong control player with, massive LAN experience, a 7th finish in finals. I honestly think that is a bit of a loss for the Boogie Borders. We'll see if Killerpos can, maybe play a bit of a role that they, something that they were looking for. But it was a very interesting pickup here for Boogie Borders as well as Akuma.
Yeah, and not to say we saw them struggle a little bit yesterday, but, the Boogie Borders did start off a little bit slow. I know we were having a close eye on them, Dax, and they did find it quite challenging. I generally say that World's Edge, they tend to go a little bit slower on that map and then amp things up over on Storm Point. We did see that in the final couple of games, but why don't you touch it a little bit further, what might be happening to Boogie Borders?
I mean, they did recover from around a bottom 10 placement, at least making it to 7th place. And you can really see that there's still some growing pains having Killpause in. But we can't count out the value that Killpause brings to this roster. We still remember back from his EXO days how strong he can be as a player. And coming in to when we were at LAN, actually at LA, it was Raki the one stepping up to the plate for the likes of Boogie Borders. So it does feel like they're looking to base on their playstyle right now from what they had at LAN, what they had in LA, and then just build on something new with Killpause. I guess really the most interesting part is the 1-for-1 swap. It's like, here you go. You guys can have Fussy and Akuma. We're gonna take Kilo, and then we'll just figure it out along the way.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes it just takes a couple of, I guess, times to settle in and solidify, you know, that cohesion in the team when you have all these roster changes and stuff like that. But you know what? A team that I was really a little bit like we didn't talk too much about was Serenity Genome. They did a cracking job at playoffs, but I guess we didn't really touch too much on them. They was 6th yesterday, placing 6th yesterday. So hopefully, you know, they can come out and do something major.
Yeah, I mean, it was an okay day for Serenity. I honestly thought they'd be looking better than ever after such a great performance in LAN, but I almost feel like they've followed in the footsteps of Moist a little bit in terms of they seem to be one of those teams that does better and better the tighter and tighter the lobbies get. So it was kind of no surprise that they did well in regional finals in APAC South and in the finals lobby at LAN. But when the games are a bit more free-flowing and, you know, it's more about taking the 3v3s and getting the KP in group stages, yeah, I don't know, maybe that just doesn't favor them quite as much.
Yeah, so you're saying that they love the pressure cooker because, like, most of the time you like it relaxed and you're like, you know what, we can easy breezy through this. But you know what, they like the I guess the third parties, the fourth parties, and that I guess that keeps them going. But we can have a look at some legend picks because, you know, I have seen a big change. There's barely any caustic stacks. This makes me happy. But look at Bangalore and Bloodhound.
We are quite a interesting region, aren't we here, Lace? Just bang, blood, +1. And what interested me the most about yesterday was the longer we went into the day, the less we would see Caustic actually pick. It was there at the very start, it was there for World's Edge mostly, and then it would just be Catalyst versus Watson. And that's really the most interesting thing right now that we see here. Controllers a must pick. Fuse, you can use ring consoles now. But when you play the Catalyst, it's a twofold thing. When you love to play hard zone, when you get into a building as quickly as possible, I've noticed the perks, it's all about the spikes. It's all about that new Pharaoh door that you basically rebuild the door from scratch. But if you're trying to play edge or rotating a lot later, that's where the new wall perks are so useful that you can just allow yourself a good way into the ring.
Yeah, you know, we saw the likes of No Credit Savior, for example, being an absolute Watson warlord, swapping it up to Catalyst. So you can see as to why, I guess these are sort of swap between each picks. But Genome, I want to talk about the Australian himself, Fuse. Fuse is coming in. What is going on here?
Yeah, so Fuse got a very important update in Season 21, and, you know, we know there's a couple of those sort of filler upgrades for the legends, right? You know, seeing grenades through walls, or seeing batteries and death boxes, whatever, right? They'll probably all get removed eventually for something that makes for a bit more of a meaningful choice. And Fuse is one of the first ones to get that change, and we saw that go away, and we saw the introduction of Ringmaster, which previously, you know, Pathfinder had, and I think maybe Vantage as well, which allows them to opt into the Ring console upgrade, right? So when they have that, it means that all of a sudden you get the firepower of an assault character. You get the bins, you can pick them up. You can't get the insta scan, so you don't want to pick them if you're a hard rotate team because it's not as reliable. But if you're an edge team, you know, you get that third ring scan when you're rotating in. Usually you'll have the Bloodhound to get the man scan, so you combine the third ring scan with the UAV scan at the same time, and all of a sudden you have more information than anyone else on the map. And, you know, we saw Falcons, for instance, earlier today in NA pilot that playstyle to a first place win in NA.
Yeah, you know, I'm sitting here thinking that all it is that if a team is sort of crouching in a corner and hiding and just trying to hold on for their dear life, you can fire some, knuckle clusters in there and away they go. But that is such a great, I guess, breakdown of exactly why teams are choosing Fuse. You know, we saw it, in a couple of, I guess, seasons ago. Mad Maggie was a massive pick for that. Now we've got Fuse coming in through to play this, Dax. Do you feel like this could be a locked-in meta specifically for our region, or do you find that this might flow throughout the other regions?
I mean, it's still being considered by so many teams here, and I really love the fact that, especially with those third perk picks, that you get either speed or extra versatility in terms of the demolitions, in terms of the explosives. You can tank it all up. It's just even more aggression, and Makers was a team yesterday that really piloted that to perfection.
Yeah, well, that is exactly right. Now, enough from us. We are gearing up to head into game number 1. This is Groups A versus C, and we're going to head over to World's Edge and watch the action unfold.
We're into the game already, and we're here for our first contest as Barbecue is immediately eliminated. Welcome to day number 2. Welcome to ANC, and Great Fanta with a good 3 KP.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's a good start for Great Fanta there. You know, as we mentioned, there's just a few options for people to actually go for early contests. Apologies for missing that one. But it's either Climatizer or Siphon, really, that you even have the option to sort of yeet at each other. And you still have to yeet at each other, right? Like, it's because you can't land on top. Previously, in a Siphon contest, you'd see both teams land in the middle. Yep. This time, you kind of actually have to make your way towards each other.
Yeah, you play left and right, and then you just meet in the middle. Great Fanta, though, it's something I wanted to discuss with you a while ago, and something I actually mentioned a few days ago to Genome, that this is a team that's looking to try and bully some other teams from the Pro League qualifiers. Barbecue being one of them. Great Fanta full sending it against the Pathfinder Revenant Lifeline, a comp that we saw in the PLQs for so much of those teams. But besides that, unfortunately, we don't have a remarkable team in this lobby right now. And interesting enough, you can see the Legends picks. Besides the eliminated Barbecue, it's mostly Bangalore. A lot of Bloodhounds into play too.
What's kind of funny, isn't it? Because we had the consistency in compositions yesterday because there were no contests. And now we finally see our first contest of Split 2 here in APAC South. And there we go. The 100% pick rate for Bloodhound Bang is out the door.
Yeah, and it's Bloodhound actually who gets more picks since Great Fanta decided to run the usual Conduit Horizon contest for those kind of spots. So I think that's really interesting right now. We're gonna see more of these PLQ teams actually be willing to experiment. Legends, though, all the way from Landside playing into the Tunnel Bear Claw Gaming on the opposite end of it. And we'll see if they can continue the domination that they had from yesterday here, Genome.
I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest, Dax. They were just so damn good. And, you know, I guess we're thinking about the picks that they have today. Legends Gaming, they went for Cedo Station and Landslide. So you've got Cedo Station, obviously, that they were, you know, super comfortable on, played in Split 1. And you got Landslide, which obviously they haven't played in APAC South much before because they're kind of almost too good a team, I would say, to be playing from Landsky previously. But when they were new to the world stage, to the land stage, and they weren't getting the respect that a team who eventually came, you know, top 5 twice would get, they actually played very well from Landslide. And it was one of the few examples, I would say, pre-POI draft system, where someone was saying, you know what, like, these other POIs actually aren't that bad. If we can make them work, you know, maybe it's a team diff. Maybe you guys should harden up.
I mean, Strafing Flame already hit it on the nail from yesterday, right? Just, they're so confident in how they play, and with Blackhand making that Landslide POI such a belief point for so many teams in their international stage, they're very happy right now. I look back at Landslide, they had the Ring Console, they had the Evil Harvester, they even have a Golden Longbow in the clutches here of Player K. So everything that Legends Gaming wanted at the start of the game, they already got it.
Yeah, it's not a bad start at all. Yeah, having a look at the picks up the top there, you can see different compositions coming through. Yesterday we had 6 Legends and only 4 team compositions picked for the entire day. This we did kind of predict it a little bit, didn't we, though? We were like, you know what, maybe Group C's the fun group, the kooky group, the group that'll bring out something a little bit different, and we've got it here already.
And not only that, it just feels like day one is always the sussing out kind of day. It's like, but how do you guys look to play this split? Everyone wants to play it a bit more standard, a little bit more familiar, especially with how the priorities for the drafts were. And later on, we're going to see some adjustments really once we move into different groups and different days. But so far, so good. This ring has pulled into the middle around the Monument area. Legends Gaming, Boogie Borders, Lightning Unicorn, who's playing actually only as a duo, unfortunately, for today here, Genome. They're already in position.
Yeah, tough for those guys. It'll make it very hard to continue that success they had in EWC. But Virtus Pro, they're going to be raring to go after watching from the sidelines yesterday. So many people were happy to see Sharky back in the fray this year. I think he's one player who won't be, switching to roller anytime soon. Dax, that man is just so damn locked on the M&K.
Yeah, back from retirement, and it really feels like he didn't skip a beat. I remember when Team Burger picked him up and became Team Burger from last splits. It took a little bit of time for them to get really warmed on up. One of their first victories was even assisted by a Prowler in Storm Points. But eventually, they found their form. Coming into LAN, they looked like that they were really world class. And I really feel like right now, Virtus Pro is one of those favorites coming into this split too.
Well, you know what was funny was that every single time a player a team dropped a player or they were like looking for a third, there was always these whispers. People, like, there was just hope from the entire region. Everyone was like, oh, you think they'll pick up Sharky because they've got a slot? You know, oh, he's coming back, I swear, I've heard. And it was like these ghost stories coming out. But eventually, it was Pricey and Wei, the only ones who could convince him to get back in the ring. And my lord, did he do well, being one of the best placing APAC South teams at the Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, it was great to see for that. He just brought in the Team Burger name with him, but now we're looking at the precedent, and we're looking here at stage War Monster Firebird versus Numnim, who has the elevated angle. Numnim very good in these kind of 3v3s, especially early on into the game itself. He's getting thrown too. They're playing the Watson right now compared to War Monster Firebird, who actually has the fuse. So it's not the best situation for WMFB when they want to be the aggressors with their comp instead.
Yeah, so the ring pull going very much towards Monument here. The fact that it's not all the way over the mountain, though, maybe I would have expected it to go down to where, towards, say, like Bearclaw Gaming is down the bottom, but it does seem to be pulling back up a bit further. So who knows, maybe Legends Gaming sitting on what used to be construction, that sort of area. They've got a lot of options, a lot of priority to pretty much any direction that this zone could shift. And, having the Watson in that building, they'll be safe for quite some time. They're
very much so set up. A great Phantom now looking forward to third party. Fully kitted with purples, and especially with this Horizon, so many ways to try and initiate. They're already looking to find YR there. War Monster Firebird, though, who does get the KP for that. But Great Fanta showing their presence, and this will be such a wrench in the plans of Numnim.
Yeah, it's this three-way fight over here down in staging with War Monster Firebird. Just trying to hold this out. Great Fanta have been looking at them for such a long time now. And with 15 seconds left until the zone closes, I think it's a good idea that Numnim have started to make their way out of here. Unfortunately, they're not playing the lifeline. They've got no support character. So it's unlikely they'll be able to go back for the banner. Maybe they are, actually. They're swinging all the way around. Anyway, we've got Bearclaw Gaming here as well. They're sitting in that spot we were talking about before, down near the caravans. Yeah. Lower down, just taking some pot shots at MDY Black.
Yeah, but they're going to get forced to move very, very soon. As soon as they get the next information, MDY Black, or also known as the only MDY squad now. They had a relatively good day yesterday. We did see them actually take a dub, and looking back actually how they won that fight versus Keep Going Gaming, it was just KPG jumping into the spikes of Augenstern. So that kind of setup, people are going to be a lot more wary moving forward. Seeing Catalyst back into the meta, you have to respect those spikes as soon as possible.
Numnim have activated the respawn beacon. There you go. One of our nice new little features there. Making sure you guys don't miss out any of that action. Any of the important things happening in the game. And just like this little skirmish over here in Landslide, you can see Great Fanta have actually... they're trying to get some position up here on Heroes, but they have set the pylon all the way up the top. I think it did get removed eventually by Great Fanta, but it's so hard to push that position, right? Like, unless you got some seriously good vert nades.
Yeah, Heroes, though, team made the LAN. Had a relatively good run, especially coming into elimination round number 1. They had some great games there. This time around, they're looking to do even better. Picked up last blitz. Now holding steady here versus Great Fanta. The scan from Lahim. Neither side, though, looking to budge, and eventually the gravity lift here from Loki to try and initiate versus Kissance. It's a relative 1v1 on the elevated angle, but here we go with Lahim having an angle to try and fight back with. Kissance, though, has been dropped. Bastion now solo 2. It's up to Lahim to hold down the line versus Great Fanta, who just goes for the full wide swing in. Collapse, though, falls under the pressure. It's now a 2v2 for the time being, as Heroes will look to regroup, but here comes the chase down. Great Fanta, they have to be careful, though. They're racking up a lot of damage. The Conduit playing a part 2, and Bastion's the only one still standing. A smoke out to try and go for more. And, well, it's like Heroes, they're in trouble here.
I mean, both these teams should be in trouble because NumNim just ran out of the zone right next to them. If they knew the state of this fight, Dax, they'd probably be picking up a bunch of KP themselves.
Oh, well, gravity lift gonna be the play too. Loki needs to hit those shots eventually, though. It's gonna find the aim. He's gonna swap over to the Hemlock, and the Heroes have been eliminated here. An elongated fight that's gonna go in favor of Great Fantasy, especially when that Conduit into play.
And just at the time that they see the team go down, NumNim actually turn around and think, oh, hey, maybe we can third this. Unfortunately, their instincts are off. It's too late now. With Great Fanta, they are going to have to dodge the bang ult. That pushes them even further back and honestly just delays any kind of timing that NumNim could have had to push in and try and make this work for them. Because honestly, I mean, they're going to go ahead now to these chokes. There'll be a lot of teams watching those ahead of them. The other tunnel that they could have gone through had they won a fight over in Landslide, probably a better option for them. So I think NumNim are going to be watching this VOD back and be a little sad that they missed that timing and missed that opportunity.
Well, luckily for them, they're going to run into the only duo in the lobby right now, Lightning Unicorn. And once they realize that 2 people, they can actually go for the 3v2. The tunnel, that you mentioned, utilized by Great Fanta, and this is the fight I was talking about. NumNim already. They're a better angle from up top, trying to suss out who this is, and especially now that they know SWQ and Virtus Pro are nearby thanks to those fences. NumNim just don't want to overextend right now.
Kill Devil have gone down in the meantime. Rough start for the Chinese team. Had such a great start to split. LU, okay, there we go. They're gonna get really collapsed upon by these other teams around them, and it does actually end up swinging down towards where Bearclaw Gaming. So it is one of those southern rings that sort of sits, you know, around that mountainside, and that means the spot that NumNim eventually took over actually pretty damn good.
All the way to the north, but Virtus Pro wants that spot and wants those kills. NumNim already eliminating LU a while ago, but Virtus Pro losing way along the way. Picking up the banner. The armor swap too, but now he needs to move. Thermite Nade gonna get thrown on over. Rolling Thunder gonna be played too. And Sharky in the front line. YR trades him though. NumNim finding the 2 still standing here. And NumNim survives that fight to keep on going.
Just stood in that position for a little too long there, Virtus Pro. If they had been a little bit more proactive, maybe they could have stopped NumNim coming in and sandwiching them.
X and Y though sending it versus SWQ. NumNim still nearby, resetting and watching from afar. X and Y need a bit of time to breathe with the shield bats on. JR moving forward, these fences getting very delicate. They lose YC along the way thanks to the hand of Pana. And XNY just looking for SWQ right now. A chop, a donut, and the rest of SWQ. They're eliminated here, but XNY taking casualties along the way.
Well, LU might have started out as the only duo, but there's been carnage in the lobby, and they've created a few more. Makers are one of them at the moment. X and Y, another. You can see they're trying desperately to get that respawn off, but NumNim, I don't believe, will let that happen. I think they have enough time and enough awareness to look behind them and shoot down X and Y as they make their own way into the north side of the ring, clearing their back as they do.
And not only Numnim, but Boogie Borders was watching from the Monument Buildings, and now they have 7 points on the board. Moving forward, a good start here for the Boogie Borders. Let's see, will be continuing as HKUF and True are eliminated here. Nuku, only one alive here for outside. This is not gonna be a wall he can climb. Legends Gaming also, even in the smoke. Wow, strafing Flame, keeping an eye out. Numnim eliminated, Maker's gone too. We're down to 6 as the Boogie Borders are trying to wade in.
And it's, I mean, I remember this, a very similar zone in Split 1 was probably Boogie Borders' shining moment for that entire series and that entire split. So if they can do it again here to make up for their average performance yesterday, that would be pretty cool. Akuma's gone down. Now we've got 5 squads left. Can Boogie Borders make their way into the rest of this? They've got to hold off Legends Gaming. They've got, you know, Bear Claw Gaming, and then a couple of other duos down the bottom. It really feels like this stare-off here with Legends could be important. Why don't we go into a listen-in and see how this final circle plays out with Boogie Borders?
For free.
Yeah.
I'm looking for more Arctic cells.
I don't know. They're shooting up top.
Blue armor inside. They have blue armor. Try to fight RXL.
Above me? Above me, right here.
Is he? I'm looking for
Yeah,
you.
there is someone there.
Okay.
We need
Where?
to more
Bang
left.
on it. Solo, I think.
Yeah, solo, I think.
Running at us, running at us! Crack Watson! On the fence!
Fence low.
After bat! I cracked the Watson!
Left side fence! I need a bat!
I'm one.
Looking left for you. Looking left for you.
Just calling on me! They fucking found me.
Oh!
Nice!
Shooting!
No.
One left! Find the left! Nice! Rest me!
I got to knock.
You can rest both!
Alright! Behind you! On the fence! Climbed up!
Fucking hell, he's won!
Oh my lord! An incredible win in the 3v3 versus the fearsome Legends Gaming, but their run is ended by a solo?
Oh, well, it's a solo with a devotion. And now War Monster Firebird hunting that lone member down. That's goodbye to MDY as Bebe goes bye-bye, but he did play a crucial part in that fight. Bear Claw Gaming, though, this is their chance to take advantage, and Bear Claw will take map 1 because of it.
Whoa. Well done there by Bear Claw. It was, you know, we talked about that position down south of Monument and Fragment being you know, one of the places where we do see it pull quite often, at least in the last couple of seasons, Lace, and it just seemed that Bear Claw being there so early was really all they needed to walk away with the dub.
Yeah, that was just biding their time, I think, you know, but holy guacamole, I'm going to say. Boogie Borders surfing the wave today, Genome. They were just cleaning up the carnage there.
They're feeling it.
And, you know, they had themselves in such a strong position, taking down, I guess, Legends Gaming along the way, but yeah, dying to a solo. But you know what? That's just how this game goes. But what a passionate start for our Groups A vs C today. An incredibly stacked lobby for us, Genome.
Yeah, it was so sad, wasn't it? Because they even had the gold knock. They were like half a second away from getting the reset, and I think they would have steamrolled the other teams from there. Honestly, they were pretty stacked. Whereas, you know, Bear Claw might have had position, but they had to, you know, be fairly passive between the sort of mid stages of the game. So they definitely didn't have a lot of the resources that Boogie Borders had from just steamrolling the rest of the lobby up until that point. Yeah, wow. I mean, you know, we saw Bear Claw come in. They picked Harvester here on World's Edge, so that's why they got the very fast rotate into that section. Obviously, that, you know, the POI is known for being one of the best POIs for hard rotates here on World's Edge.
Yeah, and as we look at all this carnage just going down, this does set Boogie Borders up for a good top spot here, collecting so much KP along the way, and the little solo just coming in to ruin their day is what we love about Apex Legends, Genome. But, you know, War Monster Firebird had a really great start yesterday as well, and it seems like they're just playing a little bit, I guess, slow and steady, but it seems to be paying off for them.
Yeah, not too shabby for them either with the 6 kills. I mean, they lost a member. They were in a similar position to War Monster Firebird, to Bear Claw like not too long ago. But then they just lost their third going into one of those last fights, and that's why they couldn't clinch out the win.
Yeah, and we have a look at Boogie Borders sitting about 9 kills there with a 4th place. Just getting taken out by that solo, but there's some great kills along the way. And here we have Bear Claw Gaming outshining up the tippity top there with War Monster Firebird coming in so close under them, with Boogie Borders being 3rd place with 14 points. Legends Gaming having a cracker start, I guess, to today's matches. Yesterday, we saw them start a little bit slower in the matches. They were coming out about 15th in their first games. Seems like whatever they did yesterday, they're definitely bringing it over to today's matches.
Yeah, I mean, Seven's that's a solid pick. If you look at where the teams are getting a lot of their points from, and you're thinking about, is this your first pick, Mac, or is this your second pick, Mac? Because I think that's actually going to become a theme now with the POI draft system. They went for Cedo Station first, so Landslide is their second pick. So honestly, just getting like a smattering of points here, every game on World's Edge should be enough to set them up, and I think they're going to be happy with the 7 they picked up here.
Yeah, we'll find a lot of teams, with their POI drafts might be finding, their feet early on in these games because, it's something new that's been added to them. So not only do, they have to start from a different POI, they're going to make different rotates, which they may not be used to, which can, I guess, cut the losses a little bit sooner. But we had just an absolute great start to our today's matches. And this is Group A versus C, and we are just only getting started. So I'm excited to see, I guess, Heroes sort of come up a little bit. They did have a bit of a tough start there. I think they were taken out by Grape Fanta, which, if I'm right saying, it was one of our newer teams, Gino.
Yeah, they're one of the ones that qualified through from the Challengers circuits, just to the edge there. So they were 8 in the Split 2 qualifiers. Yeah, but it's good to see Low-Key back. Who we have seen overseas is the IBG coach in previous times, but making his return as a player.
And we love players returning to what we call Apex Legends. Now, everybody, we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we will see you guys back for match number 2. Welcome back, everybody. What a passionate start for our groups A versus C here in APAC South Pro League. Bearclaw Gaming taking the win for our first match with War Monster Firebird as a close second Genome, but the Boogie Board is coming to play today. 9 kills and a third place. Something we've been itching to see from them on World's Edge.
Yeah, look, 9 kills is nothing to scoff at there. It was so close to being even more than that, right? I mean, yeah, we saw in that replay the Devo coming to end their dreams, as I'm sure it's going to do to a lot of different teams. That care package gun is just so damn strong at the moment. But, look, you know, picked up a couple of K damage for the team and 14 points, so they're only a few points off the pace, and that's after game 1, Lace. I personally am hoping for a Boogie Boarders resurgence today after a very middling performance in match day 1.
Yeah, well, you know, they've been to the playoffs. We definitely know that they have it in them. But, you know, MDY coming in as a little solo there just to end their reign of terror in that first match. So, you know what? But they seem to be locked in and ready to rumble. We're obviously going to head over to World's Edge again in just a moment. All these teams have picked their particular spots with the new POI draft system. So teams, you know, can either pick whether they want to, I guess, their first picks on World's Edge. Some teams we've seen, such as Makers, for example, are picking a stronger POI on Storm Point for when those matches come up. So I guess this question to you, Genome, do you think that might have been not their downfall, that first match, because Makers, you know, have performed incredibly well yesterday, but may have got them to where they are at this moment in 12th spot?
Yeah, look, it doesn't particularly help, does it? I think one of the things I'm super interested about, Lace, is once we get like a good amount of data, like, you know, just 1 or 2 match days isn't really enough. We need it really coming in, is seeing, like, you know, on average, how many points do teams get from their first map pick versus their second map pick? You know, depending on how far up or down the draft it is, how much does that change? Yeah, like, because in the past, you know, we've looked at, you know, the split between, say, World's Edge and Storm Point, and, you know, some teams were quite balanced. Some teams would get like 70% of their points on one map or the other. Is this going to make it even you know, more disparate if you've got like a first pick and 40th pick, or is you know, will the IGLs who really know their stuff, will they just shine even more?
I love to hit you with the hard questions without the data, Genome. You know this, but let's have a look at some data that we can definitely see on our screens here. Some damage reports. The wonderful player K, we welcome back, and just look at them go, Genome.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage for 1 kill there, isn't it? 1500s. But I mean, one of the interesting stats I saw come up on the competitive subreddit recently, Lace, was looking at the amount. It was almost like an impact kind of rating, where it was like players that have managed to do you know, more than 100 damage in a very short amount of time and create openings for their team. And player K might not have the most impressive stats overall, but when you're looking at more nuanced stats like this, I think that was actually one of the reasons why he came out and Legends Gaming overall did so well.
Yeah, if we even look at yesterday's stats from player K, Genome, there's like 5,000, so we're already getting started. But thinking about getting started, guys, we are ready to go into our match number 2. Here we go. This is World's Edge.
Geared up for game number 2, and immediately we have to watch this contest here, Genome. Lava Siphon, 2 teams will do battle. Only one will stand unless Barbecue disengages from this. Great Fanta. They've taken mid already quickly. A gravity lift up to Loki, giving chase, and they know one of Barbecue's inside command center. That is King MSG. He might be in trouble here.
Oh, completely split from his teammates here. And Great Fanta, of course, they've got Collapse on the Bloodhound, so they can probably see those footprints. They know that he is somewhere around there, but he's actually zipped all the way out by himself. Will they chase? Will they just go and hit? Actually, the Evo Harvest probably hasn't even spawned yet, but it is actually quite close to them. Yeah, no, they're just following the footprints, and they've actually worked out where he is. Come on, Rodent and Barbecue's secret fourth man mascot is coming in for the assist.
Yeah.
Will they be able to get there in time? Can he zip out? I don't know, man.
This is gonna get awkward real quick here, and King, oh King, what can this man do? Survives though with a sliver of HP. The zip line, or rather the grappling hook, allowing him to survive. And if you're wondering where this comp has come from, it has been the comp of choice from the Pro League qualifiers for APAC South. Not too much anywhere else in low-key, and there's some great fan to look to take advantage of that path. A lift up, ready now to really focus fire on that patty. King, he has been dropped here by Great Fanta. Where are the rest of Barbecue? They're trying to go for a bit of a flank here. Great Fanta standing as a trio strong. The secret fourth man, well, he's back to the bench after that one. And Great Fanta winning the fight so far. Barbecue need to get away from this one.
I mean, even Azu from Warlords to Firebird has pulled up from over on tree, thinking, oh, maybe I can just get a sneaky kill, get a knock here. But no. That said, Numnim also coming in now. Team streaming in because actually, Harvester sort of looks to be where the ring is pulling Dax. And that means you've got teams like Outside, like Legends Gaming. They're looking at the respawn house there and just thinking they might be able to take it off the hands of Outside. But they'll stick there for the moment. So we don't actually have... We've got remarkable teams back in. Okay, so that's a good start. So we're only missing one player now from the lobby, and hopefully it'll be like that for the rest of this match series.
Yeah, well, I think Unicron, the only duo right now. You were talking about a while ago in the previous game. Harvester being the place of choice here, the draw spot of Bear Claw Gaming. They're gonna have multiple neighbors at this point in time. Outside looking to set on up. Remarkable team. First game in the second game for the set. They're looking to just go for the flyby past Akuma and try to find their own spot. So it's usually the occupied, how do you even call these? The arbs, really. These hallways that do get filled up very quickly.
Snakes.
With the ring posted like this. The snakes, yeah.
Yep, there's a couple. Got the, yeah, I call like the south and the western one. They're more like the wings of Harvester, whereas like the northwest and the northeast ones, you know, a bit more like snakes.
Okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. I'll try to remember it. And I guess I want to point out real quick, looking at a remarkable team, they're actually running a caustic right now as well as a Valkyrie. So a very rare pick from the past few days of gameplay we've had so far.
Right. Okay. So they, you know, weren't too sure about the start time of ALGS today, and they don't seem to be too sure about the meta either, Dax, because they're just running their own thing, and honestly, you love to see it.
I agree. And this ring, it's just gonna keep going towards the center. Legends Gaming would love to really set on up, just give themselves a bat towards outside later on. Warbles to Firebird, also nearby. I'm really keeping an eye out though on how Boogie Boarders rather and Makers will actually make their way in. Makers, a team so strong in terms of playing edge. Boogie Boarders picking Overlook this time around, and that's a lot more isolated than their outing yesterday, Genum, because they picked Lava Fisher, where there were so many other teams going their way. It's a lot safer for Boogie Boarders to play World Edge today.
That's a fair assessment. Barbecue on the respawn beacon. See, that has been captured here, so they've actually made it all the way out, and they've had to respawn. It's not Dome, it's the mini egg outside of Stacks, of course. But someone's noticed that, and True is going to be coming in here, and they've said, "Yep, cool, thanks for delivering some KP straight to us."
True, they're just in position here. Trying to see if they can pick off Barbecue one by one, but Barbecue actually alive outside the ring as a trio, and it's great to see True into APAC South Split 2. This has been a team in many configurations, actually. They've been playing in the Pro League qualifiers for so very long. I've seen those names. Rogers especially tried to make his way in, now teaming up with Granny Smith as well as Vixeria, and it's just a team that works. They did so well in the qualifier finals. Now they're here, and I'd love to see how far they've grown as a team today.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons we enjoyed watching them, because it felt like they were one of the few teams who really had their macro down in that Challenger circuit, Dax. you know, a lot of the teams that do qualify through there, we see you know, almost the more pub stompy style, just have insane mechanics, something that APAC South is known for, and they will punish other teams in straight up fights and then just keep rolling. True, you know, not necessarily on that same mechanical level. I think that's the part that we're gonna have to wait and see whether they've got it, whether they can get it and really start to, you know, compete on an even footing in that sense with some of the other teams in the best lobby in our region. Because it feels like, yeah, they've at least done a bit of the work to learn the game, and we keep talking about how important that is here in Split 2 with the POI draft system. So let's see if that pays off for Rogers, the mastermind behind this team.
Yeah, just smarter plays, especially with shifting drafts every single day. Also, I just want to point out, one of the few times I've seen Granny Smith not on the caustic, he's on the fuse this time around, as this ring really confirms that it's all about Harvester here. So everyone's set on up. Okay, they're good to go for the pretty good parts of the game, but look at how far Boogie Borders is rotating. Now coming in towards Landslide, where Kill Devil, Virtus Pro might be the ones to meet them there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Barbecue are right underneath True in Lava Siphon right now. Vixaria, is he going to pop that scan? There we go. Finally, works out that there's some teams underneath them, or some players underneath them. But have to see if they can get them out of there. Anyway, back over to Harvester. We've got Heroes coming under fire now. Just trying to hide behind some rocks here, but there's so many teams on all sides of them. So eventually they do have to drop.
Oh! And they just run into SW along the way. They thought they were under pressure from above. Now they see pressure from below, and they can't even handle that. Straight Flame Flame actually the one to get the knock. Legends Gaming taking advantage of the chaos, and Legends comes out just to actually find the elimination on the Heroes. Outside also losing one along the way, and Legends will look to regroup back into Harvester while this happens.
Well, it's not just the ground that's erupting here on World's Edge. The fighting's happening down low as well, with SWQ dropping for an easy clean up there, though SWQ didn't actually get any of those kills. Yeah, no, it was Legend got all three of them. Yep. Yeah, they've just taken their position, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Kill Devil, though. Rest yesterday. Maybe today they can continue on and look to be a top dog of APAC South. Do lose Bolin for now. He's on the floor, and they beat down X and Y. That is a big statement here being made by Kill Devil. Well, we know that X and Y has been one of those borderline teams that you have to beat if you want to be the top cut. True, though, they're looking for more here.
Well, they've been out-rotated here, frankly, by Barbecue, who got on the other side of them, and it's forced True to actually rotate through zone. Instead of mirroring them and staying ahead of them in Lava Siphon. So, that said, they did get the first and the second knock onto Barbecue, so now it's just Ronan's trying to make his way lonesome all the way back into ring.
Yeah, this is the second time Ronan has been a solo. I think this man is really tired of pouncing by himself just to retreat rather than engage, and eventually, if you notice the medkit timer there, that was so close for True, but they all made it to heal on up. And oh, Gran, it's gonna be a little close, but True should be able to handle the ring. They move now, trying to get in towards the train tracks, very far off from HKUF and Makers, who'll meet each other on the other side of it, so it's pretty safe for True after everything's said and done.
Yep, they do make the most of that one. Having a look at Virtus Pro up here on the Vault Tunnel. They're trying to do the same. They'll have to repel Boogie Borders, who are a little more stacked than they are. At least they've got the purple armor. I mean, Way's only got one clip in reserve here for his Havoc. Doesn't even have time. He's trying to pop some ultic cells here, but Boogie Borders are pushing in before they even have the chance.
Yeah, Boogie Borders feeling very confident after that win versus Legends in the first game. Now they look to take down Virtus Pro, bully them out of position, especially with the armor advantage piece of the hunt here. Raki in the front line now. They use Virtus Pro falling for the retreat. They craft the shields onto one, trying to pepper them from afar. Virtus Pro, they're relatively good covers of Boogie Borders. unable to go for the full set. Killapaw's beaten back, and for now, it's a stalemate.
Wow, I mean, they had Hannah looking behind them because they were a little bit worried about the other angle, but now they pounce, and it looks like they should be able to take down VP.
Yeah, this is their chance. Hannah surprising many that he had the hefty hand of the 30-30. Virtus Pro eliminated, but Iraqi out in the open. Noel Sand takes advantage of that, and outside is looking at Boogie Borders, but they're not in the position to jump at them. Instead, that job goes to Lightning Unicorn. Cheeto, this is 2-0 versus 2-0 for now. Here comes Bang off fifth, trying to go for the send 2, but the swing's not enough. Lightning Unicorn have to back away.
Oh, but they do manage to eliminate Raki and make sure that he is down and now out, not coming back. Very unfortunate timing there for Boogie Borders. I mean, you know, they've got the Bloodhound on that duo, so it does allow them to get that information. This is one of the few fights they might be able to take without being at a disadvantage right from the start. Lightning Unicorn, a real thorn in the side of Boogie Borders' chances there. I mean, you know, they had that anchor posted. They had that sentry posted at the start of that fight. As soon as he came away to finish off Virtus Pro, all of a sudden, they do get crept up on.
Yeah, Pana had to be though with the push. He's the one with the 30-30, and he's the one who really surprised Virtus Pro there for how long they could peak. The position for Virtus Pro was 3 of them ready to swing if anyone really jumped at them, but now Boogie Borders look to survive towards the rock. Lightning Unicorn now coming out from the tunnels and moving in because of the ring. SWQ nearby as this closes on in. Yet again, Legends Gaming at the center of it. Pressure still. Boogie Borders setting up the Dark Veil as we see this ring now close in further.
You can see Legends in a fantastic spot there, set up inside. Watson fences everywhere. They are loving this. The same, actually, for Remarkable Team, who obviously didn't make it into the first game, but now have made it into a fantastic spot within Harvester. Boogie Borders, even just as the duo here, looking to pick up more kill points. Of course, they don't have the scan, so they don't have, you know, 100% confirmation that it is just a duo behind them of Lightning Unicorn.
Yeah, they're not 100% sure who that is in the first place, and Boogie Borders, they've already burnt the Catalyst ultimate. Hannah not gonna be as effective on the outside now without it, but here we go. Kill Devil dropping down towards outside on the western flank immediately. Wuhan quite low. Levy dropping the Beast of the Hunt, but here we go again. EMP online. Kill Devil looking at least to go for a bit of that cover. They have broken some shields, but they can't really push yet.
Oh, look at this. They've got a Crypto on the team. That's not something we saw from Kill Devil yesterday. Interesting. They have one of their best days in Pro League ever, and then they're changing things up.
I mean, a little bit of a shift. Let's see if it'll pan out. Perhaps it's really, again, the draft forcing them to change things up as Boogie Borders eliminate the off-screen. We're still watching, though. Kill Devil look to rally and reposition. SWQ above them. Outside still peering there, too. It's going to be such a difficult proposition for Kill Devil, peppered by so many teams from afar. Getting covered towards the rock. They're still scanned on out, but it's so difficult for Kill Devil to move in.
Yeah, because you can see they're not within this next ring yet. LU are looking at them. Boogie Borders, of course, got taken out by this point. But they have to worry about this, and Gopgaps is just lighting them up as they try and walk in.
Yeah, there's no escape, and it's Lightning Unicorn bringing in the pain. Bolin using his teammates for cover. They only shifted to the Crypto now, but it's back to the drawing board for Kill Devil as they're eliminated. Barbecue 2 has been found by a Craver shot from Ziki. We're still watching this fight outside now, pushing forward. Here we go with a find from Noel Sang onto War Monster Firebird. That extra bit of elevation looking good, but WFP, they fought back, they fought for their lives. Outside left to a solo here. Emilia's okay, at least he's alive into cover, but not for long as he's been found too.
Yeah, SWQ actually getting the better of them. We also see Remarkable Team come in. So you gotta remember, they were in the Snake as a Caustic team. They've decided to leave that to look for kills on the hill. And they've actually grabbed a couple, so look, good on them for that. But now they're gonna go back in. look, it's remarkable to me, frankly, that they weren't punished for that decision. That is a very risky one.
I just want to point out real quick, Zicky's Kraber hit the shot onto Legends Gaming, and this is the chance now. Player K, though, he's keeper in hand, trades for one. Dexter finding him in response, but SWQ with a third party. Legends Gaming sure eliminated, but Makers, the fight isn't done. Dexter, can he survive any longer? Answers no. Makers gone too here.
Here you go, the Legends Gaming stronghold inside has been taken down. Great banter. Holding position on top are actually going to start moving in now. They hear so much commotion inside, they decide it's time to start getting in there. Unfortunately, the Radiant transfer doesn't come in time to keep low-key up.
It's such a bloodbath on the inside already. Nicholas here in cover again, but no, Great Phantom loses versus FWQ, but we're not done. Donut and the rest were happy to take advantage of those third-party situations, winning the straight-up fight, but now he's hounded by the Bloodhound scan to Kraber in hand. A smoke on out too, but for now, Donut gets to survive here, and a refuge, that perk giving him a bit of healing to work with too.
Just a little bit. Probably gonna spot one of those medkits eventually. But you know what? I'm taking it back, Dax. Remarkable team have identified what will likely be Godspot in this final circle. We've actually seen this before with teams sitting up the top, just dominating the teams that have to either play in the lava river down below. I mean, you do get safety for quite a while if you stay in the snake, so I certainly wouldn't have said that's a bad decision. But identifying that there was an opportunity to take high ground, and in the timing that they did it, yeah, look, I've got to completely hang my hat there and well, take it off to Remarkable Team, I suppose, because this, I think, could mean a win for them.
Yeah, and Remarkable Team has been a team that we've seen in the circuit. We haven't seen much of ALGS. Notably, I've seen them also qualify for that Asia Festival a few months back, so it's really been a work in progress for the squad. I also like the fact that they have a Caustic. If ever they want to put pressure on, just throw a few more of those gas barrels down. They already have it set up on the path upward. That whole way to get up the hill, it is just completely covered by Remarkable Team.
5 teams left. The final ring begins to close.
Wow. You gonna make a movie trailer after that one? In a world where one man has a Kraber.
And that man is
Going nuts.
it's all he's got, though. He doesn't have any teammates.
And he's so much so in trouble. Rolling Thunder now, at least for a bit of cover here. He is just crawling his way as the ring will close on in. We still got Bear Claw alive, though. Back-to-back. MDY has been found here. Remarkable Team looking so strong. And there's the shot from Donut, but he doesn't get... Oh, there you go! The 140 onto Heck! That's a chance at least for Donut. It really feels like first season you get the miss, second season you get the hit, but the third shot, it doesn't ring through. The shields are up though here for Bear Claw. You said it yourself. Double knocks, double golden, but Donut at least putting pressure on Bear Claw there.
Just has to try and get the bat off here. I mean, even if you are a solo, right, the one thing that you can do is scare people off with the Kraber, but Donut doesn't want to scare them. He wants to put them down.
He wants one, and he has one more bullet left. He has been spotted, though, here by Remarkable Team. And there you go. Eventually, he is eliminated. Salutes to Donut. Num Nim, though, fighting for their lives. Bear Claw Gaming eliminated. And here we go. Why are the only ones standing? It's just not enough versus a Remarkable Team. Come on. Looks like the best warm-up is no warm-up. Game number 1, we don't need that. And it was just such a strong call from Remarkable Team to get outside their interior and play from Godspot there.
Yeah, you know, we had Bear Claw Gaming take out the first win there, and joining us is now the Remarkable Team, and what an epic feat from them. And I just want to take a short moment. I was sitting there watching clenching. SW Q playing from the trenches, Dax, biding their time as they clean up the mess outside of Harvester. You know, they took a really difficult fight there with Grape Fanta to try and take position in zone, leaving Donut to fight as a solo with his trusty Kraber.
I mean, that Kraber has been deadly all throughout the game. Before it went to the hands of Donut, it was Makers who had it. And it was just on the kill feed. Ziki hitting shot after shot. That opening versus Legends Gaming to just release the damn gates and flood in for all those teams to have that mad scramble. It really made a difference. But you said it just... Even Gina was hyping it up, making him the main character of this story. What Maker started, Donut finished. And that's why SWQ made it to the top 4 spot there.
Yeah, they're really turning it up today, and as you see, you know, they tried to push themselves into this position, and it was quite a difficult fight for them, but you know what, Donut managed to get themselves to 4th, taking out like another team with the Kraber, and it was just such an excellent position for them just to move a little bit up the leaderboard there. I know we were having a look at Boogie Borders in the previous game as well, Dax, so I was keeping a close eye on them. They are really turning up the heat. They might actually turn into steam with the aggression that they're showing today throughout these matches.
I mean, I agree with Boogie Borders looking better today, but then again, when they get caught in those mid-rotation sandwiches, really, those pinches, that has been one of their weaknesses so far. But you can see in some of these stats, I really want to point out Makers' run here. Sure, it was 8th place, but that was 14 kills for them here, Lace. Remarkable team. Recovery, outstanding. First place plus 11, but still gotta give props to what Makers is doing in a lobby like this, despite getting eliminated early on.
Yeah, Asia's Dexter and Ziki, they sure know how to turn it up. Yesterday, we saw them, you know, get about 36 kill points all around, so they definitely have it in them to collect that KP. Another great triumph, I guess, from even Numnim. You know, we see them sort of just place themselves in such a good position. They may not get the KP that, like, Makers do, but goddamn, they seem to be rotating extremely well. And here we go, Bear Claw Gaming, still at the tippity top for us, Dax.
Yeah, but look who's second, Lace. Remarkable team, and that is just one game. That is just one game compared to everyone else having 2 games under their belt with the performance of the last game too. Makers making it to the top 3, but this Remarkable team has been a team that perhaps has been a bit more low-key compared to the other teams we've seen here coming in from the Pro League qualifiers. But make no mistake, they do have some smart rotations and some smart plays under their belt, and from what I've seen so far from them, they really know how to take the opportunity when it presents itself.
Legends Gaming Junior, I might call them. We saw Legends Gaming skyrocket up the leaderboard in a blink of an eye, and now Remarkable are doing it as well, and then, you know, taking out the win on top of that. It's excellent to see these sort of teams just flourish and move up, but, you know, Bearclaw Gaming just sitting out in front ever so slightly, but, you know, still absolutely catchable by all these teams today.
Yeah, and it has just been quite an interesting day too. I think for Legends, that's been the problem coming into World's Edge. Sure, they can get some good placements and some good spots early on, but when it comes down to it, they've been losing some fights here actually that could have been a 50-50 for them.
Yeah, well, you know what, Dax? This is only game number 2. We're about to head into game number 3 shortly, but before we do that, we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we'll see you in one moment. Thank you for joining us once again as we have groups A versus C competing neck to neck. We had Bear Claw Gaming take out the first win of today's matches, and now Remarkable have joined the fire, taking out the second win in the second match there. But Dax, I've got to commend the Boogie Boarders and SWQ for their fights just recently. It was such a epic triumph for them. They got quite a few kill points along the way, and they're really turning it up for today.
Yeah, and there was so much fun, especially with SWQ, right? A single solo doing wonders. Effectively, it was Donut forcing Bear Claw to end in the top 3. Also, they put the pressure on the Remarkable team, but it really was the step up of KZ, especially overlooking from above with that caustic to get the dub. So you can see just in map number 2 and map number 2 alone, the Remarkable team have made it to that top 2, and I do wonder if they can repeat that success as we go to World's Edge one more time.
Yeah, as we sort of watch them sort of come and rise to the top, Remarkable, absolutely exceptional. And, you know, Makers is just following so close behind them. And if we take a look back at what Makers did yesterday, I guess Remarkable team have such a dangerous team on their tail.
I think Makers has been using all the positive momentum that they've had ever since that Split 1 playoffs and continuing on with it. It just seems to me that that LAN at LA, it was so different from the usual Makers that we expect. And now they've reformed themselves and they're ready again to just keep on going and keep on killing. Their edge playstyle so fitting with the Fuse right now. The fact that they still get console information allows them to play aggressive, and we've seen KP go their way because of it.
Yeah, and let's see if they can do it one more time. We're going to head back to World's Edge for our final match for this group. Let's take it away.
One more World's Edge and one more contest, perhaps? Barbecue? The answer seems to be no for now here, Genome, as Brave Fanta look around the command center just to check if anyone's going to loot there, but Barbecue stick to where they dropped off first things first on, and they don't want to fight Brave Fanta now.
Yeah, it's been slightly different to the first 2 skirmishes we saw between these 2 teams. Dax, King MSG did go for the control building again, but he did manage to get out a little bit quicker and find his way back to his team immediately. So unlike last game, we don't have Great Fanta trying to chase him down and start off Barbecue team's game poorly. That said, they're creeping through on the gondola now, going through to the middle building in Siphon. They might be able to do the same because Nicholas is currently by himself.
He's busy.
He's trying and failing to shoot down a cargo bot, I can tell you right now. Yeah, he missed the first shot on it. And of course, that's going to make a bit of sound. I think Barbecue might be able to ambush him.
All this effort for a golden sniper mag.
Oh no.
Oh no! And Nicholas run. He gets cracked from afar by the wingman of King, and this is the chance for Barbecue to get their revenge. Ronin also in the front line now. Thermite can get thrown on over. Looking for those shields to break soon too. Barbecue here piling on the
Ticking
pressure.
them.
Oh, the ticks, you mentioned it, but here we go. One shot's all he needs. The headshot to 86 there, but Collapse answers back. A 2v2 for now.
Okay, so now we've got Loki and Collapse taking alternate angles here to try and close in on Barbecue. But of course, they've got the lifeline. It's very helpful for anyone who gets knocked as long as Mascot can stay on top of this. There you go. He's in a corner. Easy res.
Yeah, it's all up to Loki because of it. And here we go again. King is back up to his feet. And he's ready to fight yet again. Effectively a 3v1 now. They catch out Loki. They beat down Grave Fanta. And the allure of the Golden Ball Genome. It is too much for Grave Fanta to handle.
Oh, sparkly things. Sometimes you've just got to say no to them. But will they get the reset in time? It looks like Doc has come up just in time because NumNim are about to pull up on Barbecue.
Yeah, NumNim keeping an eye out. It's still a heartbreaker. All that for the sniper mag of all things. But NumNim, see Barbecue moving on away. We're watching here SWQ all the way on the opposite end being pressured here by outside. So you can see that the ring central yet again, this time a little bit more eastern compared to a ring number 1 from the first game. So it might mean it might pull towards the fragment area, and the team's already looking to call that action.
Very true. We don't see Bearclaw Gaming taking up a similar spot. They're actually holding on the train station this time, Dax. So obviously teams betting more on a sort of fragment-esque ending as Boogie Boarders have to bet on being a duo again. Oh, that's not great. Maybe they can grab this banner. Yes, Killerpaws does get it. And they've got actually a fairly free run to Ghost Town. So I'm thinking that Boogie Boarders will be back up to a trio in not too long, as I think they've just got to get there before Makers come out of the Vault Tunnel, because if they see the respawn going on, you know those guys are heading directly for you.
I think they're going all the way towards the Overlook area here, actually. Remember, we talked about the draft a while ago, and it was really just them, the only ones around that spot of the map. So Boogie Boarders playing it extra safe, was afraid of the Makers rotation from the big mod spot. True has taken where Geyser was at, Numnim, the rest, Bearclaw getting in position, and Barbecue, after everything's said and done here, Gino, finally able to play the game properly.
It's nice. It's nice, isn't it? It's also nice just to get, like, you know, sort of, you know, a little bit of contest back in action here. We were a little bit worried we were never going to see them again. Okay, the respawn does come in. They actually decide to go to Overlook for it, but that does mean that they've taken a little bit longer, and Makers have seen this happen. So X and Y, they'll be taking off that similar spot, but as you can see here, Killerpaws dropped in, hopefully not too far from his team, because they're going north to try and loot up again, try and get him some more attachments and whatnot before coming back down to Epicenter. But you can see Makers have spotted this out. Not only that, they just picked up a turbocharger as well, so they're probably not the kind of team you want to rock up against when you've come back in with 0 attachments on your guns.
Yeah, they're just not a force to be trifled with, that's for sure. Already within the top 3. And they're still low-key tracking Boogie Boarders right now with the pings, with the passive really of the Bloodhound Aegis. He's the one with purple armor too. Very ready to play that front line. Effectively, these kind of rotations so suiting the Makers play. Our Monster Firebird though, they impressed with the solo a while ago, but now they're left. The Shark, the only one in this waters again. No Kraber in hand this time. A sliver of HP too, and War Monster Firebird, they're gone so quickly already.
Wow. In a flash. SWQ. Bearclaw Gaming, lots of teams in close proximity to each other here as well. Outside, yeah, plenty taking up these buildings. The teams later to rotate in seem to have gone for Monument, but we'll see just in a sec which one of those spots is more likely to house the end circle. Yeah, it has pulled over towards sort of Fragment, North Fragment. So I think Makers actually sitting up there are going to have a fantastic shot at least grabbing a ton of KPs as teams rotate underneath the cliff sides of Epicenter. And maybe even Boogie Boarders, who just got the scan at Epicenter, will be able to play a good position from up there too.
Yeah. Everyone towards North. Akuma also, you can consider them to actually funnel in. Legends Gaming will be nearby. And this is what we've been talking about here. This ring looking very interesting. Can actually swing towards the north there of Fragment. Barbecue did see the Pathfinder knocked down for a little bit, but they are fine and coming in from Thermal. But this is just the usual APAC South urban warfare kind of deal here, Genome. Everyone picking buildings close to one another, respecting that for the time being, and eventually I'm really keeping an eye out on how Legends is going to play this, just because they're going to be the ones in trouble with Remarkable Team and Virtus Pro nearby if they need to head out.
Yeah, those teams kind of locked into it together over there, aren't they? And teams like, you know, Heroes X and Y now just starting to move in, but, you know, some of them managed to grab that zone information, so X and Y, they are aware of this and may even be able to make their way around. You know, if they can try and skirt the city, they could find themselves in a half-decent spot, but with 4 or 5 teams sort of starting to ring up around the edge of Epicenter now, we get a little dicey up here too.
Yeah, we're seeing Akuma. It's been an interesting story for them. We were talking about it a while ago when we highlighted the roster swaps. Fussy now joining the squad, providing extra bit of leadership perhaps too for Akuma, but I do wonder, he did struggle back in LAN. He did perform well in the regular season of split number 1 instead, so perhaps he can find a return to form. Also interesting to see Yukoi back in action. They haven't really been scrimming with him as much this week, so let's see if Akuma can get back on their footing, just because they did have some good standout performances from last split.
Yeah, they were one of those teams that had a little bit of an aura around them in split 1. Wasn't enough to get them over the line with a plane ticket. And it's going to be even harder to do this split Dax with that one less extra spot that APAC South has available to our best teams.
Clown there, lucky me.
Makers, they're just really watching for Boogie Borders. They know that Boogie Borders had to run away from them that far off. They have an inkling that Epicenter's not going to be as safe as they would like, and they're just in a really good spot for the rest of these rings. I'm see Kill Devil also pressured here, but X and Y watching out for barbecues right behind him here, Genome.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've actually decided to play this very late, right? I was just thinking about the Boogie Border position. They've actually got the ring console as well up there, so they'll probably get a ring 4 scared by just going into slightly into the zone and taking damage for that information. X and Y, in the meantime, are going to try and force other teams into the zone and just kind of keep them there. And look, so Barbecue, they've got the scan over at... oh no, they don't actually, because the Pathfinder went for the Survey Beacon perk instead of the Ringmaster one. Interesting choice here. So they will just have to probably go for the other choke and play north of Monument.
And they're gonna run into Lightning Unicorn at this rate, but Barbecue, they have so much armor to utilize. They're fully fitted with the lifeline. MDY, though, on the other hand, has found contact on the opposite side of the map, and that is HKUF, who has had one of the longest rotations so far in this game. Black Road, he does have red armor here. HKUF have so much to work with. Dark Veil now sealing that presence. MDY still above them, and as the wall drops, HKUF take the caravan right now to at least make it a reset point for them.
I mean, they'd be farming up those Evos to have the Reds this early in the game, Dax. And that makes them a scary force. But they've waited out the Bloodhound ultimate, one of the most important tools in team fights. When you've got so many Bangalores and smokes to find around, even that is not enough to keep Ransacker up, though. But if they can get into this caravan, they've got the lifeline res ready to go. MDY, though, will they pull the trigger early enough?
MDY is looking to jump at it, but with that lifeline, HKUF can have those extra hands to still provide cover. This is one small building, enough to keep HKUF for the time being alive, but they do see Vic here getting knocked by Rogers, so that is desperate here. That is dangerous for HKUF. They're losing members left, right, and center, and this is a chance for MDY now. Out of desperation, they put down the care package to provide extra bit of cover, but on the inside, there is no escaping MDY here.
I mean, it was the nades, honestly, from Fragment. It was True who was proving to be such an issue for them. But then as soon as they do that, the nades have left their hands. No later has Numnim come over and taken their building in Fragment. While all that was happening, we did actually see Boogie Borders get taken down by Kill Devil up in Epicenter as well. So now there are 3 teams on that northern side. And as the zone is about to end, and we'll get, you know, a better sense of that, we've got more fighting even now as teams start to move through the city.
Yeah, SWQ's doing so well to keep their building in check. Because of it, they even catch out Remarkable Team, and SWQ should be able to bring Donut back on up. Yuling, though, providing cover again. Bear Claw Gaming looking to pounce on it, but with that crack, with the Beast of the Hunt, Yuling sees it coming, and that's enough for SWQ to reset for now.
Very nice shots coming out there. Even stopping to scan for his team in the Beast of the Hunt. Not that he needed the extra vision, but... Okay, the zone is pulled south of the Lava River here. So all 3 teams will have to make the crossing. That's Kill Devil scanning over towards Legends Gaming. And then to even further east of them, we have Makers. Apparently it's just Asia's playing by himself, and then Dexter and Ziki actually kind of holding zone down, which is just on the hill above Fragment.
Yeah, he's so wary of that rotation, even with both Mini Borders and Takuma gone now. Virtus Pro, though, they have their own kind of issues to deal with. This devotion is going rampant. Pricey has it in his hands. Breaks the shield of Bloodhound nearby. Heroes trying to make a good rotation in. They just can't find the angle versus VP. Let's listen in and see how they take this fight.
They're
gonna go blue. They're gonna go blue.
By the way.
Evac. Let them evac. Let them evac.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot last, maybe.
They're not taking evac, I don't think. They're running below us.
Yep.
I'm on stairs here.
Outside here.
Crack
Yeah.
blood.
Where to walk up? I'm walking up the way.
Low bang, I'll remember.
There's a team in front of us right here as well.
Land the crane.
Yeah, we gotta look for that. You're gonna have to wall off 60 way, and we gotta fight this guy on the left. This team. Nice.
60, okay, I'm doing it now.
Kills here.
I'm holding up now.
Yep.
Shoot these guys.
Go bail.
Kill these guys.
Hand me a crack.
Dead.
And cracks.
Dead. Come on, you wall. Come down to me. Low ground.
Yep.
Look right.
I got fucking stunned. I'm healing.
And just come to me. You are safe on me.
Yeah, I'm batting. I'm good. One ahead, Cassie.
On top of you. Bro, like... I just got fucking...
Too much to handle for Virtus Pro. Could have escaped, but Legends Gaming keeping an eye out. And we are down to 7 teams here, but we're not done with Legends strafing player K. They need their shields back on up. It's all up to Easy Flash to provide that cover here.
I mean, it was a pretty good effort from VP. They took down some of the threats, but unfortunately there were just too many to deal with. One of those being Legends Gaming, and frankly, they are a threat to just about everyone in this lobby.
Just are playing here at the very edge. Rolling Thunder, keeping them at bay, sure, but Legends Gaming a step too far. Could be their demise. Perfectly placing themselves in cover for now. Kill Devil, though. That's Bolin all by his lonesome, putting the pressure onto Legends X and Y. The ones who picked up the spoils from HKUF, they have their own kind of fight versus Num Nim, and JR is putting in the work. Sata falls, YR2, and X and Y force Num Nim to be a solo now.
The float is gone, but Bearclaw Gaming scan him, and surely, no, actually a knuckle cluster from afar means they have to go back inside the building, but them and Numnim are removed. Dexter, no, he's not going to get caught out, is he? Makers have such a fantastic position. They need to support their teammate here and not overextend. Legends are going to try and edge in just a little bit here, but okay. They have managed to stabilize. That was way too close here for Makers. This is going to be a really interesting endgame here with 4 teams in very different positions who honestly all have a chance to take this one out.
Yeah, rare misses there from Easy Flash just because it's so hard to hip fire with the devotion from that distance. And Legends Gaming, they do still have to fight Makers along the way. X and Y though on the other side, keeping an eye out and looking to gatekeep Bearclaw now. Crack the shields onto one. Those spikes aren't going to be enough cover. And YC wants to push JR and XD. Already in a good spot. The swing comes on in. And YC putting in the work. He has the healing perk. He is topped up to almost full. And Bearclaw's gone now.
Legends, you see Player K with perfect timing on the pylon. That stops most of the mother load that was trying to make that position unplayable for them, as they then have to turn around and take on Makers and X and Y.
But here comes X and Y. They're happy to play.
It's over already?
It's the blink of an eye, and I absolutely thought, you know, Legends Gaming with a Devo in hand could have done something there, but, you know, having to, I guess, climb up that devastating cliff edge just to have X and Y sort of waiting for them to just appear is a very, very difficult task ahead of them. But X and Y sitting down quite low on the leaderboard, Genome, and just absolutely obliterating in our third match of the day.
Yeah, win 10 kills as well. That's a massive 22-point game for them, which is going to do wonders for their standings here as we come towards the end of World's Edge. And it's, yeah, look, I mean, you know, Legends, that said, have continued to chip away at this. We said, you know, just a couple of points a game will be good for them. Starting at Landslide, their second pick POI in this series, but they get a second and 6 kills.
Yeah, again, it's the Legends Gaming snowball effect, I'm calling it, Genome. You know, they just start to amp it up each and every game, moving up the leaderboard with ease, and this is something that they showed in this third match. You know, we've seen it yesterday. They didn't start off, you know, in the greatest of aspects in you know, yesterday's matches, but again, they just keep going and moving forward, and when we go over to Storm Point, we're just going to see that continue it again. But you know what? A little bit of a difficult time there for VP, you know, having to move through that lava with, you know, Legends Gaming on the tail. But here we go is the steamroll effect absolutely obliterating in their path.
Yeah, I mean, they did very well. You know, the Watson is just so helpful in these awkward situations, and this one, unfortunately, was a little bit too much to ask for Legends Gaming. But the spot that they took against VP, you know, pylon set up, ready to go, and then they can stage an attack from there. And also that last offensive there, you saw, they would have been absolutely, you know, stuffed, essentially without Watson there, because they would have been fused, grenaded, knuckle clustered, and they would have had to move way more quickly than they did.
And everything in between. But look at X and Y. Gee, no, not only did they take out the win, like you said, they have 10 KP just to add to that. That could be huge for them to push themselves, you know, up the leaderboard. They are definitely coming to play in that third match. Again, Legends Gaming doing the same thing, absolutely having a cracker of a third match to push them higher up. It's going to be very close. We still have Bear Claw Gaming, you know, sitting at the top there, but we're about to find out exactly where our teams sit. And look at it, Bear Claw Gaming are still in the lead.
Damn, 24 placement points. Just reading the zone well and getting there. That's incredible for Bear Claw. That's their World's Edge, and they've made you know, a very good go of it. If we look at their picks, this was their first round pick, so you'd expect to be getting more points there. But that said, they're backing this up with Pylon on Storm Point. That was their second round pick, Lace. So I think Bear Claw have got a good chance of finishing strong here and getting, you know, a top 5, if not top 3, if not top 1 finish here in our second match day.
Yeah, and Pylon is in a massive POI, especially as we move on to Storm Point. But, you know, Legends Gaming sitting at about 10th previous to that, and they skyrocketed up to the top. So, again, we're only just going to see that moving over to, I guess, Storm Point. So it's going to be very exciting to see how these teams fend out of their, you know, chosen POI drafts in, I guess, the new system that we have. So I'm incredibly excited to see that. Makers and Boogie Boarders also have to commend them doing such an excellent job today. Something, I don't know, Boogie Boarders had some sort of weak beats today. I'm calling it, because they have just come out, and the aggression that they're showing in today's matches is definitely something that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think they do quite well when they are being aggressive and taking those fights. You know, they had 9 kills in the first game. Unfortunately, really falling off there in game 3 after a half-decent start. So they're, again, sitting around middle of the table. And, you know, if we again, you know, we're going to keep talking about this just because we're new to it, the teams are new to it, and the audience is new to it as well. But how the POI drafts affect these teams who haven't necessarily played from these POIs before, and there's so much macro that they've got to learn. For them, Overlook was their first pick. So with a very average set of results here, they now have to go to Down Beast, which I think they're also quite familiar with, though, and play from over there too.
Yeah, and you know, we'll definitely have a look at, you know, the Storm Point and where all these drafts have been chosen momentarily. But yeah, Boogie Boarders just, you know, absolutely doing some work today. And so it's really good to see them turn up the heat a bit more in these matches, just because yesterday probably wasn't the best that they did. But you know what? It's only day number 2, Genome. And we have groups A and C. We're halfway through the matches for this group today. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we'll see you back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are here day 2 for our Split 2 Pro League here in APAC South. We just finished game number 3, so let me take you through a quick little recap of what we've seen. We had Bear Claw Gaming take out the win in our first match. We then had Remarkable join us for game number 2, and now Triumph X and Y with game number 3. But as we move over to Storm Point, Genome, we have the new POI drafting system. So let's take a look at our teams and where they'll be landing.
Alright, so we're moving over to Storm Point now, and as you can see, there's quite a few teams who have this as their second pick. So as we look across, we see teams like Makers who had 40th pick and did very well with it. Now they get their number 1 pick and they can walk away happy with Lightning Rod from that one. Looking around, I feel like Jurassic at number 37 for a Remarkable team, not so bad. Legends Gaming picking up their preferred Storm Point POI in Ceto Station at 19th pick is incredibly good for them.
Yeah, you got to just think, they get a little bit of confidence when their pick actually goes to fruition. So even having the likes of Bear Claw Gaming, who are at the top of our leaderboard, taking out such a strong POI there at Pylon Genome, this could be huge for them. Heroes going into Devastating Coast haven't been doing, what we've seen them do at the playoffs before. Could be, finding themselves such a difficult spot running into someone like Bear Claw Gaming. It could be, a difficult feat for them, but you know what? It's Storm Point map. A lot of things change for our teams. Sometimes they, I guess, do a little bit better on this.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be able to get into the game soon and see if there's any of those contests that we saw over on World's Edge. It's a little bit rarer though on Storm Point.
Yeah, I know from yesterday we saw a lovely finisher right into the midst of things. So let's go take it over to Storm Point, guys. This is game number 4.
Lacey, you're talking about finishers when we are just getting started with our second map for this split. Map number 4, Storm Point finally, though, as we get into things, and it's been an interesting draft here. Genome, first things first, I just want to point out what you pointed out a while ago. I can't believe Legend still gets Ceto Station with the 19th pick in the draft.
Yeah, the other one thing I just noticed right at the end, didn't quite get time to talk about there with Dax, was VP first picking Zeus, because we actually heard quite a bit of talk from Pricey about how they weren't a huge fan of Zeus Station, right? But I thought going into this that this would be a good chance to try and shake things up. So is it that Pricey is, a relatively new IGL, and he doesn't want to have to, add to his workload by, sort of working out new macro from a new POI? Or is it that the problem, or one of the main problems that they had with Zeus Station was just getting there at the start of the game? Dropships on Storm Point, notoriously bad for POIs up the north side. So now that we've completely done away with that, you drop in, it's easy, it's very reliable to get to your POI and start looting immediately now. Does that make Zeus Station a much more attractive option?
I think you just basically answered your own question there, Genome. And it's that familiarity that can also help the likes of Virtus Pro 2. But we're watching now, SWQ. They've already invaded and forced True out of Cascade Falls. And True left to a duo. But just to build on some of the more familiar spots, we also have in the draft X and Y. Gonna be in their classical Sonota Cave. We already talked about Legends making it to Ceto Station. So some of our notable names from split number 1 starting off their runs here. And just to finish it off, I do want to say, just like yesterday, it seems like in your first set, you want to pick something you're familiar with before anything else.
There's been a lot of teams going down that route, hasn't there, Dax? Just counting on the fact that they know those rotations inside and out. And yeah, just interesting that there haven't been as many teams willing to try something new, willing to put in those hours and learn a new set of rotations and a new way to play the game. on the chance that it might actually improve their chances by, you know, 10, 20% from playing a weaker POI to a stronger POI. But of course, you know, you're only as good as sort of how you play from that position. It might take time.
I agree with you. It's just, sure, you can have a good POI, but if you're not a strong team, what can you use it with, right? And I guess I've noticed Lightning Unicorn, unfortunately, still a duo. They did pick up where Tom Young Kung for last split left off. They're the ones taking North Pad. Here we go, though. Checkpoint having a bit of action, too. And HKUF, they're above. Legends Gaming decides to not take that fight, and this will provide HKUF a chance here to just stabilize in the middle and still have this ring console for further rings later on.
Let's check out that area.
Position in checkpoint, I agree, can be very, very helpful. Usually, teams will start to pull up, though. A lot sitting on the outside at the moment, so yeah, it's interesting that HKUF, who did just use that beacon within checkpoint, don't have to worry about anyone else right now because they're all too busy fighting over the gazebos out here near North Pad.
And this is unfortunate. Lightning Unicorn, they are known to drop from North Pad, and Legends Gaming drops on the duo. They already catch the KP onto Bang Fafa 5th. Easy flash. Sure, he's in a bit of danger, but this is a 3v1 effectively. Smokes out. Legends Gaming got the reset along the way. There's also Evil Harvester nearby, and everything is gonna be very, very good for Legends. It's Lightning Unicorn eliminated there by Virtus Pro 2.
Lohan is also in absolute no man's land. He is like 3 miles away from his teammates and has summarily been removed. I was like, oh, there's another solo here. And then I clicked on him on the map and I was like, oh no, it's a full team. But Levy and Bolin are literally on the tail of Down Beast while he is in the trenches.
What is he even doing there?
I don't know. Can't answer that question for you, Max.
It's no man's land for good reason, and Luhan is just another victim of it. But X and Y, seen this team win out before. Very far away from the action. Long rotates, but they're going to be running into, or rather Akuma is going to be running into them. Pinged up already. Evac Tower set them up. YC though, that's a good scan. Also beats the hunt with this perch. Good angle of elevation again. Pressure now applied. Frag gonna get thrown to. Only under the answer. And as Akuma tried to engage inside the building. X and Y is finding the first knock going now. Clutching falls. Crusader trades, but X and Y holds them off and wipes them out.
Oh, that's another rough game there from Akuma and X and Y, who are trying to build back into this. Have a nice start there with grabbing some KP, and if you think about their, you know, of course they're getting Cenote again. It's very nice from them. Once again, it's been a theme, very familiar, right? They have to play Sky East as well, which is not quite so good, and then also not good is getting sniped while you're trying to res your teammates in zone.
Yeah, Nicholas, he's taking a lot of damage from the ring too. Barbecue versus Great Fanta. The fight continues, and Great Fanta wins it, but I don't think he's gonna last any longer. Can Nicholas get the heal in time? Okay, he's fine for now, but effectively, this has crippled the game of Great Fanta here.
This is going to make it pretty tough for them. I mean, you know, they've got the replicator. Well, no, not the replicator really matters. They've got no sport legend. But they do have the respawn beacon right there. So hopefully that means they should have time and maybe even just craft a med kit on the way back into the zone.
I'm just thinking of their scoreboard. I think it's 3-1 now in favor of Great Fanta, basically. Barbecue and Great Fanta having a rivalry even from Pro League qualifiers, but we're watching NubNim keep an eye out and look to shoot from the outside. Clear defenses now. Try to push on in versus through. So the scan and the pylon too, and NubNim doesn't care. Arcstar can get thrown on over. The pylons towards the staircase. There's a chance for some of these nades to actually find an angle so far.
Okay. They've managed to remove the fences. Now the pylon as well as True seem to be getting shoved into a corner, but perhaps they've waited this out long enough, Dax, because VP have just turned up.
Now VP's on the other side in the other house, and they also want a piece of this fight. Pricey. He has some nades to work with here. EP, the better armor between all of these squads for now.
Numnim leave.
Don't want to push. Yeah, Numnim just don't want a piece of this. They back on the way. True is the one stuck in there.
Yeah, very interesting that they put all that work into trying to take that position, and now they have... Yeah, they're going to go all the way around. They've actually pinged that sort of southern tunnel that goes from Cascades to Checkpoint. So this is going to be a huge rotation, actually, from Numnim. After that, nice senti shot here from player K.
Oh!
Oy.
He's doing so good with the snipers. Ever since game number 1 with that longbow, he highlighted his damage from that first game. He's continuing on now. Player K really having such a good weekend. Legends Gaming, he spot out War Monster Firebird trying to leave from Northpad. All that fluff though in that last fight. All for nothing. Maybe now we'll see Legends Gaming go for the send. They just scan. They don't want to overcommit again.
I mean, we've missed having a sniper specialist in the region, Dax. It's been a while now since we've seen Natsuru Sama, who always used to be repping those. But it feels like it's kind of coming around again, you know? You've seen Monsoon doing so well with it over on Complexity in NA. Yeah, now some other players starting to see how good that charged Senti is and pick it up. Maybe player K can hold the torch here in Apex South.
Yeah, Legends Gaming still in the middle of all the action, but all the way outside the ring by the edge. Makers and Great Phantom do find one another. It's a fight there. Player K though. That is just God's work on the kill feed. War Monster Firebird getting sniped from afar, and Player K is eagle-eyed right now here.
And SWQ to say, yeah, cheers, cuz. They were occupying the same building over there, but War Monster Firebird not able to find cover from the devastating sniper work here by player K.
I've been playing a bit of Fire Emblem recently, and anyone just gets sniped from afar like that, it's reminiscent of that player K doing so well. And I mentioned a while ago there was a fight between Makers and Great Fanta. Great Fanta eliminated, and yet again, Barbecue that poured on their side, causing a slower rotation, but we're still here with the Legends Gaming Showcase. Player K, give me another good shot. Oh, that was close. There's one more in the chamber. He's gonna go for the reload, but a bunch of shields, single shield cell to work with. He can charge that up. Remarkable team on the other hand. They're the ones keeping cover for now as there's pressure upon them.
There is the pressure. Goes by the name of Virtus Pro. And unfortunately, Pricey and now the entire team has been removed. That was mostly from Legends Gaming, though. We're thinking about changing gazebos, or are they just trying to remove the competition here, Dax? Drake from Flame thinking about going back to his team after this bat. Of course, he is playing Bang, so it's not unusual to see him roaming around a little bit more. He doesn't want to get caught off by the other scouts like Fenfu from BCG, for instance. Especially when they had such a good spot.
I reckon that they didn't get that Remarkable team was actually that close, since Remarkable team was only using the ramp for cover.
True.
Still had gazebo control, but in any case, he wisely backs on away. Miracle Gaming also doesn't want to take that fight. So the gazebo fight, the gazebo stalemate, it's just going to continue for quite a while. But this is a squad we need to watch out for. X and Y is going to be the big edge team coming from the west. Heroes, as well as Makers, the ones coming in from the east. And X and Y now looking to search around here by down east. MDY right in front of them. Heroes having their own kind of conflict too versus True. And True is in the spot of trouble. Vixaria left to a solo standing as Granny Smith and Rogers are both down for the count. Shields cracked there by Bastion. True with Vixaria getting that movement speed. Seems like he's gonna get in cover for now.
Yeah, Heroes essentially dealing with True. They might still have one member left alive, but again, it's the team fighting for True that is letting them down. We saw them getting into good spots earlier and, you know, using that macro in their composition to keep other teams at bay. just like MDY Black are doing X and Y here.
Yeah, MDY, they're so good at playing so defensively. Ever since we saw them from yesterday, Augenstern especially being a big proponent of that with his spike and barricade positions allows players like Leon to actually hold off anyone coming from behind, and it's a big reason why MDY is still one of the forces to be reckoned with if you're one of those edge teams rotating late.
Yep. It definitely can be, Dax. Having a look here at where the circle is pulling, it's actually gone very much on top of Legends Gaming. Incredibly important for them here. They try and just keep things on an even keel because there's players on all sides of them. Until the end of this ring, they'll actually be a lot safer. But for right now, there's teams just completely winging their position.
And this is a lot smarter from NumNim. They don't want to full send it because of the Catalyst presence, and he just fence in MDY. They're making a zoo here, Genome, and this is not one I want to watch. They're kicking in the doors. They're looking to break those spike cores, and eventually YR's devotion busts on through.
Oh, wow.
MDY cannot hold him off any longer, and NumNim wiped them out.
I mean, I liked the thought trying to catwall out as soon as the door got broken was honestly a smart option, but even the casting animation for that ultimate just a little too long, and MDY can't hold them off any longer. A respawn comes in. That's going to be SWQ. You can see Donut there making it back to his teammates, but I don't know how long this is going to last.
They're lacking these attachments, lacking that punch versus heroes, as we see Kill Devil and Bearclaw Gaming eliminated now, but it's SWQ who actually gets a bunch of KP from that. There's more efforts to be done. Crazy Kong here fighting now from below. But he's just out in the open inside the trench as Donut, though, getting close to the wall and getting that cover. That's enough, though. The Crazy Kong has to look for Bastion now to the floor. And Heroes, they need a chance here to reset. But Kissance is the only one standing. A Dark Veil to provide cover to get out. But the rest of Heroes will be left behind now.
Boogeyboard is playing on the outside of the bunker here. HKUF decide it's time to come in, and I don't think Boogeyboarders were expecting this, so they take a knock here on the back. That's enough, though, for HKUF. Ransacker decides to go back inside, and they're going to just use their nades and utility here to try and grab the reset. Legends Gaming, they want a clear part of this, so they're full sending it here now at Makers.
Yeah, Makers is a big opponent, though, and Makers is eliminated by Legends. Boogeyboarders, too, taken down by HKUF. Some grenades there to provide that cover, but it's dangerous now. Player K looking to find a way to bring Easy Flash back to life. The Scraping Flame needs to hold off by his lonesome. Player K now. The reinforcement necessary to crack the shield onto the Catalyst, and the pylon being set on up. Heroes, they want this desperately, but they're only a duo versus Legends, who's still standing as 3.
Yeah, and it was the bang ult as well. Strafing Flame keeps it for moments like this where they need the reset, they need to buy some time, and it does just that. There we go. The window of opportunity for the Heroes duo is gone, but they got the banner, and they might even just get a quick second here to get Lahim back. Oh no, sorry, they didn't get the banner. Oh no. Yeah, that's right underneath the Legends' feet there. So no, okay, they will be a duo.
That's why they wanted to push it, but that swing from Player K was so paramount to keep the line drawn, and beauty again of how Legends Gaming plays this game cannot be understated. It's a remarkable team. They also want a statement now. DK, sliver of HP, he backs on out. The rest of Remarkable team are there, ready to swing. And as soon as outside go outside, they are beaten back out. Heroes also gone now. Legends in the top 3 alongside Remarkable team and HKUF.
There's only one member left. They, probably shouldn't worry too much about that when Legends are trying to push up and take space and health away from them. Legends, though, giving them an appropriate amount of respect here. Easy Flash might actually be the one to go in and try and finish off. Just grab that one extra KP. Hopefully, HKUF aren't able to find a timing here off that. At least from their perspective. No, they're not. Okay, so Legends now comes out on the south side of them, and he's pushing them into that bunker.
And you just saw that 1v1 by Easy Flash. Dearly missed. Back in LAN. Legends Gaming. I mentioned it a while ago in our pre-show, Genome. Most of their points from yesterday came from store point, came from a Cito station start. And it's looking to continue here. If everything goes to their plans, HKUF, they dare challenge with the smokes now. And Easy Flash, he's all the way in the front line here. Buys lonesome by the rock. Breaks the shield though onto one. Knows there's gonna be a swing here on the other side. Fights right behind him. Nades two, and Legends Gaming need to regroup.
This last fight's been a little bit more like a game of chess here, and I think they've finally taken too many of the other pieces here with HKUF triple cracked, and now with Ransacker and Black Road to try and lift this out. I don't think they're gonna do it. Legends Gaming come up and over the top. Could this be a second match series win in a row for our best team in APAC South seemingly at the moment, Dax?
This is their start, and you can see that this is their map. Storm Point looking genuinely something that Legends Gaming controls extensively. And Lace, it's just the standard Legends game that we know and love, and that was just a prime example of it.
Legends Gaming do it again, Dax. Like, they're holding strong against every team around that rock, you know, fighting for every single possible moment and cleaning up all that's in their path. Is exactly what we love to see from this powerhouse of a team. And, you know, like, they're sitting in third place at the moment, tied with Makers, but this game alone would most definitely skyrocket them to the top. You know, we've got a couple of teams that are only like 1 point difference, but you know, having as many kills as Legends Gaming, this is it. This has pushed them right to the top. We saw them take out the win in the last 6 matches from yesterday, Dax, and like Genome says, I reckon they could definitely do it again.
I mean, this is just par for the course. 16 kills for Legends Gaming, first place. That's what, 28 points under their belt, and that should really bring them to the forefront after everything's said and done. But this was such an incredible Storm Point game for 2 reasons. That the gazebo's so vital for the likes of Legends Gaming, and a remarkable team that made it to the top 3. Just the trenches being such a way for these squads to fight. And we've noticed also that if you're one of those edge teams and you get caught by a team inside the zone, it's really that prime position. And when they go for the call for the fight, that was so important for the success, especially Legends Gaming winning out versus Makers here. Just basically sealed the deal for their win.
Yeah, and we saw it yesterday as well with, you know, Legends Gaming and Player K being like the quite literal rock and the anchor for the team to get a reset. And again, we've seen that from Player K just in this match alone, you know, utilizing the fences as Watson just to create that space so they can absolutely just, you know, fend off these teams that are pushing through. And then we love to see Easy Flash come in, just be able to take the straight 1v1 with absolute confidence for this team to sort of just take this straight 3v3.
Yeah, and I love that you pointed that out, because it just feels like for Legends Gaming, they're honing in on what they're good at, and especially with Player K getting more and more renowned with what he's done with the snipers, with the support, with the swings. But Easy Flash, I said it a while ago, it has missed his performance, and you can see why. 10 kills out of the 16 Legends Gaming did, 2k damage, but Strafing Flame consistently also hampering anyone against them, 3k damage for the IGL.
I couldn't even hold in my excitement, Dax. That's just one cracker of a match for them again. Like, it's, you know, they just amp it up each and every time. We only see them get better and better. And, you know, as I said, they were sitting about third just before we went into this match, but that has got to take them over to the lead, and what a lead that they have.
What a surprise. Sarcasm aside, Legends Gaming looking to clear a path to the top. 14 points clear of Bear Claw Gaming. Remarkable team still in the top 3 after the top 3 finish. Makers right behind them with a 21 KP. The team second only to Legends in terms of that stat. But it's been an interesting run here for some of these teams. Boogie Board is still within that top 10. X and Y also finding a few more kill points. Their names are their number 6. Numnim actually within the top 5, but it cannot be understated that after a performance like that, everyone has to look at Legends Gaming now.
Yeah, exactly right. But, Num Nim have been doing, I guess, well overall. We saw them, on World's Edge, being able to just, keep it together and get positioning earlier. They're slowly starting to get to KP as well. So they're actually holding quite steady as a team. But you know what? That was just our match number 4. We're going to head over to Storm Point once again. But before we do that, we'll take ourselves a short break and we'll see you soon. Versus C, the powerhouse team themselves, Legends Gaming, take the win in match number 4 with a whopping 16 kills under their belt. It's a nice little lead over Bear Claw and Remarkable.
Yeah, we had a feast of incredible games so far, and Legends Gaming, it's the usual. They're just happy and hungry to keep going for more. I just go back at the incredible stats that they had. 2k damage for Easy Flash, 10 kills, 3k damage for Strafing Flay, Player K always a marksman, and it's just been the system that always works. But HKUF doing an incredible job also, making it to second place after the struggles from yesterday, and especially as they were the last team that really qualified from the Pro League qualifiers. So getting a good result in a stacked lobby like this bodes well for HKUF, and especially a remarkable team who's still within that top 3 in terms of the standings.
Yeah, like if we have a look at, I guess, those middle teams taking out Legends Gaming, they're very close together. It could easily be shuffled around. You know, we have Makers at about 35, Numnim at 32, X and Y sitting about 31 points. So, you know, there is so much, well, I guess there's a little bit of room for everybody to shuffle and move. It could just take one game for this team to skyrocket to the top. But, you know, Legends Gaming, we have to talk about them. They secured themselves 25 split points in yesterday's matches. And you know what? They might even, I dare say, do it again for split 2. But our favorite little thing that we love to look at, these ones that hold on for dear life for their team just to solidify some extra placement, Dax. Here we go, our rat spots.
I mean, extra placement, yes, for MDY, especially with Bebe there in World's Edge. But for Ronin and what's been happening to Barbecue, they've just been losing these early contests and early fights versus Great Fanta. That one game where he effectively lost his squad, brought them back up, his teammates died again, and he's like, I'm playing Revenant just to pounce away from the opponents. That's it's not the best thing for Barbecue right now.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can rat their way to the top this time. Let's head over back to Storm Point. This is game number 5.
Another one on Storm Point, and another one perhaps for Legends Gaming. The stats have been saying so far on this map, and they are in first place because of it. If you guys are just tuning on in, this is game number 5 in our first series of the day between A and C, our first set rather. It is still Storm Point. I'm still here joined by Genome, and from what we've seen so far here, my friend, what can we even do against Legends Gaming? Because they just have such a good spot on Cito to go anywhere in the map here.
Yeah, look, not even just a good spot, Dax. They got the hot zone this game. They've got a juicer that's spawned very much within the POI, like a lot closer than you usually would get to where you're landing. I'm surprised that Easy Flash didn't just hit it straight away, actually. He was sort of looting over towards that side. And then look, the zone's not even that far away, honestly. So this is a pretty good deal for Legends Gaming. Actually, could I just point one thing out, Dex? The rat stat. How is no one mentioning that the rats with the highest time spent alone there was Ronin? You know, literally like a samurai that like travels around by themselves, essentially. Like that was perfect. Come on.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Wordplay. I get it, and it just hasn't been the best case for Barbecue. They're such an outlier in terms of composition, right? They're trying to bring in that Pro League qualifier to comp here within the split 2 itself, and that's what you were saying back in the qualifiers, that it just might not be enough to go for hard mechanics. They're in 20th place, unfortunately, because of it. On the other hand, teams that adjust, teams that have a little bit of, I'd say, versatility too, a remarkable team, up 3, still running the Valkyrie and Caustic together.
Bogey there.
Yep, one of the only teams, maybe even the only team, that's picking that one up at the moment. A couple of changes to his kits have made a drastic change to his pick rates here. So obviously we've changed over to Storm Point now, and you know, that's going to change the drop spots. It's going to change how strong the position these teams have to play from, as some of them just come into the mid-map very, very quickly here. You can actually see Numnim taking the roof, just camping these doors outside. Is a remarkable team. That's them on the inside, and then Great Fanta have the buildings on the low ground.
It's getting crowded here, and Flo trying to smoke on the inside there. Beyond that, Numnim again love to play that kind of contain, set the fences right in front, just camp them as much as possible. And they realize that is the Caustic team, a remarkable team. The ones inside here, so they have to stay outside, stay on top, and just look to poke and prod if they want to get a chance against them.
You know what's even worse is you've got Akuma sitting nearby. They're still on white stacks. They're in between two juices, but because of where the zone has pulled, they can't really get to either of them. They're going to be held out by all of these teams. And as soon as these other teams realize there's a team with whites in front of them, they're just going to get sent. This is such a dire position here for Fussy and his crew.
And it hasn't just been the best day, truly, for Akuma. One of our only triple roller squads right now within the scene, but Legends Gaming again, very quick on the rotation. And this is a bit reminiscent of a game that from yesterday we watched Makers win. Legends Gaming perhaps taking note of that, setting around near that respawn beacon just because that was a good spot that Makers took yesterday.
Ooh. DY Black gonna have to back away here. You can see with Beast of the Hunt popped. They've got nades blocking the entire entrance to this tunnel. That's gonna make it pretty tough for True to grab any sort of purchase on the inside there.
MDY again, as soon as they have an interior, dissuades anyone from chasing them, and True instead now target of multiple arc stars being thrown. How many arc stars did we see fly from HKUF? And True is taking the brunt of the damage. Black already catching Rogers out there with the Hemlock. Catalyst, sure, to be able to get back in the cover, but HKUF, this is their chance now. Let's pick up some well-placed KP. In one game, they made it from 20th to 13th. Now they're continuing in with that momentum with a knock on Vixaria 2, hunting down the final member of Through here.
Nice for them. They will grab that finish too, and it's only Granny Smith there to run away. Not going to be an easy finish for them. He did manage to get one banner on the way out, I guess, so there are some respawn beacons available to him, and honestly, barely anyone on the west side of the map, so there's a chance that he comes back as a duo at least.
And watching here, Heroes also keeping an eye out. Like True hitting the respawn beacon as you mentioned, but it's problematic for them perhaps as X and Y are all the way at barometer there, Genome, and they might see that if ever they rotate that way. So still a difficult spot here for True. Heroes watching them keep an eye out towards SWQ, but they're eventually going to be able to move on in where everyone else is congregated at one house. Really going to be the brunt of the action for the rest of the game here.
It's going to be a very important spot, isn't it? Boogie Borders once again just trying to break out in the middle of the pack. It's a spot that they're not used to being in, but it's where they found themselves too many times so far this season. At least for, it seems to me that players of this caliber should be striving for something a little more than that.
It's just been struggles, really, from the Split 1 playoffs, and especially now, Boogie Borders maybe getting caught in some of the rotations that they don't expect. Notice, really, that they thought that they were the last ones rotating in, but there's still someone behind them, and it's been a bit of an issue. Canada, they got intel. We go back to HKUF, watching True drive on by, and they actually pick up the banner here of Vixaria, so there's a potential to become a trio again, but not in a position like this. Granny it's in the cover. At least the shield sails on, but HKUF is just hounding them right now, and that's a trident really delivered in front of them. They spot the target. That's a Watson, no. And he's very low HP too. This is gonna be easy pickings for HKUF. That pylon broken very quickly by Hong Kong Falcons. Eventually, they're gonna go back into cover, but this is still True in a desperate scenario.
Yeah, this is some kill race farming here from HKUF as they get, what is this, their third, maybe even fourth KP out of True. And you can see Rogers is all the way by himself up there in Cascade Falls. We'll be able to bring Vixeria in, as you said, but, you know.
You're just swapping duos at this point.
Yeah, come on, mate.
Oh, no. That is just so unfortunate for True. And sure, a banner to be used. And as soon as he lights that beacon up, War Monster, Firebird, Kill Devil, those two teams can bounce on them.
Well, there's 4 teams that have to rotate past him to get into the zone. I don't know, like, Rogers may not be aware of this, but he is about to get absolutely munked.
Second respawn beacon for True. And the series of unfortunate events will look to continue from there. But hey, resilience, that's pretty cool from them. Earthlock Gaming, on the other hand, fighting near the gates of Jurassic. They do slide on away because that's X and Y with their long rotate. Purple armor though, look very deadly decisive. The Havoc, the Hemlock, Meta Guns too. And X and Y so precise. Bear Claw Gaming can't handle them.
That said, it's not all over here in Jurassic Park. There's more monsters to deal with here with MDY Black also popping Blood Ult here. And trying to rock up. Grabbing a third party, grabbing some KP. X and Y keeping them at bay for now. And if they take too long, it'll be HKUF on the backside as well.
But effectively, that Dark Veil there from MDY Black. X and Y benefiting from it as they stay on their lanes and stay on their side. It's HKUF looking to find the third party. They realize the fight is already over before it really begins. MDY, they just use an ult there to try and find at least a pick, but X and Y staving them off, and now they're the ones in position again to poke and prod from there.
Is that the sniper tower going up? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was kind of
I was like, damn, I haven't heard that sound in a while, actually, on the broadcast. But there it is, HKUF want to get a better vantage point. And it'll serve them pretty well, especially when, you know, a lot of Jurassic Park will be in these next circles. So I like that position up there for them. Wookiee Borders, however, they're not in the best spot. You've got Barbecue ahead of them, Makers, VP. Barbecue are double holding the buildings though, so I guess the issue is, can they take over one of them? Meanwhile, there's also 3 teams behind them that they are at risk of getting zone wrapped by.
Yeah, Wookiee Borders there, Lightning Unicorn already hampering the progress of outside, and our duo squad continuing on, doing the best that they can as a duo. But look at the green screen, sir! True with their 3rd respawn beacon, and they are back up to a 3-0. Congratulations to True.
Oh, they got all 3 of them!
Dude, they're still fighting for their lives, and I love it. But Lightning Unicorn, despite it should be over for now, they're just gonna run away from outside, who's taking the better position, knowing the fact that this ring is gonna get very deadly soon.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to be taking fights inside the ring in Zone 3. It just gets way too risky.
Oh.
Chances of you coming out of that with a full team are almost nil.
I saw it real quick. Yep, I saw real quick there with True again. I've been watching this squad almost extensively after their efforts. And now Lightning Unicorn will eventually eliminate True. All that hard work, Genome, and they run into the duo while they were busy with the Trident.
Oh, a little bit unfortunate there. They thought they finally had a chance, but no. And there we go. We were talking about how Akuma were really just stuck in a horrible spot there where it was impossible for them to charge up their Evo in time, and Legends Gaming, they make mincemeat of them in the middle of that circle.
Legends Gaming, very happy with how this game is going, and this next ring pull still possibly gonna go in their favor. Akuma, I believe, has been overrun. Numnim nearby, but we're watching SWQ now look to make their way in. And it's Makers and Kill Devil, the ones looking at them. High ground though, looking to snipe that pylon. Gaming, oh, they're getting sent here. Player K and Easy Flash, they found the knocks, that nade onto Nicholas. Absolutely huge. Legends just beating back Great Fanta from where they came. Outside eliminated off screen, and we're down to 15. But this is an easy fight now for Easy Flash as they're hunting the last member, the solo here, just wiping the knockdown shields and wiping the members of Great Fanta that dare fight them.
All right, X and Y. In the middle of this again, and it was remarkable team that they took the skyward dive in to try and take that position in Jurassic, but X and Y will not let them have it, and off the back of 6 KP now, they've got 2 red armors for themselves to work with.
Yeah, but Legends Gaming snowballing too. They realize there's only one team left on the southeast, and they overrun them so quickly. 10 squads immediately remaining. So quick now with how these squads are getting wiped out. But Boogie Borders Virtus Pro, MDY, very close to one another kill. Devil's still there too, but we're still on X and Y here. Over at Jurassic, the fight that we've been waiting for. The fight between HKUF and X and Y. It might happen here. The Rolling Thunder to kick things off for JR to back away for now.
So HKUF, they retreated from the Sniper Tower into the tunnel there for a little while. But now it is finally time to try and take on X and Y. It's going to be an incredibly hard fight for them. They would have to out-trade them by something like 200 damage just to have a chance in this fight.
Yeah, this fight has gotten tougher and tougher the longer they were stalling for it. And HKUF, they're gonna need to go above and beyond to win that, but we're still here at Virtus Pro, who've been struggling actually in this lobby within the bottom 10. East of the hunt right now, Pricey, the only one still standing, but they're cornered here by Gobgas and the rest. Sharky falls now, Pricey, the sliver of HP, but Sharky seems like his Rolling Thunder is still putting in work. Lightning Unicorn, the duo that's been doing dirty work so far, eventually eliminated, but Pricey's the only one standing here. The damage has been done, and X and Y now, they're ready to pick up the pieces, waiting for this KP to be delivered. HKUF, this is their demise here.
Their demise, but it's X and Y's domain, and they completely clear out the southwest side of the circle. Now up to triple reds with so many death boxes to loot here, as they will look down upon the rest of this lobby, and oh man, there's about to be about 5-6 teams up the top side here running into each other, desperately trying to catwall themselves into this and will themselves into the next circle, but most of them will not make it.
Ready to see that kill feed light on up. Barbecue though in the midst of things, and it's Ronan still trying to find some more KP, but it's not gonna happen. Barbecue eliminated, Makers 2 gone, and the Boogie Borders are within the top 5 for now, but Rocky's in trouble there because of the Knuckle Cluster. He decides to go above now to the ground. And as soon as that happens, as soon as he peeks out from his hidey hole, he's at 1 HP and swung by X and Y there.
Yes, X and Y, they don't want to wait any longer. They realize how much of this circle they can take position in. Pricey gets scanned. I think they know he's a solo now. This is time for them to try and take him out, so he can't be a factor. He is essentially the X factor here between them and Legends Gaming, because it is those two trios here contending with the Virtus Pro solo.
Yeah, but this is a straight up fight between Juggernaut Genome and X and Y. Have been farming those red shields all the way from Jurassic. Legends Gaming have been playing in the interior for so long. Great positioning. You know, itty bitty angles here from Pricey. He still found X and Y. The swings are so sublime from them. Pricey's gone. We get a straight up 3v3 now.
Definitely the armor advantage goes to X and Y. They've moved up to 50 points. That is incredible for them. Legends Gaming. And they use their position and their skill to outtrade X and Y for the win.
It's a fight for the top spots. X and Y in second, Legends Gaming goes so far away in first, and now with the knock from Player K, it's the beginning of the end of X and Y. Legends Gaming keeping things going on Storm Point, and the back-to-back is all but secured.
You know, whether it's a fight, whether it's a rotation, they always seem to know what to do, and Strafing Flame is really getting, even further cementing his reputation here as a world-class IGL.
Yeah, they just do it again. I don't think we've seen a back-to-back from them, but you know what? It's just only time will tell, and it's exactly what they're showing. Their story is just so exceptional. They go to the playoffs, they absolutely decimate in APAC South, and they just continue to shine and absolutely take control of every situation that they're thrown into. Even X and Y in that situation, though, G-Name, they're turning up the heat once more again, knowing that they were so close to overtaking, the likes of Makers, but yeah, having to go against a powerhouse team such as Legends Gaming is something that they're going to have to try and figure out.
You know what, Les? I haven't seen a team gap an APAC South lobby this hard since Reignite.
Wow. And it's just great to see them, I guess, be one of those teams that not only can make it to LAN, but just have such a giant lead in front of all these other teams. And you can see, going from the playoffs where they didn't have Easy Flash, and they're coming back to perform for us for Apex South, really seeing like how well this team works together. But really awesome to see each and every member do their job incredibly well.
Yeah,
we're so used to seeing Easy Flash do all of it.
Wow, I mean, look, he's always on the top of the leaderboards for sure, but you're right, they are all pitching in. Player certainly doing his job. You've seen how many times he's been able to help them stabilize, playing that Watson to perfection. Obviously, the macro calls are working because everything else is working, including Easy Flash putting up numbers, putting up kills, and, the amount of kills they got in that game was sickening. I'm sure, if we get that overall... Yeah, here it is.
Again, 16.
16. Are you kidding me? For X and Y to come out of this with 10 and Kill Devil with 9, usually that's an astonishing kind of number. But you're telling me that Legends just pulled out a 28-point game.
They had 16 kills in a previous... I feel like this is deja vu, Gino. They've done 16 kills in a previous match with a win, and they do it once more. They're already 25 series points locked away. And, I said to Dax before, I was like, do I dare say that they're going to get it again? And it just seeming like, coming into our 5th match with only one more match to go, they probably will definitely do that. But, X and Y with the 10 kills as well, that is huge from them. They were sitting in the 6th place position, but that most definitely should have pushed them further up the leaderboard as we take a look exactly what's happening right here. And they do. X and Y move up.
Yeah, X and Y are moving up 4 spots there, actually, into 2nd. So, yeah, look, that's definitely a nice one from them. They've had some banger games today, a 22-point game and a 19-point game over Legends, who, as you said, got 28 points apiece in the last 2 games. And they've kind of been ramping up as well, right? They had 7, 5, 15, 28, 28. Who knows? Maybe there's more to come in Game 6 here. Either way, yeah, I am just truly blown away with how good Legends Gaming are right now. No one else in this lobby is coming close to them.
Yeah, I talked about such a stacked lobby today as well. Our games yesterday, Legends Game, I think got 67 points for all 6 matches, and now they're doing even more with such strong teams coming through. I just don't know what has been in their water or what they've been drinking, but it's definitely working for them. And we're going to take ourselves another short break, Genome, and we will see you back for game number 6. We have such an incredible bunch of games so far. You know, the last game is coming up for Groups A versus C, Genome. You know, with Legends Gaming with a drastic lead above the rest. Not only that, they got back-to-back wins with 16 kills each. I don't think there's much that can stop this team.
Yeah, certainly not the other 19 teams in this lobby. That's kind of the impression I'm getting. They are just running away at this point. I mean, yeah. Look, drastic is a good word for that. I think, and, you know, the other teams are going to have to take drastic measures if they want to get anywhere even close to Legends Gaming, who are looking to actually close this out with 3 wins. I mean, imagine if they clean swept Storm Point, Lace. That would be pretty incredible. Yeah,
so not only do they have 25 series points for our matches yesterday, they're in contention to definitely do that again, but we do have a thing, bonus points, Genome. I believe if they get the next win, they could be eligible for an extra point added onto their already tally, so that could be huge from them.
That would be incredible. I don't think we got one in Split 1, if I'm remembering correctly, for APAC South at least, there, Lace. And, you know, you have to go back, honestly, to teams like Reignite when they were in APAC South to get those kind of bonus point performances. So wouldn't that be fitting if they started to stamp themselves on this as, you know, the real standout team of the region?
Yeah, well, Makers almost did it yesterday. Legends might be doing it today. Let's find out. This is our final game for Groups A versus C. Let's go have a look.
If you want that bonus points, you need to win one more game if you are Legends Gaming. For everyone else, they want to take a dub too. But Genome, looking at the scoreboard so far, besides a monster game from X and Y and the quick eliminations from Legends Gaming, I do believe that this day is theirs again.
It seems almost certain at this point, doesn't it, Dax? I mean, they are, what was it, 33 points ahead? I mean, even their banger games of 28 twice in a row, you'd need even more than that, which seems pretty much insurmountable at this point. So, starting off with a clean 50 points, you know, split points in the overall standings is pretty nuts here for these lads. Really hope that we get to see, you know, them take out the #1 spot, the #1 seed. They'd be so happy to be able to take that moniker into LAN. Yeah.
I guess my question is to you: do you reckon that it was a disappointment for them that they weren't #1 last split?
I think so, but you know, they were dealing with some. You know, some circumstances which made things a little bit harder, you know, with Strafing going through some stuff there. So, you know, maybe explainable, understandable, but it didn't take away and certainly didn't hinder their performance, coming out so well and swinging in that final lobby at LAN, which, of course, they, you know, walked away with a very, very high placement.
Yeah, and it was a rough start for Legends Gaming then, and after everything was kind of talked about, it just seems to me that everything's more locked in, a lot more positive, especially here for Legends Gaming. We had that interview yesterday with Strafing Flame. You can see the vibes, you can see how they really feel, and effectively, if this keeps up, especially with their performances in Storm Point, they're looking to be the next one. Dark Zero, the next Moist Esports, and another one of perhaps those dominating forces that come from APAC South.
Seems like someone always sort of rises up to fill the vacuum, doesn't it? You know, first it was Reignite, later DZ, and, well, now Falcons. But, yeah, then Moist really became the team to beat in the region, and with both of those going over to basically destroy any other North American teams who, you know, had an ego. Now someone else has got to take up that mantle in APAC South.
And we'll see now as these teams will jockey for position. Also to take note, after this session, we will be getting B and C instead to face off against each other in 6 maps. Barbecue, though, looking to rally. They're in 18th place. AP is going to be so helpful for them. And up close and personal with the L-Star. Perfect for Tigronin. As KZ will fall, that's one down from Workable Team, and Barbecue are hungry for more.
Yeah, making me hungry too, Dax. Might have to go chuck something on the grill in our break between the...
You want some?
Yeah, can't grill pizza, mate. What are you...
Okay.
Yeah. In our break between sets, though, definitely going to hit that up, I think.
Maybe we can have a Genome barbecue cam, you know? Just like outside, you're cooking for 20 minutes, you know, as barbecue are cooking up some kills here. Ugh. I heard you had a jungle cam or something.
Oh, that was back in the day. Yeah. Sadly, I no longer have an indoor garden to work with.
Yo,
so...
why'd you retire it?
Look, wasn't my choice, Dax.
Okay, understandable. This is... All jokes aside, this is tough for a Remarkable team. If they lose this right now, if they get eliminated early, they might get knocked down the order here from a top 5 placement.
Yeah, I guess sitting at 40 points, there are a couple of teams just behind them. I mean, it's been such a great effort from those guys. You got to remember, they missed game 1, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they're in 4th place now in their first performance coming out here. But yeah, look, Maker's right behind them on 38. Obviously, that team is always going to be putting in the work here in APAC South, so they're going to have a half-decent game, you would think, to keep them at bay.
And it's a fight here at Thunderwatch's WMFB. Look to see where Virtus Pro is at. It's a big fight here for the hillside, or above Stormcatcher. Potentially, Reigns can't really pull that way, and so many of these teams jockeying for that higher altitude of a position.
Heroes hoping to sneak in on the edge here. Virtus Pro start looking out that door, however. They will notice them. They have been spotted. First few shots exchanged. Warm wants to Firebird. They can hear this as well, and they're piping in shots on the other side. So Virtus Pro need to make sure and not taking too much damage from either of the teams as they actually get Lahim to flesh as he tries to fly in and take the roof.
Yeah, Virtus Pro doing some damage. Heroes, they land on the other side, but are they aware War Monster Firebird is right under their noses? We did see a Remarkable team that should be them up to a duel at least. But it's been a bit interesting here, Genome. Heroes as well as Virtus Pro struggling to return to form in their first series back in the region after the Split 1 playoffs. And I wonder if they can recover, especially in their second set later on today.
Yeah, well, they finished Split 1 8 out of 30 teams, Dax. It's a decent performance, good enough to get them to land. That said, in Split 2 it won't be. You need to be top 7 now. So Heroes essentially do need to step it up from their Split 1's performance if they want to have another crack overseas.
Yeah, and it was an okay performance too in LAN, within the top 30 position, and I guess after, unfortunately, missing a year under the Devil United banner, they did at least make it back to that LAN. See if Heroes can do it again coming into this split. But this ring, very familiar to so many of these teams in APAC South. Very familiar if you even play Stormpoint. As soon as you see this kind of pull, you know you're going to have to play that cliffside, that hillside there, and Bearclaw. They notice already one of these teams, SWQ on one side, Numnim on the other, and Bearclaw sniping to bring up those shields.
It's such a hard spot to play from this hill. I mean, Watson fences, they can only keep you safe from so much. It's the cover that's usually the problem. You know, not being able to worry about nades and whatnot because you've just got so many angles to think about, especially this early in the game. It'll get a little bit easier once we get to circle sort of, you know, 5 or 6. Because it is pulling up onto that hill, Dax. We're definitely going to end somewhere around there.
Oh, and SWQ is not enough cover to survive. Heck, having a heyday there with the Sentinel. Easy pickings, courtesy of Bearclaw. And while this happens, oh no. Not even Numnim. Numnim's actually rotating with a single player to try and find a flank versus SWQ, who's looking for the reset. And if this timing works out, Well, it's not even gonna happen as Bearclaw already eliminate SWQ, and they see Numnum actually taking that position now.
I mean, Numnum is spread across both sides of the hill right now. I don't know if that's just to try and, like, draw some fire away because there's so many sniper bullets just peppering at them right now and, you know, threatening to completely deplete their resources. Of course, this is one of the reasons why you picked Watson. So that as that pylon comes back online, you're constantly refreshing your shield.
Ooh! Man's already at 750 damage. Just sniping here. Courtesy of the Stormcatcher doorway, and the struggle for Numnum is they played early zone, they're on blues and whites effectively, and Heck is just having such a good time. Skeet shooting from afar, so we'll see if Bearclaw can rack up some more kills there. X and Y on the other hand, looking to secure at least that second spot, and the competition's tough here with Bearclaw getting kills with Makers within the top 5. Whoa. Here we go though, X and Y from below fighting against Ski Lift. JR lifting himself up with the evac tower, but Killapause has already gotten one. It's damage being done. It's a 1-for-1 trade versus the Boogie Borders. X and Y don't commit as of yet. Clusters being thrown. XD providing that cover for X and Y to survive, but this is such a close fight. Boogie Borders, they want to push on in, but Killapause here will fall. XD now moving forward. The alternator doing great work within the supper rounds. And X and Y have the advantage now.
Panna tried to take high ground. He's going to get chased away by Remarkable Team as X and Y lick their wounds. Should be back to full health in just a second. And there we go. It's a full reset for them. And now they look to go on further and solidify that second place. As we mentioned, first is out of reach for X and Y. But that doesn't mean they can't continue and stop all comers below them.
And they're hunting down Panna here, who has the banners available. X and Y wants to get the full squad wipe as Lightning Unicorn, the duo that is doing all they can. 15th place, not too bad for 2 people so far, and somehow they survive. They do narrowly avoid Remarkable Team and outside there as the Boogie Borders have been hunted down by X and Y, and it's gonna be at least the first skirmish towards the ski lift here.
Completely done for. Lightning Unicorn, despite being a duo the entire day, have still managed to outplace 5 other teams.
Yeah.
Congrats to them. I mean, that's, you know, 5 points is better than 0 in terms of the split standings.
Yeah, it's just a re-roster that has worked well for Lightning Unicorn. You still have Gopcaps, but Alpha 5th or Bang Papa 5th from... what team was that? Full Engage, if I remember correctly. The standout really of that squad. Just looking to find even more talent in such a hefty Thai scene already. And interesting enough, actually, in this A and C matchup, we get all our Thai players on the board ready to fight one another. But speaking of now, Akuma on the other side, Yukoi, Crusader, Fussy, fending off anyone in Command Center. Ransacker and the rest of HKUF. Crusader, he gets on the board with Yukoi traded here. Seems to me that Akuma wants to at least take this fight here. Rolling Thunder as they retreat and look to find cover outside.
Yeah, but there's so many teams. I mean, True's holding the high ground here, way up in command, and then you've got X and Y just routing them as the duo from Akuma now reduced to 1, and they're also going to have to contend with a blood-altered Lightning Unicorn coming out and playing a part in this as well. They actually get deleted by X and Y.
Oh, another
really
one!
Want to make the most of this. True actually dropped down to try and get involved in this. Is it a good decision?
Oh,
Absolutely not.
YC, where did that come from? But we're not done. Who's here to pick up the rest of these pieces? It's Legends Gaming, the rally that threatened the lead of Legends. X and Y will fall there. And these death boxes are just a bounty for Legends to cement this first place spot.
Kraber, as well as all the loot they could possibly need here. Legends Gaming actually take a knock from Bearclaw Gaming. Oh no, the grenades rain in.
Caught napping there, and Limo takes advantage. Here they come with Benfu and the rest. A decent swing for the Bangalore to get behind them. And Bearclaw Gaming, that got very deadly, but eventually they survived the fight. Legends Gaming, they're gonna call it a day with first place secured, but the game still continues, courtesy of Bearclaw.
Oh, well, it's not like they needed the points, but Legends Gaming play it fast and loose there, and Bearclaw are the ones who will benefit from all that on the west side in the end. So, oh, good for them. They can walk and try and make some space for themselves with the Kraber in this last section here, as we do start to focus on this cliff going up towards Thunderwatch here. And, you know, the teams that have been up there for a while, starting to run low on resources. You're talking about teams like Remarkable and Virtus Pro, who didn't really get the chance to loot heavily, who haven't taken successful fights yet, and therefore haven't been able to pick up the pieces from other teams.
Yeah, multiple squads really coming in from Thunderwatch. It's been a standoff rather than a loot bat, as see it here. 11 squads still remaining, Remarkable team being one of them. Thunderwatch looking very much so crowded and clouded right now. Evac tower set on up, Makers above, outside here, down below. It seems like his hero is actually catching out the Remarkable team. Kissan's also doing work there with the bow check. War Monster 5-word having this grav cannon, the only thing for cover. And Shark, does he bail or does he go for more? Nade getting thrown. 3x here on the Hemlock. Rolling Thunder also again set on up the Bangle, providing him a bit of cover, but Makers, they have a spot to work with, and they have cover for now.
As we mentioned, Makers close to moving up the leaderboard here. This is so important for them. They do stay in the zone here, just barely. And they need to try and deal with both outside and War Monster Firebird near them.
I mean, they're beaming Shark now. He's in cover, but for how long? As Ziki piles on the pressure, Great Fan eliminated. There you go! War Monster Firebird's gone, and we are down to 8. Virtus Pro struggling all throughout the day. No one expected them to be within the bottom 5 coming into this set. This is their chance to rally from afar. Sharky doing work. Levy falls to his hands. Beautiful work with the artillery too, but we're not done. Sharky survives with a sliver of HP right beside a knockdown player away from above 2, but eventually Hex Kraber does the magic. Bearclaw are here to play and here to slay.
Oh, no way. Can he get Sharky back up? He's got a Numnim that's trying to reset just below him. He may not know that. I'm sure he's getting some sort of res notifications here. MDY Black just got a respawn? Okay. Oh, it's all happening here in this last circle, in this last game of A vs. C.
Yeah, MDY Black just there in the corner, putting themselves up to a 3-0. They have red armor, but they don't have a Tatters to work with, so they'll see what they can loot along the way. So picking up some of their death boxes from a while ago. Makers, though, as well as Bearclaw, still a threat. Aw, you didn't even need to do that. The Sharky 210 on the crawling player. You got Heck still here with the bats, and just Bearclaw in this middle of things, but they're the ones in control with everything that they have here.
Yeah, Makers, of course, up on the hill. Bearclaw trying to delete these other teams who are in shambles below them, because you've got Kill Devil and Way actually going in for the assist there at the end. Still, the teams of up the top of Thunderwatch, usually they get pushed out of position a little bit earlier, but this particular zone has afforded them so much time to just stay up there, and as you can see, they'll even be within zone 5, Dax.
Yeah, they're still safe here, and the high-low is set up by both outside as well as Makers. MDY Black, the ones looking at Bearclaw right now. Heck has 2 bullets left in the Kraber. Looking to make those count, and even a Moby for a bit more cover, but it's really the threat of Thunderwatch that Bearclaw is wary of. They're rallying here to get even more points on the board, but MDY Black is fighting them quickly. Bebe gets the knock onto Fenfu. That's the start that MDY wanted. Heck desperately putting up defenses to try and wall off the wall push itself, and outside also peeking against their opponents from above. Zipping on up. They want Makers now. The Motherload is the play. Noel Sam fighting against Ziki. Here you go with Asia's of Dexter though on the board, and outside taking a bit more than they can chew. Oh no, Heck also chipping in, and Bearclaw wants a piece of the action here.
Oh, they have to get this reset though. They were quite a bit behind Bearclaw in terms of points here. And I think that means that Bearclaw should maintain that number 3 position. I don't know if Makers have enough points to make it on top of them, even if they win this final fight against MDY. They've got them pinned down right now with the mother load, and the overshield on Ziki is gonna help them out in this last scuffle.
Yeah, Makers couldn't the opposition, and they've been watching from that perch for so very long, facing up against anyone who comes their way. Now they push, and now they find MDY. Baby's gone already. Advantage clearly in favor of Makers. And
That's exactly what APAC South is all about. You know, Groups A versus C giving us nothing but the best entertainment that we crave so much. Legends Gaming clearly out in front on the scoreboard, but, you know, did Makers do enough, I guess, to push themselves up and catch to the second place? Genome, what an exceptional game from Makers.
Yeah, it was a very good effort from them. I think they did luck out maybe just a little bit there by, how late that the Thunderwatch part of that zone remained in. You know, usually you saw teams prioritizing other spots on the hill because very often they're the ones that you want to be holding down, especially if you've got the Watson. You can get them set up and fortified a little bit earlier. So yeah, it was fortunate, but at the same time, you know, you need things to go your way a little bit in BRs sometimes, and then you just got to make the most of that.
Yeah, and as we tune on over, watching X and Y just absolutely obliterate here, you know what? They had a nice little reset just after this fight as well, luckily to get away with the skin of their teeth, Dax. But, you know, I guess it wasn't enough here because I think steamrolling the team, here comes Legends Gaming just to clean up the mess.
They thought it was free versus HKUF, and then they got even more with Lightning Unicorn delivering themselves. The threat was true, and they were like, okay, cool, we're good. Suddenly Legends, and suddenly Bearclaw. It was just such a scuffle outside Command Center, but it really goes to show how potent a team like X and Y can be, and I really wonder if they maintain that top two spot because of it. But Makers, man, you gotta go back to how they performed all throughout the weekend. From yesterday's 2 victories to today's dominance here in that 6th map. It was just so clear-cut. As soon as Outside tried to be proactive, Makers just holding them off, and that motherload to end it all with Ziki containing MDY. It really was just Makers magic again showing up today.
Yeah, you know what? It's just something that those 3 can do. They put in the damage, they put in the work, which gets them that nice win in our final match for this group. Makers with 11 kills across the board. Now, I can't do the quick maths there, Genome, but it seems like they might have creeped up.
Oh, let's have a look at that scoreboard and see, Lace. We'll spare you the maths and just give it straight to you. 2nd place via tiebreaker over 3 teams. So close. 61 points apiece for Makers, X and Y, and Bearclaw. And Makers with the stellar last game there. So just to recap that for you guys, they get 23 points. Wow, X and Y's biggest game, 22 points. Bearclaw's biggest game, 20 points. So they all had phenomenal games, but just by a tiny bit, Makers will grab themselves those extra split points.
Insane. I just want to chime in here. And in that last game, all 3 teams did whatever they could. All 3 teams, double digits kills. X and Y got 10. Bearclaw had 13. As soon as they picked up that Kraber, it really ramped on up. But I can't believe that Makers still got it at the very end because of that victory there.
But let's just have a look again at Legends Gaming. We don't even need to worry about whose time because they're just out in front once again. Coming into our next, lot of matches from yesterday. They do it again. They take the win. That earns them another bunch of series points. And they didn't even need to worry about game number 6 too much. Genome, they just knew that they were out in the lead so much that all the rest of the teams had to fight for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot.
Yeah, I mean, pressure completely off their shoulders at that point. And honestly, you can go into match day, you can go into the 2nd and 3rd round robins, possibly even feeling like pressure's not even on you for the rest of the split lace. I mean, obviously they will want to be, playing their hearts out and probably trying to grab that first seed going into LAN. But if you get 2 firsts out of your first 2 lobbies, it's very hard for teams to catch up to them, and is that early enough to start saying they're locked in for LAN? I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna make that call though.
I love the outlandish calls, okay? That's exactly what we love to see. And you know what? We were speaking about yesterday and the damage that Legends Gaming put in. We were shocked at what they did, 7,000 for like Strafing Flame. But you know what, Dax? They just did even more again this time around. Look at that.
Yeah, just what else can we even say? Easy Flash, second to Strafing Flame. It really has been Strafing Flame stepping up to the plate as a player, not just an IGL. And it's just looking to me that Legends Gaming is one of those teams that will try and be above and beyond the competition. Guys, that last game, incredible. But it was a battle for second, and the stats here don't lie. With that kind of damage, Legends Gaming have put themselves in the forefront.
Yeah, and just to have, I guess, even we were talking about Player K, Gino was touching on playing with the Sentinel for quite some time, and just to see Strafing Flame on the team still, I guess, do a lot more and heck more than, sitting back, sitting pretty. Really, is it a testament to Strafing Flame and the way that he plays so aggressive for his team, but just to have, Player K and Easy Flash being so comfortable and to let him do his thing in a way, you know what I mean? Sort of like a dog off the leash and just going in and having full faith that he can, really hone in and just decimate anything in his path.
I mean, if Player K is the calm one who's sitting back and anchoring them, right? He's kind of holding one on each hand because there's no doubt that Easy
we need
Flash
a graphic for that.
he's a pretty aggro kind of player himself. But look, I hear we're thinking about showing you the overall standings after this 2nd series here. So why don't we see where we're at after that? It's Makers at 42, but Legends with the perfect 50 out of 50 available points.
I guess after watching today's games as well, Kill Devil still at 3rd. They're doing an amazing job overall. Yesterday's games, Dax, they blew us away with their cohesion and the way that, they were able to get it together and absolutely perform. So having them, I guess, sit nicely on the overall series standing is still a great testament to them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Bolin has done so much for this team. The fact that they made it within the top 10 with some struggles today and some experimentation with crypto, it really goes to show that Kill Devil is trying to make a mark, especially in the top spots. You got MDY also there, Bear Claw having a good game here. But since Legends Gaming got back-to-back first places, guys, Makers did get back-to-back second places. So, it's a good sign for Makers too.
Yeah, exactly. And this is only our first lot of groups for today. We still have some more Apex Legends action coming up shortly. I guess our Group A gets to sort of have a little bit of a relaxation time. They had an exceptional day yesterday and again today. So that's, so well deserved for them. Now, speaking of breaks, guys, we ourselves are going to take a short little break. You at home take a short little break, but never fear, we'll be back for some more games afterwards. We still got 6 matches coming up for our next lot of groups. We'll see you there. Well, not quite yet. We've got another 6 matches to showcase today. We've got Groups B versus C to take to the stage. Genome and Dax. Dax, did you enjoy your pizza break? Are you ready for more matches?
Yo, I had a pizza break, I had a burger break, and now, you know, we are good for more. Did you notice, Lace, though? We have so many food logos in APAC South, so we're always hungry for more and more of that.
I'm confused. Where's Team Palmer? We haven't had one of those yet. As you can see, I didn't get mine until way too late throughout the break. So I might be budging on that.
You guys are all having delicious meals. I had some cheese and crackers in a muesli bar. Like, that's all. That's my sustenance to go into another 6 matches. But look, guys, we're gonna have some familiar faces, familiar teams, I should say, joining us once again. Because we're going to have Group C join us back again, but then we're gonna have Group B take to the stage as well. So we saw a very good lobby yesterday, and Groups B definitely shone through. So B versus C, are we going to have some amazing games? Let's take out Legends Gaming that had an absolute blessing of a game, 6 matches I should say previous to this the break, taking them out of the mix though. Genome, does this let everybody flourish a little bit more?
Well, I mean, there's nothing that's there's no one else that can catch up to them now, right? Because no one else has won a lobby, so whoever else gets 25 points here, at the most they can get that in a second place. So it's kind of hard for everyone else to compete with the juggernauts that is Legend Gaming's right now.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the format and have a look. And we've got a video just to show you exactly what's going. Let's take a look.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
And there you have it. That's how everything works. These teams are seeded into 3 groups. And like mentioned before, we have our groups B versus C heading into 6 matches. Of course, we'll start on World's Edge again. So we're going to see 3 World's Edge map. And then we jump over to Storm Point for our last 3 matches of the day. Oh, what a goddamn afternoon we're about to have, Dax.
Yep, it's another set and it's another session of World's Edge and Storm Points. And I've just been tallying things up because you guys were talking about the scoreboard a while ago. I think what's most interesting is first place and second place are basically a Group A team. Third place is a Group A team. And it really has been Group A being the dominant force so far. So now with B and C in the mix, I really feel like there's another potential team that can really step up to the occasion with some of those juggernauts gone from the lobby already.
Yeah, hopefully it gives them a bit of a chance to shine. And you know what? A big change that Apex has, had is the POI drafts, which is hoping to give, teams a little bit more of a chance to shine as well. But let's go have a look at our leaderboard here and see exactly where everybody is sitting and what they need to do for us today. But this is a series scoreboard. So look, some friendly faces coming back. Genome, Dreamfire, we saw them compete yesterday. They did an okay job. Let's hope that, like we've said, taking out some of the juggernauts, that they can really flourish today. Bringing back No Credit, who also had an absolute, cracker of a day yesterday as well. Let's see if they can really take to the top.
Yeah, I mean, Serenity's another one I'm probably going to keep my eye on there. You say Dreamfire, need to look out for this without a couple of those juggernauts in the lobbies like Legends Gaming. But, honestly, they need to be able to compete with them as well if they A, want to make it to LAN, and B, want to be able to, compete on the level that they have before, that we know that they're capable of. I don't know, was that the past, and is this the present?
Yeah, and Dax, we called, Wonton Dumpling, now Weibo, a juggernaut in our split one. But, you know, going off of yesterday's matches as well, they didn't seem to, I guess, go toe-to-toe with Legends Gaming like we're used to seeing. Hopefully, in our next 6 matches, we might see something from them.
Yeah, it's just our defending champions. They only got 5 league points, really, from that session last time around, and it just seems like what used to work isn't working now. It begs the question, what else is there for Weibo Gaming? Do they have the support structure to really help them figure out some of the flaws in their game plan? Can they still rely on the mechanical prowess of Gugu as well as XZZ just to really clear out the competition? With this kind of matchup, there is a chance for them to start farming, but then again, it just isn't as confident as we would like from Weibo.
Yeah, and of course, in and amongst that, major changes to all of our teams with our new POI draft system, where teams get to sort of go in a particular order to select their POIs, Genome. You know, we've had such changes throughout the season, and this might be one of the biggest ones for our teams moving forward.
Oh, it's been massive, Lace, and I think we've seen some reverberations of that. You know, from one end of the spectrum with, you know, teams playing from the tried and true and absolutely killing it like Legends Gaming, you know, all the way to teams having to try some new stuff out and really just kind of falling over, you know, as they're sort of just feeling their way. It kind of feels like they're feeling their way in the dark, you know, not having played from these POIs at all, apart from maybe the last week of scrims.
Yeah, well, if you want to have a little bit more information, who better than to tell us exactly how this all's worked than Rain Day himself? Let's have a look at exactly how the POI format works.
Hey Legends, today I'm here to explain the new ALGS POI draft system. This format change aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and different playstyles. How, you might ask? Well, this is how it works. Prior to the Pro League regular season, each team receives a random assortment of draft picks for match days 1 through 9. The assortment is perfectly equal, meaning if a team receives the first draft pick, they'll also receive the 40th draft pick on that match day. This draft style is called a snake draft, and the order of draft picks changes with each match day, which means that teams may not always get their preferred POI. On draft day, each team will make 2 draft picks, 1 Storm Point drop spot, and 1 World's Edge drop spot. Strategizing is crucial, as drop spots on both maps are up for grabs at the same time. There will always be more drop spots than teams, which means that even if you're the last pick, you'll have multiple options to choose from. Once a POI is chosen, it's off limits to all other teams for that match series. On match day, each team is dropped from an individual dropship above their drop spot. It is a whole new ALGS. Well, I hope that explanation clears things up on how the POI draft system is going to work in the ALGS. If you want a more detailed breakdown, check out our latest blog post and follow Play Apex Esports on X to stay up to date with all things ALGS.
And this format, of course, aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and play styles. And, you know, we've seen that throughout today's matches and obviously yesterday, Genome. You know, we're going to touch on exactly where our next group of teams will be landing just shortly. But, you know, we've noticed that a lot of our, you know, bigger teams love to sort of choose their Storm Point preferred POIs first as a lead up to like the end of the matches. And, you know, we saw that from Legends Gaming. So it's going to be interesting to see, I guess, what teams sort of take World's Edge as strong as their stronger map in the next 3 matches.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at, you know, where they're actually going here as we start off on World's Edge. And I think you'll actually see here, Lace, that this is the one matchup so far, BVC, where that's actually the least the case, right? Like the other two, I agree. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of World Edge picks coming out first. And look, Skyhook Eastern Trials is sort of no exception here, with no credit going for that one first. No, of course, no, sorry. They've gone for Skyhook East, not Skyhook West. Still blows my mind. Anyway, apart from that though, yeah, we've actually had more people going towards Storm Point here. Especially as we kind of go down. Like, you know, the fact that, like, 14th pick was Lightning Rod. is kind of wild there from Final Dream. But of course, you know, just focusing on World's Edge for the moment, that's why you're seeing a lot of numbers later on in the 1 to the 40 sort of seeds here.
Yeah, and Dax, I guess Weibo Gaming picking such a strong spot there at Siphon. You know, this could be quite a good, I guess, starting point for them into World's Edge.
It's been something they've been trying to contest all throughout LAN anyway. There's no TSM to bother them now. They can finally just land on Siphon. And I do agree there with Gino. Only 9 teams prioritize their World's Edge pick compared to the other 2 lobbies that we've had. Also, interesting to take note, first and second pick were both at Skyhook. It's been prioritized not just here in this region, but in other regions as well, and no credit and Akuma will share that. Something also to watch out for, Dreamfire actually taking Thermal Station rather than going for their classical countdown. So maybe something different here for Dreamfire to change it up and change their fortunes.
Yeah, I love to see that. You know, remember, obviously, this is a team that has made some changes just recently, right? With Roy moving away. Who knows, maybe we'll see him through one of those Chinese invites still back at LAN because he's not in Pro League at the moment. But it's not, yeah, you're right. That's not the only change we're seeing from Dreamfire with Thermal Station coming through as well. And this is, I like it though, Dax, because, you know, we've talked about how many teams have been playing not the comfort picks, but the comfort POIs. And for some, you know, people to potentially go even further than that is really cool.
Yeah, and you know what? We do need to see a little bit from Dreamfire. So I guess taking this change, as we said, it's not their usual pick, you know, but coming out of Thermal Station, this could be something that they need for them to move forward and up the ranks within these devastating lobbies, Genome. So, you know, I guess jumping into these matches, time will tell to see exactly if Dreamfire can, you know, keep the reign that we are, you know, that they used to be able to do. You know, we haven't really seen it in Split 1. It was a little bit devastating for them. But, you know, fresh new Split, fresh new faces. Everybody could turn it around and really skyrocket up. You know, we've seen that from a couple of teams today. You know, that they've just blown our mind. I know, you know, Kill Devil were one of the ones that really flipped the switch. So I'm hoping we can see something like that from Dreamfire.
Yeah, I mean,
Consideration.
BBC, you know, we also saw a lot of different legends getting picked as well. The Crypto even coming out at some point from Kill Devil team you just mentioned there as well, Lace. So, who knows in AVC. So let's see if BBC, you know, is that going to replicate more of, you know, the sort of, you know, more tight meta that we saw in our first series, or the more expressive one that we saw in the second series.
Yeah, and if I guess we take it over here to some legend picks, Dax, I want to pick your brain about this a little bit more. I know I've seen a couple of lifelines shoot up on World's Edge specifically. I saw that today in a couple of teams. I think it was Barbecue picking up the lifeline, which is a huge pick. And then we've seen an abundance of Fuse mains come through.
Yeah, I mean, Fuse has become the third option besides Watson and Catalyst. Most of the other picks that you have there, you can see which team was a proponent for it. Barbecue being one of them, remarkable team. Great Fanta having those off-meta picks, Kill Devil, as you guys said, with the Crypto. But Fuse is really something that some of the top teams that want to be aggressive want to make work. Like Makers, just having that Ringmaster and that extra bit of potential with not just the knuckle clusters, but the way you throw your grenades in a different kind of arc and a different kind of distance. It allows you to make more aggressive plays with that offensive legend.
Yeah, and that's it. You're not really safe when you're hiding in a corner against a Fuse, so I guess that's why we're seeing a little bit more picks from him. But again, we always talk about the swap up with like the Catalyst and the Watson together. You know, I've talked about Savior from No Credit. You're about to watch them, guest take to the stage today. Always swapping between the two. Being such an even pick with that, but you know, Savior being such a heavy player on the Watson. Taking to Catalyst is a bit of a different change for them, but I guess somewhere along the line, having Catalyst as a major pick with those walls that can split teams off to, I guess, boycott third parties, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't quite get it, right? Because not only are they playing the POIs that they have played for quite a long time, so it's not like, you know, they randomly picked Elrod and then they were like, well, obviously we're not going to play, you know, Watson from Elrod. We're going to play something like Catalyst. It's a bit more flexible, can be aggressive as well. No, they're still playing like, you know, Jurassic and Fragment or whatever they were yesterday, Skyhook East they were yesterday, and yet they've changed it up and gone for Catalyst when Watson is doing better than ever, when you've got teams like Legends Gaming running her the whole way through and still being aggressive with her. I don't quite get it. I don't know. Maybe we could hear from Xavier himself at some point about what went into that decision, because it seems like an odd one for someone who's been a Watson main for the longest time.
Yeah, you wonder what goes through these players' minds when they make these choices. And when you're so stable on a particular character, you know, we all have our mains, things that we know like the back of our hands. So it's something that, you know, always is a testament to their skill to be able to change characters so easily. But Dax, if we have a look here, the number one pick is a little bit Watson over Catalyst, just having a look, but still Bangalore and Bloodhound, the strongest character picks we've ever seen.
At least it's not 100% like yesterday, okay? At least there are different compositions that we're getting. And I think over the days, we're going to be mixing things up. But it really has just been, if you play that Watson, you're so effective against any kind of innate threat. And especially with Fuse being picked on up, those pylons are so effective. I honestly understand the consideration for Catalyst is not just because she's gotten some of the her nerfs kind of reverted, things are a little bit better, but when everyone's playing that Bloodhound, if you can set up that wall, that scan's not going to go on through if it's already up. So maybe that's what we see here from the likes of No Credit. We've seen also teams that want to play a bit more edge. If they're not playing the Fuse, they play that Catalyst so they can actually rotate a lot safer. And with Darkveil just getting a few more perks that can really help it out and make it almost as strong as it was before, it's a big reason why we see that from these kind of teams.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, the one thing that we got to attest to Watson as well, Watson's pylon being able to capture nades and revert them into arc stars as well is huge for these teams, because we do know the power of, you know, a grenade can absolutely obliterate a team that's sort of crouching down, hiding away. So having Watson as that pick as well, Genome, I think is a better one in these circumstances, especially playing on World's Edge.
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting on that front, Lace, is that at the moment, Falling Stars, the one you were talking about, is sitting at only 63%. So it's still the more preferred out of the two. But it is quite interesting that almost a third of the players are actually picking up Fresh Start for that extra health when you're resetting the team. I mean, on the other side, you've got 85% picking up Power Pylon. And I think that probably makes a bit more sense. It's, you know, it's not always the better option, but, you know, I'd say the vast majority of the time it is. But yeah, like, it was talked about when this upgrade system came out, being one of the most powerful upgrades for any of the Legends. So the fact that it's fallen to, you know, yeah, the 71% that we're seeing here, yeah, it's quite interesting, honestly. And I think it shows that, you know, there has been some effort to, you know, really balance these upgrades and make it each level an interesting choice for the players.
Yeah, and I guess if we look at, you know, someone like Player K in our original matches there on Storm Point, I think something picking like Fresh Start for them, you know, being the anchor of the team, being able to push those teams back is probably why they select that over everything else. Having those Watson fences go down to form that barrier, then to be able to, you know, recollect the team together. You could definitely see, I guess, why different teams tend to sway one or other with Watson. But you know what? It's just going to be a Watson Catalyst battle off, Dax. We're just going to see them interchanging and swapping. But of course, we're not going to get rid of the Bangalore. I feel like Bangalore's been an absolute meta character for the longest time. But, you know, I'm so happy that Caustic is not dusting up the place as well. You know, especially us as casters when you're watching a match and you can't see anything in amongst all the smoke, Dax. It's just awful.
I mean, Bangalore provides so much smoke already, and I think really for Caustic, it's just one of the big things is when he dies, that's gone. All the gas is basically removed if that team is eliminated, and just with now how some of these other controllers are really picking up the slack, it's great to see a bit of my diversity. Maybe we'll see Rampart, you know, the only controller that we haven't seen picked in this region. It has been picked in other regions.
Yeah.
He's chuckling at me, so I've watched the VODs. I was awake a while ago, but I'm excited to see what we get today.
Yeah, and you know what? We're excited to get into our matches as well. We have groups B versus C battle it out for you guys. Let's head over to World's Edge and see exactly how these teams play. Let's take it away.
Welcome to our second set of today, and welcome to B versus C. Exciting stuff here, Genome, as we go into 6 maps yet again. And without Legends, without Makers, there is a chance for some of these teams to rack up some points and be at the top of today.
Oh yeah, gotta make use of that time when they're not in the lobby, and it's a weird thing to say. And I think if you're even having that discussion, Dax, it kind of says a bit about how good they are and how they've kind of got this region in the palm of their hand right now.
I mean, from what we've seen so far, I think Group A is looking to be the real powerhouse, and Group C, they're gonna need to catch up. It's a little excusable for Group C, I guess, because today is really their first day to play. I'm wondering, Genome, coming into a lobby like this, there are 2 aggressive teams that I am looking to keep an eye out for. Obviously, Weibo Gaming looking to recover. X and Y is there too, and there is potential for there to try to effectively have a kill race between these 2 teams, right? That they can have a bit of a farming experience if things go right for them, but things can also go wrong if ever the other teams have really picked up the slack.
Let's explore over there.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top. We'll have to keep our eyes on the kill leaderboards for those teams going throughout this one. You can see, finally, Bloodhound and Bangalore slipping below 100%. Wild to even have to say that. And of course, that is courtesy a lot of a remarkable team who are not picking up the Bangalore.
Yep.
I think, you know, Bloodhound is a little more required just because you can see through the other team. Like, if there's a Bloodhound ulting on the other team and they smoke you, at least you can see back. You don't necessarily need to smoke them off, but you do need to be able to see through that smoke. Otherwise, your entire team will get deleted by their Bangalore, just like, you know, clipping 2 of you in the same Havoc clip.
And the only team that did unsubscribe to that is Barbecue. But interesting enough, Barbecue has changed things up. They're running the Horizon with the lifeline of the Pathfinder. Still aggressive, still about just going in and going ham, full sending it, but they didn't really succeed as much as they would like in that lost lobby. Perhaps here they can look for recovery. But let's look at the ring, and immediately these teams already scrambling for position, looking to move towards the Climatizer side. East Climatizer, south of that, we've seen rings here in APAC South and by those rocks multiple times already.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, Dax, honestly. Having a look at this one, very possible we go there. I mean, you know, could even go a little bit closer to the train cars as well. I'm thinking about, oh, there was a particular one in LAN where we saw, who was it? Someone dropped down on LG. I think a space station. Take just a little bit too much ring damage as they drop down there to try and take that fight out. Maybe somewhere around there. And, you know, you can see heroes already targeting that kind of location. And teams like LGD Gaming, they're just going to be looking over from one of the houses nearby.
And Heroes, they were shooting the Cargo bot, and now they're shooting down Serenity too. Serenity expecting a bit more impact from the last set. They did do decent enough. We move here to the likes of Final Dream. They do already catch out Barbecue. That zip line's not going to be effective at all. And Barbecue, the first one to fall, just a little bit too much to handle. Final Dream was.
Wow, so they've got the whole south side of the map to themselves now. And, you know, picking the Ringmaster console perk, the Fuse, and having your Bloodhound online means they can just, you know, hip hop and jump through as many of those objectives as they want back in. I think, you know, Final Dream will be sitting pretty on some high Evo once they finally do make it inside the ring.
VK Gaming taking a big chunk of damage. It was a little unfortunate for VK. Coming into game number 5, they were like around within the top 5 after that. An early elimination slipping down the order and losing out on some important split points, but perhaps this is where they can recover. Keep Going Gaming, on the other hand, or actually, this is Virtus Pro looking to find their own kind of push. We're talking about the train cars. Virtus Pro seems like they're getting the memo and looking to position that area.
Yeah, they're playing Catalyst though. They're not playing Watson. So you can make it harder for people to push you inside, but you can't necessarily keep the nades away. And, you know, someone who decides to commit utility on top of you, that's generally your bigger threat inside those train cars.
We'll Keep Going Gaming. They're not alone here. Over at Epi. Got VK nearby. Weibo Gaming also early on making their way into the ring. And it isn't as long as a rotation as they usually do, so a few adjustments from Weibo, prioritizing their position. Keep Going Gaming just trading scans against Weibo right now. Peak God, he has purple armor. He wants to be the frontline for the squad. The triple take, breaking the spike core, and Keep Going Gaming wary now of their flank.
Yeah, these kind of positions around Epicenter are highly sought after. I would say they're a little bit more impactful in games where you're making your way downhill towards Fragment and Monument. You can get caught off by the other teams, you know, holding positions like Serenity and Heroes on top of, you know, the high ground to the east there. So the way this circle is pulling, it's actually gone a little bit back towards Climatizer, Dak. So, yeah, I think for the first time today, we are not on the money. That's a tough one. And I wonder how many other teams will have read it. Certainly got a couple moving up towards those buildings in Climatizer as Keep Going try and open their account here onto Weibo Gaming, but I think they might have gotten out just fine.
Yeah, Bible beaming, but it's not enough to get the knock. Skynate 2 can't get fined. Keep Going Gaming, they're pressuring Weibo Gaming, but Weibo's still fine here. Tree cleaner now. Too much of his head poking on out, and it's actually Fruit Salad that knocks him down. So Fruit Salad, team very much so who love to play zone. Acquaintance though, found by Collapse in response. And now Fruit Salad, unexpectedly, didn't really think that they would be in the middle of things. It's a battle of fruits here. Fruit Salad on one side, Great Fanta on the other. Coming in from the qualifiers, now meeting in the Pro League. Beautiful work though from Nicholas. That's enough to knock them down, and oh, Great Fanta forcing Fruit Salad to be alone now with Viola standing solo.
Gosh, with the abundance of Havocs that we've got in the Pro League at the moment, it's almost a little bit refreshing to get that DPS. It looks so sweet when you just dominate someone like that with the R99 these days.
He still uses SMGs nowadays. Apparently, Great Fanta didn't get that memo, and it's interesting because Great Fanta and Fruit Salad, they had a bit of a rivalry there in the qualifiers. If you remember, Gino, it was Fruit Salad who took that initial last spot from the Pro League qualifiers. Eventually, we did see Great Fanta eligible too, but they had a chip on their shoulder and no credit now. On the other hand, fighting for Climatizer. It's a Remarkable Team on the other front, and this time around, Remarkable Team gets to play a full 6 maps here.
I mean, they did pretty well in the last series on just 5, but I feel like teams like them who've come into Pro League, they will often make a splash, but finding that consistency is a much, much harder ask. That's the domain of teams who've been in here and been slaying in APAC South for a lot longer. This fight up the top is between Akuma and MXF, and talking about people who've been around for a while, I mean, Crusader and Fussy, certainly some of the veterans of the scene, but not necessarily showing it in their performance earlier today.
And Fussy is that new addition to Akuma. Also to take note, they have changed things up between sets as they're now playing the Horizon rather than the Catalyst here. Means that they don't have console information, they're just gonna look to go for the fights. MXF, they're gonna try to balloon out of there with the evac tower. Fly in now over to where Great Fanta's actually gonna be located, so sharing the bridge with another squad. MXF, they haven't gotten on the board in terms of league points. They're looking to make a change now. This pylon set up. The smoke's covered, sure, but they are being watched over by another squad.
Yeah, I don't know if Great Fanta really want to push down towards them. Dreamfire playing up around Epicenter. I mean, you know, there's so many times that they have made their name just cleaning up teams around this part of the map. But as we noted, they move up from Thermal Station for once and, you know, don't have their usual early stance here in Epicenter from Countdown.
They're gonna have to change things up a lot if they want to recover this year. It has been a slump for Dreamfire. And see, one of the new additions, you got No Name Air. I Hate the World, now abbreviated from what we've seen so far. Dreamfire though scanning, looking around for anyone nearby as we see Virtus Pro actually eliminated there. Akuma and Great Fanta also catching out MXF along the way. Dreamfire is stuck between a rock and a hard place between two teams. So go back to Great Fanta, LGD, and Akuma looking at them.
I mean, teams are looking left, right, and center at the moment. This next zone pull is ridiculous. We'll have to get some map vision at some point to show you guys, because this is just going to be throwing everybody in the lobby for a loop. LGD Gaming, I mean, they're in an okay spot, but even they will have to continue on. You know, it's Dreamfire who's taking position underneath the tower, and XNY who are up top of Epicenter. Look at that! Insanity.
Who expects a pull like this?
Full insanity.
How? I've never seen something like this. Probably once or twice perhaps, but in any case, X and Y Dreamfire, they're going to be on the money later on. We're seeing though True, they're in danger here. And it's Weibo Gaming looking at them. Bit of a reset though for Weibo. Vixaria hunting down his likes of Weibo now, and X and Y from afar. It's great to see them put on a good show. Make it to that top 4 a while ago, as Weibo here is in trouble. And I really think for X and Y, it's such a big deal. The last time they had the back-to-back, they had a 0-point session. Still look though, at Weibo and the rest. Heroes also putting pressure on, as True's the one getting caught out by Heroes here.
But they did manage to grab one knock onto Weibo, and now with round 3 closing, Weibo trying to pop some med kits, but surely Final Dream can look back and finish them off here. Do they have the info? Do they have the game sets to understand where they need to look here as Weibo finally make it in? Yes, they do. The shots come out and Weibo go down.
And that is a good start for Final Dream. Not only do they make it already to the top 12, it's also a find onto potentially one of the flanking teams that can actually catch them in the app. And we've seen from this squad formerly known as Monkey King, they have really rough early games. So once they get to the mid game, once they get later on to those smaller circles, they do find a way to rack up those points.
It's the name of the game. We're not in match point just yet, Dax. You do just need the points, and you got to be consistent about that. No credit. Oh, look at this. Trying to take down RTG here.
Very cheeky indeed. He finds the behind of KZ. And the Havoc just beams on through. Advantage now for No Credit. They go for the push. Fast defenses! And this Bloodhound going rampant. Remarkable team. That's them gone. Where did Very Cheeky go sliding on away like that? But the job isn't done. No Credit tried to survive the onslaught of SWQ. Now the advantage so in their favor. Donut here trying to use the Hemlock from afar inside the lava. That's the only place you can see No Credit try to hide. But they do survive for the time being, and they can even go for the reset here.
Yeah, they're thinking about it, but SWQ, they've got them on scan. The grenades come in, and just as they res, I think they will be going down, yeah. Heroes eliminated in the kill feed alongside No Credit.
Yeah, VK's the one keeping an eye on them, and we are down to 8. With that, though, SWQ clear out Climatizer, and they continue on their push into Akuma. On the other hand, VK is going to be running into the likes of Final Dream, who's actually just a solo. He's been spotted there by X and Y and Dreamfire. As soon as they get one more scan on 951, that should be them sending it to aimbot there.
As we mentioned a little bit earlier, X and Y and Dreamfire, the two teams holding the tower. are going to be in just absolute killer spots because both of them are in round 5. I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, it's a pretty obvious god spot for them, especially for X and Y right now. We watch here for Great Phantom. They've been fighting for bridges all throughout the game. This one is no different. As Ming Yue, the first to fall, LGD dying to the hand of Brave Fanta. And they're doing so well right now. 10 points on the board in total. First tentatively, but they still have so much work to do. A scan again, collapse, looking for any other targets. LGD just trying to play keep away with LD hiding in the lava, but there is still noise being made, and Akuma was thinking about considerations to third party there.
I mean, beyond even that, Dax, like, when X and Y are going to be looking down at this next circle, they've got Fuse as well. It's going to be nuts. All right, Great Banter have got a good amount of points on the board already in this first game. Let's have a listen in and see how they're going in their first foray in Pro League.
I've ult, up here, my team there. Near my red ping.
I've got one bear if you guys are going to spit.
Wait, it's playing to be last team here. Yeah, dropping. Two there.
Sweet. Thank you. There's a team playing as Icicle, they'll walk forward for us.
Up now.
Yep.
Blood nearly cracked.
Blood.
Another one, same low ground spot.
50 flash on top height, on the horizon.
Good enough forward. I have no eyes.
Far out here, cracked.
One's playing here, one's playing right here.
Left. Keep coming left. They're resing. Can we cancel that res? Just can.
Fucking open. Dead. Watson dead.
Another one on low ground. They're down here.
Yep.
Flash. They died.
Nice.
We're on high now.
Team down here. Free kills. Free kills down here.
Yeah.
I'm
Can you wall us to there? No.
Yeah,
Just chill. Just sit here. We're chilling.
Chilling. Okay. Come back.
Find us. Coming on me. Crack one. I'm weak as fuck. Bang low. Bang low on height.
Nice. Dead.
Find me and res on me.
I've got res. Let me get him.
Get a swap.
I have a stop. I'm gonna pop a meter key as soon as I get up, okay?
Yeah. 150 on one.
I still have ulti. There's a rat somewhere.
I still have ult. I know the rat. The rat's on ping. What's rat's on ping? Rat's on ping.
Okay. Sweet. Wait, do we just wall him and kill him?
He might have moved, but that's where he was. Yeah, nades. I've got nades. I've got nothing else.
Do we just win if we play slow and catwall? Or should we look to kill?
Well, who's where? Is this still team height?
Yeah. Grabbing nades.
Yeah, hide.
Yep. I'm walking back. I can't dodge this. We see if we go where the team is.
At least.
Is there a team below them?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Okay. I think we hard steal rat, kill him, and then wait for the 2 teams to drop. We can make our own little section.
I think you just got a wall like at this rock, and we're like actually really good from me. We might just get fuse spam though, okay? If we start getting fuse spam, you just got a wall early. We don't have to go all the way past with your.
We can play down here. We'll wait.
That might be better.
Yes or no?
We can do both. Play on me first. If you start getting spam, go to you.
Okay.
Actually,
Yes.
if you want to solo play there, you can. If you want to solo play there in the wall, it's fine.
Yeah, you have to drop me anyway. Yeah. I'm playing there.
The rat's just on this rock.
Yep.
It's not a rat. So
Not a rat. Okay.
Unless they're killing the rat now. It's not safe on me. I'm just tanking it.
Yep. Safe for me. It's really safe for me.
You can go to him early, Clap.
Yep. There's a team on there. I'm gonna nade them out.
I'm stunned.
We'll need walls soon.
Nade sucks. They might swing my backside.
Nice, we got the rat.
Nice.
I'm gonna scan when I have it.
Yeah.
Swing my back.
Oh, you're good.
I'm batting. Watch my swing, please.
Can you walk?
I'm hopping the bat first. I'm gonna wall. I'm walling now.
Nice.
The charge swing me still.
Great Fanta looking good already with 16 kills, looking to continue on, but they're trapped here in the middle of 2 squads. Dreamfire looking at them, X and Y going around Dreamfire, and here comes X and Y. Pitno with a catch on to collapse through the wall. JR forcing the issue, and Dreamfire looking to wipe out Great Fanta, but X and Y happy to pick up those pieces again, and here comes X and Y to take
A versus C, they're definitely still turning up the heat. You know, sometimes you find these teams have like a little bit of fatigue going into the next lot of matches, especially with some, teams that are only just playing today. But what an absolutely huge game from them. They had an excellent position above Dreamfire. I thought Dreamfire might have been able to take them down on the drop, but you know what? That wasn't enough. And then we see fizzing their way through the lobby, Great Fanta Dax. They pushed their way from the bridge on Epicenter, and I think it was the class had 7 KP alone.
Yep, it wasn't just a sip from them, it was the whole can. Great Fanta, over 15 kills. We'll get final confirmation later on and how many they actually got there. But I do want to say XNY played that whole game so smart. As soon as they realized that Epicenter pull actually happened, they stuck around on height. They made sure anyone coming their way would get shot on down. If you realize that I was calling it actually in the last fight, XNY just didn't run straight at Dreamfire Great Fanta. They went for the usual wraparound. They love playing an angle right behind the party that's already with the advantage, and that's when they go for the shots. And that's what really caught out Dreamfire. They expected that wall perhaps to keep them a little bit safer than it would have. X and Y just push through it. They make their way to get the backs really of both Dreamfire and Great Fanta, and in the end they get the dub. But still, what a game we got there from our top two.
Yeah, you know what? It's just excellent. We had a nice little check-in with Great Fanta, and you can see that they're really working hard just to get these kills and make sure that they can get themselves nicely tucked away up on the top of the leaderboard. But, it just wasn't enough sort of to get through X and Y, who had such a good setup originally. Dreamfire just sort of playing on the outskirts here, being able to take down a few along the way. It's impressive from them because we haven't seen too much of Dreamfire, and we were really hoping that they could do something coming to these matches. But again, the powerhouse X and Y just did it again. But look at that Dax, who has just taken over the top.
And it's a team from the Challenger circuits. That is incredible to see. 17 kill points from Great Fanta. And you were saying a while ago that it wasn't even one of the usual suspects that we have there for that roster. It was incredible to see Nicholas get so many of those kills. Collapse also having some great fights, and it seems to me that Great Fanta is doing so well under perhaps some leadership really of Loki, who was formerly the coach of IBG. X and Y, not a bad second place there with 12 places points, 6 kills too. And Dreamfire, we were wondering a while ago, Lace, do they have a good rotation path from Thermal Station? Are they used to playing in spots away from that classic Dreamfire countdown? Seems like so far the answer is yes, making it to that top 3.
Yeah, going into further games, we'll see if that is a good sort of spot for them to land, because we're a little bit worried for them, but changing it up, and sometimes it can just work out in their favor, and it seems like it has there for Dreamfire. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a moment. match. But Grape Fanta bubbling to the occasion with 17 kill point game, pushing them to the top of the leaderboard.
I agree with you. How do you even overrun the 12 placement points that you get from getting the top spot with 17 KP? And it was an incredible showcase from Nicholas, from Collapse, and from Loki, a team that came in from the Challenger circuits, from the qualifier finals especially. And it's great to see that Loki really having that success, not from coaching only, but also as a player. But look, it's so exciting right now because we're seeing new faces at the top here, Lace.
Yeah, and speaking of new faces, we've got some old faces as well. We've got Dreamfire sitting in a third place at the moment. We really wanted to see something doing something from them, and they showed us in this first match. Can they keep up the passion and can they keep up the energy? Let's find out now as we head back to World's Edge for game number 2.
More passion, more energy, more games. We got this. That's a chant, and that's what we're gonna see here as we are back at World's Edge. Genome, another game here to see. Great Fanta, though, one of the biggest surprises so far from what we saw in game number 1.
Massive from them, sitting well above their competitors there on 26 points. I mean, even with X and Y taking out the dub, they only ended up on 18. That was it was honestly a crazy game from some of our newest entrants into Pro League. And, they've been landing over here at Maud. We're talking about it before. It's not one of the better POIs, I would say, at the moment. I mean, even you could rely on the big Maud guns a little bit, the Rampart specials. But they're kind of worse than ever, right? They don't even have the full, the full gold attachments and all that kind of stuff on them anymore. So, yeah, look, as they do scan the ring and see that we are heading to Skyhook here, it's a big rotation from the lads, but maybe they've got it in them to just frag out all the way to the end circle again.
Yeah, it's a long way to get to these kind of north zones, and we've seen these Skyhook circles get so dicey once it becomes Ring 3, Ring 4, even Ring 5, when so many teams that play at the buildings will be forced out. But we're gonna have our, I'd say, standard downtime once we come to Skyhook. Teams like No Credit, they love to play at the center. Once they realize that this is where the zone's gonna pull Savior and the rest, they're gonna set up on the very top of it.
Yeah, nice little spot for them to enjoy. I haven't had too many composition changes. Just the one team switching it up. That's Barbecue. They were the ones kind of cooking with the Horizon Lifeline Pathfinder in game 1. Look, what did that net them? 0 points, unfortunately. So they've gone back to something a little more meta, and they'll be playing the Bang, Bloodhound, and the Fuse.
This is the first time they're playing Bang, Bloodhound, and Fuse. Wow. How many games was that? So it took them 8 games all throughout the day to kind of learn their lesson here, Genome. So I do wonder if that's going to succeed for them. Also, I just noticed, for No Credit, as I was talking about a while ago, the ring console is on the west side, so Akuma had control. They couldn't actually suss that one out. But as soon as they realized teams rotating towards them, they did do their classic Saver setup. So they're fine for that. They're going to be good to go for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame, though, because it means they're on white armor, right? I mean, they can take up position on top of the Skyhook, which obviously gives you a lot of options. Assuming you have the ammo to go for it, you'll be able to farm some Evo up that way. It's probably more the meds that become the problem at that point. But, you've got the Watson Jet as well, so maybe just don't take too much health damage. Anyway, you can see teams getting a bit antsy in the tunnels here. This one's Fruit Salad. They've been beaten to the vault, I believe. And, yeah, for them, do they want to go forward? Do they want to go back? Are they just getting held out by VK Gaming?
I believe it was VK actually who alluded that way, but Fruit Salad, they're a team that really relies on playing a hard zone, and them struggling to actually find their way in. It's going to be very different from what they're used to. They did relatively well from yesterday. Let's see if that can continue today as Keep Going Gaming hounded here by X and Y, and it's concerning as X and Y had to leave XD behind. KPG He'll get that KP along the way. Akuma also now realizing they're gonna have many neighbors here. It's the north side and getting very filled. And Akuma's the one looking to play towards the train station itself.
So holding that northern end of this. They're also near an Evo harvester, so interesting that the spawn of this Evo could potentially even offer some KP up to them if anyone knows like, oh, we could really use that 350. Maybe that'll tick us up from blue to purple. And if Akuma keep their eyes on that, and Crusader has the scans ready to go, you never know. Maybe they catch someone off guard and grab the KP. It'd be a risky. It'd be a risky option.
Look, you know, shiny gold things are always good to get.
Oh,
you know?
love them.
Like a good, like a golden
I'm a magpie.
cargo bot. Yeah, and I see something shiny when I see something on the map. I need to get it, and we'll see. So is
magpies in the Philippine stacks?
No, actually, because I was like, I know that bird, but we don't have those. We have like little brown birds called Maya birds.
Right, yeah, magpies, you know, also one of our AFL teams, but yeah, very well known for like picking up and shiny things and like collecting whole nests of them.
Oh, nah, dude. All I know are like the big birds, like eagles, you know, falcons. Maybe you've heard from them, you know. Maybe that's a team you know.
Topical.
In any case, yeah, it's Skyhook, and we see this very often, not just in APAC South, but honestly in many regions. It's nice to have that kind of downtime. I love to see these kind of teams just relax a little bit, but we're looking at Weibo, and I gotta ask you, Gino, what do you think? What can Weibo really do to try and make a repeat of that split one performance? Because it hasn't really worked out as much as they would like, and you said to me after the broadcast yesterday that there's that lack of support structure that this team has.
Yeah, I think that's one of the factors, right? Is that they can't just rely on their incredible firepower and ability to frag out in order to, you know, contest, take good POIs, that sort of stuff. This time, it really does come down to the macro. The draft POI system forces you to play those other POIs. I think that's one of the factors. I think probably one of the other factors at this point, Dak, is that there's a lack of confidence now. You know, they were a team that was just absolutely, you know, punching holes through anyone else that they came across. And then they went over to LAN and kind of had the opposite experience. And it feels, unfortunately, like they've taken that headspace back home with them. And now that we're in Pro League, you know, they just haven't had that same confidence in taking fights with other teams and not being as decisive and honestly just hitting as many shots. And, well, Weibo Gaming, that's, I think, their ticket to victory. And if they can't recapture that spirit, that essence of the team that we saw in Split 1, it'll be hard for them to make it back to LAN.
Yeah, it feels like there's a rain cloud over their heads. And I guess it's weird to really see that from Weibo. It's their first LAN. And you were contesting effectively one of the best teams in the world every single game, so you know, it's something to really shake off. And we did notice that yesterday, that there were the first few games they were trying to play confident, they would still lose out the fights, and coming into game 5, game 6, it was a lot more wary, a lot more scared really compared to the usual Weibo Gaming. And would love to see them, as you said, recapture that kind of spirit, because they were a force to be reckoned with, and they can do great things once they get that confidence.
That spot's calling to us. That's a ring console over there.
Yeah, look, maybe Jackie Chan needs to get back in the dojo.
Yeah.
Try some new moves.
Maybe Gugu needs to rename himself to Jet Li or something. just go for the whole martial arts.
Who's your goat?
Dude. It's a very easy answer as a Filipino. You know,
yeah, really?
The boxer guy, Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was going more like going more like actors, but
no. I know what you're talking about. I was just, I can't decide really. Maybe Bruce Lee, honestly, of all of them.
Yeah. Let's go fast into the dragon.
Yeah. Hey, those are old movies.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say anything else about that.
Classics, man. Just the classics.
Okay. We see some battles though into the train tunnels. Barbecue versus Great Fanta, and it'll be interesting to see how Barbecue tries to play a meta composition. Seems like they're not playing here, as King is the first to fall. Overrun quickly by Great Fanta. The rich keep getting richer here, Genome, as Great Fanta keep on going. Collapse with a push, but he does get down. Loki has found one more along the way, and now Great Fanta will keep the pressure going. Nicholas Loki now working together in the same spot. Because the frag of smoke also to cover that opening from Skyhook, but effectively it's gonna be the 1-for-1, and here comes through also for the third party.
Exactly, 2v2 at that point. But Great Fanta put a little bit of distance between themselves, now getting the CACUs down as True try and push in, but they're committed to this. Vixaria is going in with Beast of the Hunt, and they're going to be able to take down Collapse before they can get the res. Great Fanta are out, but with the two of them, will they get chased down?
Well, there's 12 seconds left on this ultimate, and Vixaria is hitting some good shots to break those shields. That movement speed so good! And the shots even better. Finds Loki. Means that Great Fanta has to play as a solo. And Great Fanta just wanted the straight up 3v3 fight. They had that confidence coming from game number 1. But Apex is just a game of third parties. And there you go. Great Fanta. They're all but eliminated here. Have to play for placement points now.
That's a shame for a team who looked like they were going into that fight, Dax, with, you know, all of the belief in themselves that comes off the fruits of a, what was it, a 17 kill game, something like that. But unfortunately, if you can't do it cleanly enough, you will have issues. Not having the cat wall there to, you know, worry about other teams pushing up through the tunnel is unfortunate.
Barbecue still confident with their mechanics. They took that fight and they at least put the dent in. We're gonna have to see what Nicholas can do it right beside Serenity and Heroes. Weibo actually also down to a duo. And the woes of Weibo kinda continuing here. We've seen some teams take some losses, Weibo being one of them, X and Y being another. Barbecue also looking to watch out for True. Still a 3-0 coming in from the tunnels, but True actually wisely backing away from the choke point Barbecue set up, and they're gonna wrap around and go through the standard entrance from the east of Skyhook here.
I think we should go over here.
I mean, we don't have a lot of action here at the start of this game, Dax, and it's been a very big change up here from Split 1 to Split 2 in the tempo of these games. I mean, Skyhook games generally are slow, but, you know, when you add to that the fact that teams don't really have to land next to each other anymore, you get this sort of situation. Just KPG gone for now. A couple of other kills happening throughout, and then as you see where that circle's pulling, you've got LGD and MXF holding the houses on the outskirts here. They'll be pretty happy. Akuma sitting in the train station. Massive kill potential for them, especially because they're playing Horizon.
Yep.
And that means they can play the roof of the train station at will.
I mean, this circle pull has been relatively good for Akuma. We mentioned it a while ago, Light the Unicorns eliminated. The duo is still trying their best for today. Barbecue also caught out. They tried to play into the caravan, but now they're getting found by the likes of Legacy. As True will take their position. Heroes, Serenity keeping an eye out. Just want to finish off my point there. This ring is moving in towards Skyhook, and they're lacking that controller legend. Once they see all these teams coming their way, at least now, with that Horizon, they're going to be able to play on the rooftops if they play the gravity lift right.
Let's relocate there.
These are the teams on the fringes here. You can see that Savior and Co on no credit still holding the top. Serenity as well as Heroes. The buildings will be in for just a little bit longer, but then they have to think about next steps. Nice pick there onto Weibo Gaming. Jackie Chan does grab the banner, but He's got both of them, actually. He's gonna try and think about getting a respawn.
Yep.
And it might work because the team in the building next to him, Remarkable Team, have just Valk ulted away. That's nuts.
Of all the things and all the timings, the one time we get a Valkyrie ult, and it just works out in favor of Weibo. You mentioned it here, Gino. Weibo back to 3 when everything was looking to go awry already. We get a battle here for VK as well as Akuma. You got Remarkable Team also nearby. Castle with the push. The Peacekeeper looking to do some work here. That Thermite Pesky X and Y actually getting it eliminated there off screen. Set up now, VK Gaming just wanting to actually go for the push, but Akuma keeping them at bay here.
Yeah, so Akuma have dropped down to take this fight. In that moment, Remarkable Team, of course, actually drop in the Valkyrie up top.
Akuma, they are forced out by the frag. It just rolled in there, and VK Gaming waiting out the black hole to go for the push. VK though eliminated there, but where is Remarkable Team? Here they come. The third party should be successful here as Rainfire, Great Panther all eliminated. Akuma now finally confirmed, and we are down to 11 as No Credit still up on top of their perch. We'll see all these teams try to rotate it past him.
Yeah, there'll be a couple of pockets of engagement here as we go to this next circle. Dax, you can see a couple of, you know, there's not just 3 teams, there's maybe 5 or 6 down here in the main Skyhook building. MXF and LGD holding by themselves. You've got Heroes and Serenity in a similar spot. Remarkable Team, actually, with that win, are probably going to have the easiest rotation into that final circle.
Take a deep breath, Genome, because we're almost there to my favorite part of these Skyhook rings. That kill feed's gonna light up very soon. We're down to 10-2 as Fruit Salad has been found. And the ring gonna close on in. Chaos now ready to unfold. SWQ the first to find the fight here. And they're gonna go for their own kind of swing. Looking to catch out Heroes and True here as much as they can. True gonna be their victim. Rogers down to the ground. Seems like it will be Final Dream finding out Heroes, but there's also the resurrection. So Vicaria Gran looking to pick up the pieces from where Rogers left off, but they are just gonna be delivered onto the likes of Final Dream. He doesn't even have attachments. He's not ready to fight. And True, they had their second chance, but they're eliminated. Final Dream still in the fight here. SWQ right behind it. Serenity, no credit. Chaos now with 5 squads.
Serenity have actually made it in here. They make it past Heroes and get there a little bit earlier than the other teams dropping out of the Skyhook building, but it's still too much chaos for them to handle. Bugie will go for someone as they jump right on top of his head, but with catwalls and piercing spikes everywhere, it's very hard to predict how to play this one out correctly.
Absolute chaos, and Donut, watch out for him. He has an F8 and the red armor. Final Dream eliminated. We are down to 5. As Scan comes on in, SWQ, they want more. The full stand for Crazy Kong, and the rest are going after Virtus Pro here. And Virtus Pro eliminated by SWQ, but we're not done. Remarkable Team is there nearby. MXF gonna be spectators, and LGD stays away. But here comes Remarkable Team. Another chance to go for the third party. They have their own F8, so they're very strong in close quarters. SWQ's gone. We're down to 3 here.
MXF, instead of fighting against LGD, look to see if there's a team struggling, a team that they can take advantage of. But no, Remarkable have too many shield swaps. And now, with 2 of them, all 3 of them actually, there were enough teams with red armor here that they're able to grab the overshield. So they might not be getting their own reds, but that's good enough for the moment. Gold Knock coming out here to try and get Asaran back up. Not sure they're going to be able to find the space here. LGD looking to push in.
Yeah, LGD, they want a piece of that fight. But Remarkable Team is fully kitted, and they even have the Beast of the Hunt to pop. Sky ready to go for his push. LGD playing game of keep away, and they see the pressure from the fence itself. The Remarkable Team knocking on their doorstep, but that's LGD actually getting MXF first and foremost. But Remarkable Team again, CK ready from the top rope. Remarkable Team here standing strong as a trio still, and they're the ones looking for picks here. Darren everywhere. Asaran snipe though, keeping things cool and at least collected. MXF has found a little bit of an opening, and Remarkable Team cannot continue this onslaught.
I mean, yeah, they committed so early when MXF were definitely not down and out yet. Are they going to pay for that? We'll see. No! They've created it.
Quite a slow start, I found to that. But you know what? That's a Skyhook pool, I guess. You know, everybody gets to solidify themselves in a building. We see the teams flocking in. I believe only one team got knocked out and Zone 3 was closing in. But that's the action we love to see here at Apex South, you know. And that's where the fun begins, where they all drop like flies. But, you know, SWQ are controlling so much of the zone there. I feel like a little bit of a mistake going in so early could have cost them a little bit as the chaos reigns in. What do you think?
Look, I think Remarkable Team are the Game 2 specialists. That's the second time they've walked away with it in Game 2. Yeah, look, more seriously though, I think you're right. SWQ used, you know, the Watson very effectively in that zone to try and carve out some space. I mean, Dax kind of called it right. Like, it's remarkably hard to keep yourself alive when you're falling out of that building. Like, every team is looking around, every team is firing their guns, and it's just, you know, you almost never make it out of there alive. It's like everyone goes down together, everyone's on the ship, and it is sinking fast.
Basically hellfire raining down from above, you know. You got to solidify those top spots for Sky Zone, you know. No credit. We saw that taking you know, the height earlier on, but you know, again, like you said, falling down into the chaos below is a difficult feat for all these teams. But you know, excellent job to Remarkable. We saw them play earlier today, and they definitely are keeping the passion alive going into these next couple of games. And yeah, we've got a great, excellent shot for them. A little bit sad about Great Fanta though, getting knocked out quite early, having to be a solo. I think it was Niklaus having to play the ultimate rat game for them, you know, having an excellent starting game where, you know, they're 26 points in the lead, but you know what? It flips the switch sometimes, these lobbies.
It was like, honestly, I felt like Great Fanta were reeling them in, and I reckon they would have won had we played that fight out in its entirety, but that's not Apex, Lace. There's always someone around the corner lurking, looking to, you know, ruin your day. And unfortunately, it was Great Fanta's turn to be on the receiving end of that after putting paid to so many other teams in Game 1.
Ain't no party like a third party. But, you know, VP having a nice spot as well above the rest. Playing in the middle can, I guess, be quite a good thing when you've got so many teams sort of falling around beside you. But like I said, you know, SWQ having a nice little spot here, but having to get in amongst the chaos and sometimes not finding the shield swaps that you need to take on teams that are going to push in from behind, like Remarkable.
I mean, yeah, you can see them just doing so much damage with the retooled EVA 8. When it was released, it was, you know, people were like, I don't know about picking it up, and now you'd be kind of crazy not to, because look at the amount of damage that will pump out in just a short time. Yeah, look, Remarkable Team, honestly, the way they played out this last bit was probably the most impressive to me, though, because you know, they had me on tenterhooks there at the end, Lace. The way that they were being so aggro while two other teams were still up and running was actually very impressive that they managed to pull that one out.
You know, as you can see, impressive indeed. 8 kills for them, and just amazing with taking out the first position. MXF, though, not getting as many kill points, but still being second place in amongst all that craziness is exceptionally good for them. And LGD, you know, we haven't seen too much from them, but you know what? Having a nice third place.
Yeah, look, at least they got some of the placements out of that. They were, you know, we said them and MXF holding the two buildings on the northwest of the zone. Made an easy walkout for them. But, you know, they won't be doing as well as, say, Final Dream and Virtus Pro, who walked away with 9 kills apiece. Those guys, you know, were doing so well, focusing on the teams that fell out of Skyhook and grabbing that KP. So what does that mean for our scoreboard? His Great Fan is still on top, but Remarkable Team catching close behind them with Final Dream and XMY also having a good effort.
Such a nice early lead from Great Fantery in our first game. And as we see, you know, they got knocked out quite early in that second match, but still not enough for the teams to catch them with that gigantic lead they had. But yeah, Remarkable doing excellent once again. Exciting to see them sort of move up, even SWQ coming into play as well. You know, our teams are only a couple of points away. SWQ at 17, X and Y 19, Final Dream 20. Like, very, very close competition. And that generally happens in Apex South. Unless you're Legends Gaming. So it's kind of nice to see, you know, BVC just be able to go toe-to-toe with all the other teams without some sort of heavy hitters like Legends Gaming just ruining their day.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, who knows? There's still plenty of time for someone to run away with it. But yeah, you're right. As we keep saying, it feels like Legends might be in a class of their own this split. But Remarkable Team, you know, it's really has been such a glow-up story from these guys coming through the split qualifiers in 7th place. You know, this is a Chinese team who's really looking to make a name for themselves, and you know, they're doing it because we're talking about them today, and we have been the whole day through, Lace.
Yeah, and something a little bit different. I think they feel like they've been picking a different composition to the rest of the pack, I guess. Seeing a couple of Valk picks in there, if I'm not mistaken. That's something that, you know, we do not see in Apex South very often. Still coming in with the Caustic and the Bloodhound pick. You know, everybody is sort of choosing Bangalore at this point, but they're doing something a little bit different. That seems to be, I guess, working in their favor. Will they have to swap up to the meta and maybe go toe-to-toe with the rest of the teams that have, you know, the Bangalore Bloodhound sort of meta scan there. But who knows? It seems to be working. Let's see if they can do it again. We're going to take ourselves a short break, and we're going to see you back for our last game on World's Edge.
That is quite a high total to walk away with.
Yeah, you know what? It's still early days, of course. You know, as we head over to game number 3 on World's Edge, there is still definitely time for these teams to hone in and get some extra points on the board. And then, of course, we move to Storm points. So, you know, there is a lot of time for these teams to sort of catch it. Very, very close, as we can tell. You know, teams only a point apart. But what are our teams actually putting into the games? We always love to see our damage stats here. You know, Crazy Kong doing great for SWQ.
Not too bad so far at all. 2.5 after 2 games. Nothing super crazy there. I mean, Loki on 2200. You know, as we keep talking, he was a coach at some point. Obviously, he was a player before that. But, you know, for him to be putting up, you know, remarkable stats here in Pro League is just awesome to see that he's really back to that kind of pace.
So if you can't play, you coach, but if you can't coach, you play. Is that basically what you're saying, what Loki has done? You know,
that makes complete sense to me, Lace.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
Coming back in to obviously perform for us today on Great Fanta. But Great Fanta have had such an exceptional first game, racking up about 17 kills. So we definitely know that they have it in them to be able to perform in such a great matter. So it's only, you know, going to flourish from here as we basically get to see them once again on World's Edge and see if they can do exactly what we know they can and take away lots of kill points and hopefully get a win this time.
Well, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can actually manage to close it out. But look, if they manage to get that many kill points, you might not even need them.
That's it. Well, let's find out. We're going to head over to World's Edge once more for game number 3.
Just considering Lace's logic, if you can't play and if you can't coach, doesn't mean that you just cast instead. I know, Genome. What do you think
That's
about
why
that?
I'm here.
Don't get me started about myself too. But we are back here, ladies and gents. Game number 3. The last time we're gonna see World's Edge for today. This is still Groups B and C. We still have 3 more maps after this. And you are tuning on in to APAC South. 59 players and be coming on in. Unfortunately, Lightning Unicorn still a duo here. But we're looking at a remarkable team who jumped up incredible amounts of spaces and places on the scoreboard after that victory in map number 2. And we're going to be seeing them play towards Countdown. Look at that ring though. It's Fruit Salad in position, but Landslide a little bit more open compared to any other spot really in the map here.
Yeah, and with that circle very much heading towards Landslide, you know, maybe there's a chance hits Countdown a little bit as well. But yeah, the fact that we've got Fruit Salad there nice and early, they'll be super happy about that because guess what? They're in mill on Storm Point. So any kind of big game they can have here is frankly kind of a bonus. And you'd have to say the same about Great Fanta as well, right? Like they're landing Geyser, but they have Pylon once we switch back over to Storm.
Yeah, that's the one thing we brought up a while ago during the initial map draft for World's Edge. That this is the only matchup we've seen between groups that there's more priority for Storm Point rather than World's Edge. And these teams are just making do with what they can. We've seen multiple rings and towards where a remarkable team has put themselves on. And there is possibility that happens. VK Gaming, though, already pushing forward. Fruit Salad, they're going to be pinched effectively by a number of squads if they don't move anywhere else here.
It's tough. I mean, if we look around, they did manage to get the Evo Harvester up towards the north. And Scholar, their Watson player, has pushed out into the RV, but... Oh no, the split hold here has already started being picked apart by VK Gaming on the push in.
And Serenity also pitching in. Fruit Salad, they love to play the hard zone, but not like this. VK Gaming taking the convoy quickly. The caravan's theirs. Serenity on top of construction vehicle. They're just trying to see where the last remaining member of Fruit Salad is. Acquaintance. They just dropped here. They thought it'd be safe, but now he's left to a solo. Never mind, he's already gone. And Fruit Salad, they started and ended World's Edge here at Landslide.
Oh boy, that was a rough start. I mean, imagine getting that circle. I guess they were really just trying to make sure that, you know, if you're on whites from that position, it's so hard to play. So I think they were probably just trying to set up in the caravan eventually once they had blues, but just took a little too long there. And yeah, getting caught off guard by some other quite fast rotates, like VK Gaming, who were coming from staging.
Interesting enough, if I saw that in the map right, MXF have a caravan, they also have the Vault Key, Virtus Pro. Just has to run past the Vault itself. True also eliminated now, as we see Heroes hunt down Remarkable Team. The only squad with the Valkyrie, and CK has been grounded. Bastion confirms the kill. Heroes now getting a KP along the way. But the fight isn't over because X and Y is also nearby.
Okay. 4 teams involved in this one. X and Y with the height, try and back out once the black hole comes in. PK at the ready, but not hitting the shots until the last moment.
Yeah, it's just not enough. 99 there to get the crack on the shields. X and Y left with solo. And after the first game victory, it has been all downhill for this squad so far. Heroes left to a duel. Akuma actually happy to go for the hit and run. And they got the KP. They back on way. Heroes here will take the other spot over at Countdown. This remarkable team. Oh, Casey, he does get away with a respawn, so they're gonna just drop down in the middle of this POI again to continue the chaos.
Yeah, just a lot of poking coming through here. And a respawn. Right in the middle. A double respawn at that. And that, of course, is from Remarkable Team.
Oh,
so,
no.
Oh, almost got back in here. Unfortunately, there's no smoke, no cat wall. Yeah, when you've got a caustic on your team, not quite as good for the resets.
Yeah, not the best kind of smoke you do like. And Akuma getting another point to their name. They keep the pressure on to Heroes. X and Y actually escaping while this happens, and an incredible fight towards Countdown. You want to have a spot like where Heroes is at for potential elevation later on into those rings. But away from the action, no credit also flying on in. They are pretty far off, but all the way towards the geyser side here, Genome. Not just no credit, Lightning Unicorn, Barbecue, and effectively they're playing from the edge right now as Remarkable Team. Have they done it again?
Yeah, they went round to Lava Fisher immediately. Yeah. They're back to 3 already. Yeah, they're fine. They're doing okay.
Okay. So it was True, right? Who has the record so far of using 3 respawn beacons, if I remember correctly, in the last set. Now we got Remarkable Team getting 2. I love again. Quick shout outs to Prod for having that new overlay there for the respawn beacons, but hey, we're seeing that a little bit more often for today. Dreamfire, though, they want to continue that positive momentum. More shots here from No Name, looking good. They already knocked down Pricey of Virtus Pro, and there's a chance for Dreamfire to keep going for more. Moving inside the building now, past the spikes even. Oh, Wei, though, I hate the world. You just can't step on that. And Wei actually gets 2. That's a problem of running into the Catalyst setup. 3MZ, now he'll go for his own kind of push. And he does catch out Wei, but Dreamfire didn't expect that kind of damage.
Well, and Sharky didn't expect it either. Sharky was so far away, and he's actually come back into the building to try and re-chow that just because of how much damage that Wei did. Meanwhile, we've got Weibo over here in yet another engagement, and they're getting caught between VKG and Final Dream.
Yeah, Peacock here. His cover is his teammate shooting past towards the tunnel. And he's found some kills, sure, but Peacock, there is so much work to be done. Weibo now with a push as Virtus Pro has been eliminated there by Dreamfire. Weibo has a chance here to go for a bit of a reset. The scan connects, but Jackie Chan is back to his feet.
Yay. Reset does come through. VKG have left them alone. And the solo from Final Dream behind. Just taking a quick look, trying to see if he can maybe get some banners.
Dreamfire actually eliminated their X and Y as a duo, wiping them out. So that's them gone early on into the game again. It's getting very chaotic outside this ring area here, Genome, and it's getting pretty exciting to see these teams willing to fight one another.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Dreamfire were left crippled after Sharky came back in. And, I mean, he obviously had to try and get out. He was playing his life, but then Wei had such an incredible, you know, run there that he tried to capitalize on that damage. Couldn't quite do it, but he did put enough of Dreamfire down that XNY was able to finish off as a duo, as you say. Having a look where the ring is going, it does pull up a little bit. Wow, that's it's still hard to say whether that one's going to come down sharply to landslide or sit back up there at countdown.
I really want to say it's towards the countdown area where Hero's remarkable team are, but I will hedge my bets on that. I do wonder why William actually ran into the spikes there too, so, you know.
We've also seen some other circles end just like right in the middle, in between them, you know. If you're talking about hedging your bets, we could be playing the killing fields here in between landslide and countdown.
That's true, and we'll be seeing how these teams adjust later on, but Lightning Unicorn, them being not 20 yet is already good for today, right? It's a new roster for them, but they're forced to play as a duo now. They got some good series points from the last set, and we've seen them actually pick up some KP along the way, but it's been such a tough day. For more reasons than one for them, really trying to play effectively from a handicap here.
Always tough taking positions around here in countdown. And there we go. They're going to go into one of the command center positions. That's a good thing here.
Akuma, they set up the black hole well, and that's why you want to put Yukoi on that legend. They've taken the spot away from the likes of Heroes. You got remarkable team also still nearby as the duo, with LGD ready to put the pressure to from afar. No credit eliminated. Down left 215, but Akuma have had multiple successive fights here towards countdown. And get scanned. LGD backing on away. Just want to fight Akuma at this rate here.
Okay, we've got a Caravan pulled axe going back towards Serenity in the Caravan that sits just a little bit outside of Landslide. Quite a bit of it on the hill as well. So I think it's gonna it's probably gonna favor, because the tower isn't in, so it'll favor the teams who are sitting in Landslide like DKG. But it'll favor Serenity most of all. That's it. They don't have the Watson. They've only got the Catalyst.
And while we see X and Y catch out Weibo from behind, get the pick onto one, making this effectively a 2v2. KRYC trying to just bust through the smoke and get some good sidelines going, but the Rolling Thunder is the answer. Weibo Gaming looking to play bailout from the Vault Tunnel, but they just can't push further in because of VK Gaming being there at Landslide. Now the fight is forced, and X and Y go for the full stand. The confidence from X and Y. It will be a 1-for-1 trade, but the elevation there will be enough for Bobo to succeed, and it's Weibo who will take that fight.
Oh, and they just getting back up in time. Doesn't even have an opportunity to pop a med kit because he has to race the zone, and he will do so into the waiting arms of VKG, who easily take down Weibo Gaming as they try and exit the Landslide tunnel. So another couple of KP that goes their way. Currently the kill leader, Casa, to VKG, and you know, they've got control over this Caravan. They've got control over most of Landslide as the rest of the team is playing catch up. The rest of the lobby, I should say.
That's true, and that ring pull is going to be very much so in their favor as Barbecue return to the Pathfinder Revenant composition, and it gets them basically nothing. Collapse there with the Devotion, putting in the hurt. That is great. Fanta finding the angle, and we are left to 10, but VK Gaming Just want to go back to them real quick. That we've seen some stellar performances from them here and there. Effectively a dark horse to try and make it to land if things go their way.
Best bounce our bums this way.
It'd be a huge result for them if that happened, wouldn't it?
Yep.
I think it'd be a huge result for Barbecue if they could start trying something a little bit different. I mean, well, it's kind of what they're doing. I guess they got 6 kills this game, so that's not too shabby. It does feel like they are struggling to keep up and adapt to this lobby where that composition and that type of play style just gets stopped dead in its tracks by a lot of these mechanically superior teams.
I mean, Longshot made that post right went through saying that they didn't expect this level of competition, basically, compared to scrims. But Akuma, they're the ones sending it in the lobby so far. Moved away from Countdown. They need to push on in. And it's Heroes here as a duo. The ones trying to put a stop to them. Rolling Thunder now. Force Akuma back. They're going to have to wait it out for now.
All right, let's listen to what Akuma is doing coming up right now.
Nade.
Scanning! You're
Getting stuck.
Get out, really get out.
On you.
There.
Just go forward.
Yeah. Smoke for me. In front of us.
Solid bank, yeah. Dead. Last one.
We're gonna pick him.
All dead. Left side. Threats on your left.
Just solo, isn't it?
Oh,
what the fuck?
whoever the team that's just dropped on us should be fucking like
Tell me what he does.
treated well.
Actual fucking
The whole squad
idiot.
hit.
The black hole there for LGD, but now they're lacking the resources to fight for even longer. Yukoi though, last man standing, now he falls to the hand of Legacy. And Legacy from afar, that charge rifle doing work. Here we go again though. SWQ trying to survive. BK Gaming having a heyday from above. It looks like Ray Fanta pushing in with a Dark Veil too. So we're down to 6 squads here. You can see Serenity. This is their chance to pick up some KP for free.
Oh, I don't know if Great Fan is free if the first game is anything to go by. But we do see Nicholas going down to a charge rifle shot. Really? Wow, okay. Legacy putting that M&K to work here with the long-range weapons. Great Fan up now just down to low-key, and they will be removed. So, thought they were going to put up a little bit more of a fight than that, but it's not to be. And it does come down to the two teams we've been talking about for quite some time now, and that's Serenity and BKG in this game. Both holding the power spots, while KPG sort of just has to try and make it out along this wall.
Yeah, we still have to watch out for Keep Going Gaming. They've got the respawn beacon, and they're back to a 3-0. So it's a 3v3v3 until BKG find Keep Going Gaming nearby. There is nowhere to run for KPG. Boogie as well from Serenity chipping in, and the 2 squads converge onto the 1. So it might lead to BK and Serenity having the face-off. Teams Keep Going Gaming though, they're not out of it as of yet. Got KH still alive, but the big heavy hitters that played the zone early on, they're still here fighting for the win.
It looked like Buggy might actually be able to get back to his teammates there, but the Arc Star finishes him off, and now Serenity are a duo. They scan. They're trying to get second place here by taking out KPG, and they will at the very least do that, but that means VKG can just pop in here for an easy cleanup. Or is it?
VKG, that's the victory. They've been waiting.
You know, Great Fan is sitting at the top of our leaderboard, but, you know, not able to win a match just yet. But that doesn't matter for them. They seem to be collecting the kill points along the way to keep them in the lead. Can't wait to see this scoreboard and see who has rise to the top. But congratulations, VK Gaming. You know, they were sitting a little bit lower for us today. might not be enough to sort of shoot them to those top spots, but they are definitely creeping up. And what a great feat from them as we go to our replays, Dax, and see exactly how our teams fared out.
It just seemed to me if you had the drop zone at the very start, you were bound to lose it as early as possible. It happened to Fruit Salad. They started landslide and they were first team eliminated. It happened to the likes of Remarkable Team, pressured by Akuma and the rest. But with the lull in the battlefield, instead we moved over to the edges, right? Weibo Gaming fighting for their lives versus the likes of Final Dream as well as X and Y later on. We saw Dreamfire send it towards Virtus Pro, and in the end they died because of it after X and Y came on in. It just seemed to me that besides the zone, these edge teams ended up finding one another, Lace, and effectively it delivered the win to the team that was set up on the inside because no one was fully kitted. No one was extremely ready for these kind of fights until later on into the rings.
Yeah, and as you see all there, everybody just trying to make it into zone. Akuma absolutely fighting for life here, but it just wasn't enough as every team is sort of flocking in as the zone closes. But VK Gaming having a nice little position, just being able to get themselves like reset there with Serenity, you know, close on their tail. But it was just not enough to sort of make it into the zone for them as VK Gaming sort of spot that they are just hurting themselves and at a loss there for VK Gaming to take the win with a massive 14 kills, Dax.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised to see them make it to the top 3 because of that Serenity also. Jestro and especially Legacy, if you notice how he's been sniping from afar, catching out the likes of Akuma, catching out Grey Phantom with a charge rifle of all things. It was just impressive to see Serenity get back to the form that really impressed many once we talk about the Split 1 playoffs back in the LAN, right? KPG, that reset, confirming that they still make it to the top 3. Great Fanta with 5th place with 2 KP. That might be enough to barely keep a lead here, Lace, but the other teams are really catching up to Great Fanta now here.
Yeah, and you know what, Dax? I might have lied to you because if we take a look at the scoreboard right now, look at VK Gaming shooting up the leaderboard. I feel like that's a little bit of the caster's curse happening there, but they are 1 point away from Great Fanta, who have been doing huge kill games going into Groups B versus C. And again, Serenity joining them at the top as well with 27. Our teams are just so close together.
Yeah, VK Gaming jumping 12 positions. Serenity jumping 9 positions up, making it to that top 3. And come on, Lace, how many points was that from VK Gaming? 26-point game, rocketing them up and causing them to be considered for that 25 points later on. So it's a good set there in World's Edge. You see also a Remarkable Team, X and Y, 5th and 6th. Virtus Pro doing a bit better compared to a while ago within the top 10. But the woes really at the bottom continue for Dreamfire and especially Weibo Gaming that still cannot find the form to succeed in.
Yeah, they're struggling to find their footing. You know, we saw that in our games yesterday and again today. So, you know, it is been a little bit difficult for them. Things can always change as we head over to Storm Point, but as our teams are just so close together, you know, it is going to be anybody's game in heading into the last 3 matches that we have. So will Grape Fan be able to keep their little lead, but VK Gaming coming up closely behind. We're going to take ourselves a short break and we will find out after. It's a newly and highly talked about system that we have here for Apex Legends, the POI draft snake system, where teams get to select off the board and see a different way to play the game as it tests them, it tests their skills, being able to rotate out of zones that they may have never rotated out of before, Dax.
And given the fact that it's a snake system, right, it means there will be teams prioritizing one map over the other. And the point we've been hammering on for the past few games we've seen so far is we're going to actually see Storm Point be a bit more prioritized by 11 squads here compared to the usual World's Edge first pick priority. And with that being said, there are going to be some notable teams getting some good drop spots. I want to point out immediately, you have X and Y forced to play Launchpad just because another team has already picked up Cenote Cave, and that's Barbecue. You see teams like Fruit Salad taking the mill away from the likes of Dreamfire, and the examples keep on going here, Lace, just because of that first pick priority by these kind of teams.
Yeah, usually we see such, the heftier teams battle it out and contest for these larger spots. But you know what? This system allows these teams to be able to choose, some of these higher loot pools. We've got Barbecue at Xeno Cave, a nice little place for them to just be able to loot so safely and move from there. Even having, if we go to Cedo Station with LGD, such a crucial spot to go for a team that we don't see much of.
Yeah, LGD's very happy to pick up the pieces from where Legends Gaming was gonna play if they were in this group. They were like, okay, guys, Legends isn't here. We're gonna prioritize that. Also, I want to point out Great Fanta there by the pylon, forcing Weibo to play Devastated Coast. Lightning Road is something also that Genome was mentioning a while ago for Final Dream. So there's some really good spots here for some of these teams to get back into the thick of things, given that this scoreboard is still pretty much so wide open for today.
Yeah, and I guess what we don't really talk about much is landing on tridents as well. Some of these teams utilize that to be able to pick up a trident to, make their rotations in as well. So, there's so much going behind and so much thinking that really needs to go into selecting these drafts. A lot of the teams will obviously have, certain POIs to pick. There's always more spots than there are teams. But let's find out how exactly these teams play as we head over to Storm Point, match number 4.
The halfway marker for the sets, and we have moved on to Storm Point. We are back here, ladies and gents. I'm here with Genome yet again, and just like Lace was saying, certain teams getting that trident priority. You got Barbecue, Fruit Salad, as well as Final Dream, teams usually seen near the bottom of the scoreboard, given a chance to have some better rotations with it.
Yeah, been given an inch and they're taking a mile. Dax. The other thing I really noticed was that Lightning Unicorn with the heist of the century, I think it was pick number 29 getting Echo HQ.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Still
that's
as
crazy.
duo, but they're gonna make two
and
anyway.
That's the other thing, right? Is that obviously, you're picking your POIs, you're not really worried about being a duo or not, and no one else really knows that. But it does open up options for someone like KPG or Weibo Gaming that are nearby to make a quick rotation and pull up on you because they know, maybe they can take your lives and your loot.
Exactly what I was thinking, and exactly what KPG is looking to consider. Weibo also thinking about it right now. It's going back in a bit of history here as we see the ring look to pull even more so perhaps towards the pylon area. Heroes is the one who's happy about their drop spot here, Genome. They've always been that kind of barometer team, and they finally get it here compared to the first set that they had.
Yeah, look, and why wouldn't you if you were KPG? Because they didn't get either beacon. And guess what? Echo HQ's got both. So, I mean, you get maybe some KP, you get information, you get rotational paths, and you get all of the loot that goes with it. So I think this makes a lot of sense. But at exactly the same time, Weibo Gaming take the balloon into Echo HQ. All right, this is about to get fun.
What are the odds of the timing here? 3 squads looking to fight now and keep going. Gaming, that is beautiful. KH finding Bang Fafa 5th. The crack is just unreal right now, and Weibo Gaming They move on around to try and see where this fight has occurred, but Lightning Unicorn, they are hurting here. Left to a solo as Weibo finally spot out their opponents from afar.
Well, the funny part is that it was Weibo Gaming hit 80 with the Sentinel. They didn't actually get the finish. But both of these other teams combining to bully this duo. Shame on you guys. Honestly, shame.
Okay. And this is gonna be even worse for Lightning Unicorn. Timing is one thing. Simultaneous damage is another. Remarkable team actually the first to fall, but Lightning Unicorn looking to be likely next as Bang Fafa Fifth has been found. Weibo is hounding Gop Gaps here. There's no escape. And Echo HQ cleared out here by Weibo in the end.
Well, super sad for KPG because that means they don't get that information we were talking about. I mean, you know, sure they get a little bit of damage, but they're still 1,000 off purples. And they can grab the Evo Harvester on the way in there, but yeah, I just a little bit sad that they lose all of the priority to the objectives there to Weibo Gaming, unlike No Credit, who are not only very much within the circle, but also picked up 2 out of the 3 KP from taking down Remarkable Team.
Yeah, but the Kuma, on the other hand, they were still not done with the action here by Jurassic. Great Phantom, the ones looking at them. And they're just perched there by the compound. Outside pylon, Akuma with whites cannot be the aggressor here. We've seen them do wonders, actually, with this kind of full send comp. There's just no info. Who cares about it? Yukoi has been doing really well with the black hole setups, and it's been giving Akuma a bit of life, really, coming into the server.
Yeah, that said, Dax, I mean, they're still on whites, and this is not the first time today we've seen that from Akuma. They're rotating out of their POI without necessarily having blue shields, which just puts them at risk. And you can see right now they're having to make big rotations, negative rotations away from the circle just to remedy that. So, I don't know. Is this just the POIs that they've been playing from today? They had bad RNG with the Evo Harvester spawns. Hard to say, but, you know, you can look at graphs on, you know, DGS of how long it's taking these teams to get to, you know, blue armor and purple armor. And I would bet that Akuma are one of the latest to grab those levels.
Yeah, it's been a problem specifically on Storm Point more so than World's Edge. We might see those woes continue on, but Weibo, they've lost one again so early on. Luckily, with Echo HQ cleared out by them, they can go for the respawn beacon after getting the banner, but you see it again, Weibo, they're still getting played as a 3-0 sure here, Gina, but it goes back to that confidence being shattered bit by the other teams against him.
Yeah, I think it might have been Heroes. Grabbed the kill, actually. Okay, Kissan's currently has 8 damage and 1 kill.
Mm-hmm. Yo! That's like me for real! I've been there, I've seen that. And actually, look at the scoreboard from one of the maps there a while ago. Virtus Pro had something like that. They got a good number of kills, but not as much damage compared to everyone else. So, it happened. Speaking of Virtus Pro, they're here in 8th place. We do still expect a bit more from them compared to their performance so far today. Great Fanta on the other hand. A welcome surprise, and you're looking to welcome BK Gaming, who's trying to take a spot here in Pylon 2.
Yeah, and that's the spot you want to be. It's not Jurassic, it's not outside of that, it's very much a Pylon pull. Usually it doesn't go in the middle of Pylon. I mean, nothing seems sacred anymore. A lot of the spots on both maps that were, you know, supposedly invalid circle endings are not anymore. But yeah, generally with the Pylon ones, it'll pull to one of the little villages outside of it. So the fact that Savior and Co are set up there right now with the Watson is very good for them.
And Weibo also looking to make that kind of call that they just play from the south itself. But Keep Going Gaming, they're coming in from Barometer. And with that being said, they finally get the intel that they've been looking for, Genome. They get the rig console there. And they know that it will be a Pylon pull, so they're going to be running into Weibo Gaming eventually.
Yeah, will it be them? Will it be, I mean, you know, there's so many teams on that side of the circle though, right, Dax? Like, you can actually see Akuma, you can see True, you can see Virtus Pro, as well as KPG, all coming through, potentially through that southern choke, where Weibo will be holding down that village. And, as you said, you know, KPG do have that information. Virtus Pro have just grabbed it, and True are looking to get that as well. We'll have to see. Oh no! They've actually managed to pick up Way there. Oh, this could be awful for Virtus Pro.
This is a big chance now for True to get some points going. And exactly that, Way confirmed. Where is the rest of Virtus Pro right now? They're playing from above.
Up the top.
Yeah, exactly. 3v2 for now, and True can just easily set up and wait for Virtus Pro to drop down here.
I have selected an upgrade.
I was playing some control on this in the break, actually, because I just, you know, just can't get enough of Apex. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've been in this situation myself. No, not really. And Virtus Pro are actually going to have to pull all the way out now. And it's going to be a tough rotation for them. As the circle does close, and they're going to have to go through maybe Jurassic. I mean, they're really taking a long way around here. As they get actually scanned by True, who are currently, you know, thinking about placing an evac tower and might even head on over there. But more and more teams pulling into Pylon, Dax.
Yep. I'm very excited to see, especially Barbecue, actually. For once, we've seen them really get it on up. Most of their kills, or rather most of their points, are from KP. Given the advantage that they have, they're going to be running into Fruit Salad over at Jurassic. So can't wait to see that fight. We're watching, though, X and Y on the other front versus the likes of Heroes. YC getting that piece of the hunt to get a bit more mobility, find an off angle if ever. Just no way in for X and Y. Already popped their ultimates. Heroes still holding them off, and with that being said, Heroes doing a pretty good job staying safe, staying stable on the inside.
Yeah, they have managed to use the fortification abilities of Catalyst there to stick it out for a little while. I mean, the bang ult, I think, probably helped as well. And final dream gonna get taken out by Akuma holding the top floor.
Island setup like this is good for Akuma. They have the horizon. They're the ones who can easily lift up to the vertical spots with the grab lift. That being said, VK Gaming also gone. Weibo actually taking advantage of the chaos and now looking to jump on no credit as they found very cheeky indeed. A 3v2 looking to be the pressure point for no credits. As Bobo and the rest breaking those fences and invading the home of Savior. There is no place sacred, there is no place safe, and Weibo needed something like that to keep things going.
Well, if there's any consolation there for no credit, it's that the circle pulled sharply away from them, and they didn't actually have Godspot. It's the southern village that will be grabbing that. Some teams even pinging around near the tree, like the really big tree that's near that southern mountain. Every chance it does actually head towards there.
It touched the south side of the other ring, so not too surprising as Keep Going Gaming have made that call and are staying in that compound. Virtus Pro behind them, yes. They're merely a duo. SWQ the ones taking the tree area instead. And still not every team within the ring area. Dreamfire, MXF, Serenity, that's one cluster. Heroes, X and Y. You already see an evac tower. Speaking of, True also flying on in. And eventually, we're going to see these teams call these spots. And True's in a good spot right now.
Yeah, brilliant rotation there by True, managing to grab one of the pyramids. Especially one of the ones on the southern side where they can definitely stage an offense from here. You know, maybe chuck a bang ult out towards SWQ and then push that way sooner or later. Serenity have been having a better series than we saw yesterday. Sitting now at number 3.
So close to Dreamfire. They popped the Beast of the Hunt because of it. X and Y also. Potential threat from the south as they wipe out Heroes. Dreamfire disengage. Setting up the Dark Veil now. moving on forward towards the pylon. Pressure applied. MXF instead the ones found. And MXF just minding their own business. Now they're getting overrun here by Serenity. As Legacy and the rest, they want to go for the push. The scan. Trying to find the target there by the rock. Break the shields onto one. The frag nade also thrown at them. But Serenity now in the middle of all the action. X and Y ready to find the KP instead. And as Dreamfire also wants a piece of this action here, it's 4 squads fighting. MXF the first fall. Dreamfire, since they went back, they are just gonna die because of it. Serenity gone to X and Y, the one standing after that one. But Weibo Gaming looking to see who's the survivor after everything's said and done here.
Oh gosh, they just look so toothless, Dreamfire. So passive, as if the game is happening to them and they're not forcing their will upon the game as they have done in so many splits in the past, Dax.
Talking about Toothless here. The fury that is X and Y has come towards Weibo Gaming. We've talked about the game of confidence. X and Y proving it again. As Jackie Chan will fall. Bobo, the last one standing, or rather, a duo standing here. He gets a knock too. And Weibo Gaming making X and Y work for it, but it's just not enough. X and Y, they get the banner of YC. They beat down Weibo, and they have at least this part of the map to work with.
WQ, one of the only teams that will be playing from the outside of Pylon. And the ring is actually... The 6th ring is going to be very much... It'll be finishing outside of it, but like it'll have a lot of the Pylon building inside it. And yeah, this is just going to make a crazy finish here.
It's gonna surprise SWQ, that's for sure. They were betting that at least it would be outside of Pylon itself. And Donut, hey, remember last time this man had a Kraber? I'm expecting good things from this.
Yep, let's see him pop off. He's already had some practice today. Access once again to one of the most feared weapon. Was that a collat? I swear I saw a second damage number behind the 112 there, but maybe not. Either way, he got the hit. A few more of those and he'll be on red armor before you even know it.
And Fussy's the one just pressuring X and Y here. SWQ, they at least want one of these bullets to go towards X and Y, especially. With this ring closing on in. Akuma, a beautiful perch from above as X and Y eliminated here by the combined efforts of LGD and Akuma. But there you go, Donut looking for the shot. Does he push LGD though? That's a big question. Seems like it's not the case, but this ring now showing its hand towards all these teams, and we are moving back into Pylon here.
Well, the crazy part about this, Dax, is that teams like Akuma, who have the full high ground, they can actually just stay up there.
Yes. It's really turned into a control game.
Ring. Like, what?
What is going on with these pulls? And the team with the Horizon is the one with the big advantage now with the verticality of this spot. We're left to 7. SWQ hearing towards Keep Going Gaming. True will have to move too, but Barbecue, Akuma, Great Fanta as a solo with Loki and LGD. Those teams are the ones we're gonna have a face-off inside the Pylon.
Yeah, KPG, they'll probably be able to take up a position underneath SWQ somewhere in the river, hiding behind the, you know, those pipes and whatnot that we just got to look at, but oi. True, they're finally having to move out from their pyramid that we saw them take that evac into. Well, pretty much everyone else is probably going to try and coexist in the buildings in Pylon. So this is going to be a fascinating ring, a final ring close. We're probably actually going to get a lot less deaths than we usually would on a round 5 closing here, Dax. But
yep,
it's going to create a really interesting endgame.
I mean, there's so much cover now, and speaking of, you can make even more with the Catalyst Dark Veil. Here comes True, as well as Keep Going Gaming, moving into the Pylon now. Loki has been found eventually, as KPG taking some immense damage from SWQ. Donut actually knocking one with the Kraber. Akuma still very happy with their spots and with their setup. Left to 6 full squads. True right now pouncing here towards the barbecue setup 2. But here we go again. Donuts won for these 4 days. He's been good at it.
It's yet another, and, you know, of course, one of the things that Kraber is good at doing is creating space. And SWQ are putting the fear into the other teams and buying so much of it here on the outside. And of course, you can see them smoking off that entrance because they know that most teams are going to actually have to come from there. Maybe some others will try and climb over the top, but gosh, they're going to be so exposed to the other teams. You've got KPG playing above them, and then of course on the ultimate height right now is Akuma still.
And True's actually marking this possible exit, and SWQ spot that, try and find a knock early on. Here we go again. Gran is down to Donut's hand. Incredible work with the Kraber again.
That's it.
SWQ, they're looking to find more here.
That's it. They can't really push it, can they?
Yeah.
You know, look, Donut is actually swinging around to see if he can get the finish, and he's got a couple of grenades left, but they won't get it, and it will be the reset for True.
Yeah, it's just a nice shot, but Donut's the one playing away from his team. SW's fortifications, that pylon over on the eastern side instead. And this ring looking to close down soon. True advancing here. Barbecue on the inside still. Keep going gaming, the first to fall. But Barbecue is effectively trapped by the doorway. Here comes True now. As they are looking to find another fight. No way for these teams to try and cross. True trying to play gatekeeper, but Donut again is a bother with the Kraber. Rogers knocked down because of him. Akuma getting eliminated. We're down to 4 here.
SWQ, Akuma was right on top of them, but some well-placed nades will eliminate that threat. Everyone else is just getting squished through like a sausage maker out of this tiny little entrance here in the end, and SWQ looks on with glee. They have arc stars, they've got Kravers, anything they want to just smash people coming out of this.
This is literally the meat grinder, and SWQ are the butchers here. Arcstar Sublime again. Donut gets back into cover. Job's already done because of that Kraber. Barbecue eliminated. We're down to 3. True still fighting for their lives. Anything they can use for cover, they shall do so. The Moby allowing them to stay alive. But here comes SWQ to wipe the slate clean. And SWQ will take the victory here.
Needed to dissuade others from, you know, coexisting in the same space as them.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Another situation where we see SWQ create so much space with the trusted Kraber in Donut's hands. But this time, Genome, with the whole team intact, you know, we saw him do such excellent work over on World's Edge for our first couple of matches, just holding alive and absolutely decimating with that Kraber. But you know what? They held it together this time as a full-fledged team and just absolutely obliterated everybody coming in from Pylon. There wasn't much, you know, room for them to work, but SWQ had that great position. It was no doubt that they were going to take out that match.
Yeah, I mean, you were even talking about it, I think at the end of the last game, weren't you, about how good SWQ have been at creating that space for themselves. So for 2 games in a row now, they have leveraged that and done just such a great job of converting space into points. And the further we get through this series, the more that's going to matter. Jumping up a couple of spots here as a result of their win in game 4.
Yeah, and even in this situation, Weibo looking to be strong for match 4 as all these teams such as Serenity and MXF and Dreamfire try to make their way in. But unfortunately, you know, I think they got a little bit complacent here as X and Y get the knock on them and able to push their way into the buildings outside of Pylon. It was looking great for Weibo, but unfortunately, they got a little bit too hungry there, just being eliminated. But here we have SWQ. Like we said, Genome just creating space and creating havoc. Donut on the Kraber. You just do not want to put that weapon in Donut's hands.
Oh man, some people just looks. I mean, it's already a scary weapon, but some people just take it to the next level, don't they? Donut seems to have some experience with that gun, and I mean, yeah, you can see there, everyone was just so worried about trying to get out of those doors that it made it so easy for SWQ to push up. I mean, they only get 3 kills in the end, but of course, you can see 1,700 damage from Donut is worth its weight in gold. Gold, of course, being placement points in this context.
Yeah, and as we have 4 matches down, 2 more to go, you know, the teams are quite closely matched. Only a few points in between each team. So even SWQ getting 3 kill points, but having that win with the extra 12, you know, could potentially push them up as, you know, there was only 2 points difference between them and Serenity. So, you know what, we definitely get excited to see this scoreboard, to see exactly how our teams have moved around on the leaderboard. But still, no one can take over Great Fanta, even though they got knocked out quite early in Stormpoint matches. But there we go, SWQ creeping on up.
Yeah, I mean, Great Fanta just chipping away at it, making sure that you know, they're not falling behind, and you know, they've got 6 and 7 points. You know, 2 points in game 2. It was obviously most of that coming from the Cray 26 they got in game 1. Whereas SWQ have matched them by being a little more consistent with 6, 11, 8, and 15 now with that dub.
Yeah, and you know, they're not just creeping up that much, but it's just nice to see them, I guess, go up 2 placements in that match alone. X and Y moving up about 3, just following along behind. VK Gaming going down about 2, but still steadily behind X and Y. But SWQ, you know, they're really doing the work today in these games, as they're only 1 point away from Grape Fanta. You just see the steamroll effect that this team has if they can keep this cohesion and creating that space that we love to see SWQ do, that they could just take over the leaderboard. So, you know what? We still have 2 more games to go, Genome. So, as this leaderboard is so tight, anybody could still take out the match. There's nobody with a gigantic lead like we saw with Legends Gaming, so any team could definitely take over.
Yeah, it's a nice change, you know. We love a close match day where you're still on the edge of your seat getting into game 6, and you know, as fun as it is watching Legends just you know, set themselves apart, it's also really fun to have a nice close game day here, like it looks like we're getting with B versus C.
We love that. We love being kept on our toes. Let's take ourselves a short break and we will see you back shortly. for them in this next match.
Oh, yeah, look, if they manage to grab that in Game 5, all of a sudden it's very hard. Basically, one of the teams just below them would almost have to do the same in Game 6 to catch up. So, yeah, look, that'd be big, but it seems like KP is more the name of the game for them rather than the outright win so far, Lace.
Yeah, and you know what? SWQ have, I guess, sort of taken more charge of controlling the zone and making sure that they are getting those top positions besides KP. But Great Fanta are definitely doing, more of the kill points to keep that win. But you know what we love? We love the Ratatas. It's not the Pokemon, but it's the rats in Apex Legends. Low-key, doing absolute work for Great Fanta, Genome.
Nuts, actually. It's a very interesting, stat when you consider that, they've had a couple of good placements. And yeah, actually, I guess it was really just the first game where the bulk of their kills came from. So you don't often see 2 of the top 3 Ratters from the same team. It's usually just the one.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, Loki, you take the rat time this time, and then Nicholas, you take it the next time. But yeah, that first match that they had, with the 17 kills really have kind of helped them throughout this, and then just getting the placement points from the best rat stats ever is definitely their go-to play here. But you know what, I am hoping that they can get themselves a win, because I feel like that's exactly what they need to just keep that lead. But let's find out right now as we take back to Storm Point. This is match number 5.
Looks like the scoreboard says the Rats are in charge. Great Fanta, a slim lead, but a lead nonetheless. Just the play from Loki a while ago, right? Genome staying alive for so long. Nicholas also in that skyhook circle, but we are back to game number 5. And if anyone can actually take the top set away from Great Fanta, it can be SWQ from what we saw in the last game.
SWQ definitely having a good start, but does this circle help them out at all from their POI of lightning rods? Well, it's doable. I mean, they've got the Trident. Apparently, they've got a turbocharger. Just saw them ping that one out, and plus they've got dual Evo harvesters to start with. They can rotate through and grab the survey beacon. At Cliffside, which no one is taking here, plus a 3rd Evo Harvest. This is actually a sick rotation from Final Dream up the top here. Oh, actually, no. You know what? I'm not talking about SWQ, Dax. I've been debated again. We're back to the EXO days of people who are not playing for the org having the tag in their name. And I'm looking at Final Dream aimbot SWQ.
Let me clear that up for you real quick. I know this for a fact. I'm not sure if aimbot is still technically part of the SWQ roster, but something Wikipedia's been saying. And all of them have that tag, so perhaps like a partnership, perhaps? Who knows? We're not seeing it in game, of course, but in any case, good to see, Final Dream, they can have a good spot there. SWQ, they can also do the same, but you can see already from up top, right? Bangalore, Bloodhound being picked, the Pathfinder composition is still there, a single caustic, the Horizon, Akuma's been running here, Gino, but it's still more of the same from what we've seen so far here today.
Indeed, and this is SWQ, of course. They were playing Command Center, so using the patented evac from top Command Center for ridiculous amounts of rotational ability. You can see just how far they're able to go with that, and they get themselves all the way to the spiders, as well as an Evo cache, Evo harvester down here. So very nice little rotate out from SWQ.
And they run into the solo of X and Y. That's JR, I think, who's away from his other 2 teammates over at Launchpad. Also Dreamfire there, looking to pick up a kill onto X and Y. So X and Y, surprisingly in trouble. They didn't expect this kind of rotation from the other teams. On the other hand, though, Legacy and the rest catching out LGD, who come in from Ceto Station. Serenity, they've just gone for the full send all throughout the day, and this can be another chance for them to try and catch out another squad.
Alright. Give it a go. Oh, will LGD turn around? You see double time activated on Mingyue. And not too much damage coming through. Barely a cell each will be required here. The LGD.
See on top the collapse, YC, Jesco, as well as Aimbot within our top 4. 11 kills right now. It's still very close though at the tippy top. But SWQ, Donut may have not done the kills a while ago. He did some immense damage. Crazy Kong and Yuling the ones to get those kind of knocks. Akuma on the other hand, they're in a spot of trouble here. At the very least, to try and stay alive against Brave Fanta as Keep Going Gaming also nearby. A grab lift there from Yukoi though. Bossy trying to crawl his way back into cover, or Crusader will look to bring him back up here as Great Fanta eliminated as KPG just pounce on them.
Oh no! No, that's not going to make it so easy to keep that top spot here. Great Fanta go down and just completely open the door for SWQ, who have actually rotated all the way around into the bottom of Devastated Coast.
And I just want to point out real quick, Lightning Unicorn did not get bullied this game, Genome. They did a very smart job to run away as soon as they initially looted. They made their way actually to Barometer, and now we see them find their way towards Cecil Station. So that Trident, useful for Lightning Unicorn. Back to the action though. We move towards Devastated Coast. Heroes taking the height. Weibo Gaming noticing all these teams coming their way, and well, they're happy to receive them as VK on the other hand. Looking out for the squad to find another pop off perhaps. So a few pot shots from afar, but that's pretty much it for now.
I mean, look, VK Gaming from their spot here, I mean, they're so far away from the action, right, Dax? I mean, all the way in Cascade Falls. Serenity, once again, in the vicinity. Would have a crack at this, but very late rotate style for them here. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming taking some pot shots here. And Heroes weren't really worrying about them. They're worrying about SWQ underneath them. And they need to make it into the other building, because the building that they were in, not in the next zone. Dreamfire. We've seen precious little of them so far this split. And unfortunately, for the multitude of fans out there, they're just not doing a lot to make us take notice.
Yeah, it's been a year of struggles for Dreamfire. They've already lost Royal along the way. We see, sure, new blood with no name, and he's found a few situations where the advance is looking strong, but you said it a while ago in that last game, the confidence just isn't there. The hesitation really on the calls compared to the old Dreamfire. XNY has been the team willing to fight and willing to go for it. Here they come onto MXF. That's already 2 down to their hand. A rat left for MXF, but XNY scrounging at the scraps left behind here.
Some fancy new death boxes feeding them. And Dreamfire not willing to get involved, even though their proximity reveals they could have had a chance.
Yeah, Genome, isn't that the thing? Old Dreamfire would probably just go for it.
Yes.
They would have that confidence to really show their stuff and show everyone why they're a force to be reckoned with. And we've had these situations where we're excited to see Dreamfire close, and then they pull back, so we have to pull it back too. And yeah, and here we go again. An idle time for Dreamfire.
And the weird thing is that it feels like it shouldn't have changed that much for them. I mean, they've still got 3MZ there as the IGL calling this, and you know, you've replaced Roy with another very, very, very good fragger. And it just doesn't feel like the identity of the team should have shifted as much as it has.
I just want to go back to 2023 real quick. They were trying to play a hybrid style. It didn't work out. They went back to that edge playstyle everyone knew and loved. Gave them the chance to make it back to LAN. So where is that recovery now here? For the past split, for split number 2. It's a weekend to kind of forget unless Dreamfire start making big games happen from this point on. We say that because we're very concerned about how they've been doing with everyone having their eyes on them. But here we go, Final Dream. 119, beautiful shot there from FD. And the mother load is looking to be prime. Final Dream with a single shot. That's the go signal for them. They'll go for the pounce onto X and Y. YC trying to hold them off. Final Dream, though, ready to send it inside the house. And as of right now, they're just trying to see where X and Y is at. A target not found as of yet. X and Y making space for themselves here.
Okay. As you said, using their ultimates. All three of them expended recently. And it does culminate in a knock onto Moku there, but that's with the help of the solo Artoria.
Artoria's just been wanting revenge versus X and Y. Hovering also is Dreamfire. Hopefully looking for the right timing, but X and Y, they've gotten the chance to get their shields back up. JR and XD, also that refuge, allowing JR to get back into the fight even faster than usual. Eventually they head on out, and we've seen these elongated fights. X and Y just looks for the right timing to actually catch out the other squad, putting pressure and using ults against them early on.
Well, if they're looking for Artoria in the storm, it looks like he's willing to take a little bit of damage here, just to try and save his life. Actually going even further, maybe trying to get out of scan range.
Saw the smoke. They spot him, but we go back to Weibo, who are contained here. Virtus Pro knocking on their doorstep. Becky Chan and the rest trying to find an opening here. Pricey looking to kick down this barricade, heavily fortified by the ferrofluid. But eventually, there's a chance for Pricey to try and lose some shots on the other side of this room. Still though, can't get in there. Beast of the Hunt gonna be gone, and with that, that smoke screen gonna be even more effective for Weibo to keep cover for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's every time we seem to get some info from Pricey, you know, it was a little bit doubting themselves as they get sent on here, and oh no. That's going to be everyone but Pricey removed from VP in Game 5.
Wow. Weibo, what a swing! They just showed up on screen there, and Virtus Pro caught napping. SWQ, though, eliminated now. Fruit Salad, the ones taking control of the west side of this circle, and this is a good sign for Fruit Salad. They've been struggling to find precision all throughout this lobby. Dreamfire also now here on Northpad, getting the elevation on. Got so many other squads to deal with. LGD, No Credit, Lightning Unicorn, as well as Final Dream. Hit now with the Beast of the Hunt. Sees a target. There you go. Bang Fafa Fifth is gone. Lightning Unicorn eliminated here. Dreamfire good for the one. Hungry for more perhaps, but for now they're staying away, staying safe after the scan.
I can see there's several teams around as Pete tries to make the most of his ultimate here, but as it fades, his ability to do damage through the smoke recedes. So he has to just get straight on top of them.
Yeah, Dreamfire, this is what we're looking for. Another set of kills. One onto No Credit, one onto LGD. And Dreamfire in control of the North pad now. We did see X and Y take some hefty damage along the way. And it's BK Gaming also nearby, set on up. They're just right below with the pylon, keeping safe for the time being.
Yep, I'm not sure if these teams are actually thinking it could be a launchpad zone, and that's why they're all up here, but I suppose there's not very much cover between, say, the hill that we saw VP lose that fight, going all the way down to launchpad. You know, once you get past into the fingers, it really does become a little bit sparse.
I don't think there's any console also here, nor is launchpad in the first place, so everyone just guessing. Now they see the ring all over towards Devastated Coast, and they're gonna have to fight for their lives. Dreamfire, they heard the call, and they catch out No Credit to get another one on the board. The rally from Dreamfire, it's looking possible here from now.
no shot, and it's actually pulled so far south that heroes who are holding the high building, the one that you can zip across to, are going to be really just crowned up there. You know, it's it can sometimes be such a simple circle to play from that position.
Yeah, but it's so interesting. I look back at the Dreamfire fight. They basically have a god spot of a circle that doesn't exist. Everyone will have to run south sooner or later. And teams like Remarkable Team, Akuma, Keep Going Gaming, they're looking to take notice. But why are we looking at Launchpad here, given the ring is so far away from this spot?
14 squads, they've done a good job of keeping it alive so far, but they have not done a good job of reading this circle. As you mentioned, Dax, there's only 4 teams currently within round 4. Well, yeah, within the next circle, and Dreamfire, certainly not one of them. As you say, their spot up the top of Launchpad here gives them a good chance to look down and maybe get some KP as other people try to rotate. But they've actually gone for the double evac just to try and get out of here. Does it work? Yes, it does. All 3 of them get on the evac and don't even take that much damage.
Yeah, they're gonna get so much distance based on where they started in the first place. Right under where the ring console's at. Very smart play here from Fire, and this is what we want to see from them. But LGD, they have to go towards the ring the hard way. They smoke on up whatever they can. Ming-Yue tries to provide that cover. True on the other hand from afar, and it's ready for chaos, ready for the classic APAC sound kill feed now. True's gone though to the hand of LGD, making their way towards the corner. Final Dream and Akuma also watching now, but LGD getting down. Ming-Yue fighting for his life. That's Final Dream gone. And LT, he's in the corner with 1 HP. Now that Yukoi finds them there, Akuma the ones picking up the pieces and looking to find an angle to play from. We're down to 9, but Akuma hiding right below them right now.
Gross. It's chaos. It's mayhem over on the west side of the circle here. This is just crazy. And, oh man, that Dreamfire rotation, that was nuts. That was absolutely godlike by 3MZ. They're finding his spot underneath the stairs in Devastated Coast.
But Genome, we're left to 1 standing. They've lost Pit already. 3MZ needs to be revived here by No Name. Looks to me, BK Gaming and Hero is the ones finding them there. The scan for BK, they want to catch Dreamfire now. And Dreamfire fading on away. Heroes though, getting a piece of the action. Eventually, Dreamfire eliminated. It can be a trap spawn. Beautiful nade there from Bastion. Casa with 1 HP trying to keep BK Gaming alive in this fight. Wave was gone too. Casa, please try and survive. Team begging him to get into cover. And at least BK Gaming, a small breath of fresh air there, a small corner to work with.
Okay, Serenity in the house up the top here. Catalyst holding down the fort. Let's hear them play this out against the other 6 squads.
Oh, fuck.
Going him. Dead.
100 on blood. I mean, bang. 100 bang.
Someone queued up. Another team's coming up. I'm batting.
Yep.
We have no doors, okay? No doors.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play this. Can we come kill these guys? Same spot. Yep. Do they queue up?
Wait. I'm looting ammo. Swapping guns.
Look left.
Yeah, we need to kill Brand again now.
Yes, in front of us. 130.
Getting them.
Get over the hip.
Yeah, I'm
running at them.
I got stunned.
Hold stick low. Dead. I'm down. In zone.
Cracked.
Dead. Last one swing me.
Oh, we
Thunder,
need
retain.
Run away.
I'm dead.
Shoot, both.
Roger.
teams just having to do a mountain goat climb up that hill near Devastated Coast and just dropping like flies. It was such a difficult, I guess, feat going into Devastated Coast with those teams just waiting idly by on the top of their stuff. But you know what? Heroes coming in clutch there, just being able to play it safe, play it a little bit slower, and just taking out any teams that sort of come into their spider web.
I mean, it was just so decisive really from Heroes. As soon as they got that house, they were happy to play from height. But then that ring decides to keep going towards them inch by inch, pull by pull. And effectively, they would catch out many of the teams desperate to find that kind of rotation. I really loved how they handled external threats like Dreamfire, like VK Gaming as much as they can, that effectively cleared out their side of the map for so long. And in the final fight, Serenity were picking up solos here and there, taking some really good fights, but Heroes was the one clearing the other side, and it even gave them more KP at the end of that map.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see the scoreboard because, as we've been saying, just in and amongst these matches, that it's so close between our leaderboards with only a point difference between them. So even, we haven't seen too much of Heroes in our first couple of matches, but, something like this could push them further up the leaderboard and jump a fair few spots. And you know what? Serenity even placing out at second. This could be a huge thing for them also, as they were sitting quite, pretty at the top there. I guess alongside Great Fanta. Great Fanta not, getting the win that I was so hoping that they would, because they've been sticking at the top with a 1-point lead for so long. I was just hoping, Dax, that they would have done something to be able to get a win and really push themselves and solidify the spot. But you know what? That's just Apex. Heroes comes to play, Heroes comes to fruition, and takes out the win with a massive 11 kills.
The thing is, Lace, that was Prod Curse. It's because we pointed out, okay, rat stats looking good. Great Fanta, they always survive. What happens? They leave in 20th place. So unfortunate for them. But Heroes and Serenity, this is a good chance for them to climb that scoreboard. Remarkable team again too, making it to the top 3. And looking down further down the order, KPG getting 6 kills, Akuma, Yukoi actually doing work with Horizon, and Dreamfire. We did mention, we and Gino were talking about it, that they've been struggling, not just in the weekend so far, but in the previous split. A game like that could have, they were looking for even more results after that rotation, because it was so smart, courtesy of 3MZ. But they're happy to take those 6 kills and at least get some good points on the board here.
Yeah, exactly right. And as we take a look at the scoreboard, was that enough for Heroes to be able to jump up the leaderboard? And they go about 9 spots there, Dax, to put them into 4th with 40 points, in line with SWQ, who have been doing absolute work for us today. Just to have that game for Heroes was an absolute triumph for them. Great Fanta, like we said. I'm going to have to write a letter to them and apologize for the caster curse. But, still having a nice placement there for 3rd at 41 points. But Dax, look at who's at the top.
I mean, it's Serenity. We would see them just find those knocks along the way, and it was just so effective. And that's what we expect from Serenity coming in from LAN, right? 2 second place finishes. If I remember correctly, that's also how they racked up some incredible placement points to get on the board to make it to that final lobby in the first place. And effectively, right, it's just all about those smart kind of plays. We've been also always thinking about how macro is going to be so important given the draft, but you got Jesco, you got Boogie, so prepared for any kind of situation. Legacy has really been one of the most improved players coming into not just this split, but this whole year of ALGS, and they're doing so much good work because of it.
Yeah, and I could just have a look at the damage stats, like Legacy that's putting out, also Jesco for Team Serenity. They moved up about 4 spots for themselves, so to put them in the 49-point lead against, VK Gaming coming there at second at 42. But you know what? That was match number 5, Dax. We still have one more match to go, so we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we hope to see you right after it. Making a huge win for game number 5, Dax, moving them up about 9 spots on our leaderboard. But you know who else is turning up the heat is Serenity, taking them to first place with 49 points. We are still very close on our leaderboard, so even that triumph from Serenity, it is still anybody's game going into match number 6.
Absolutely agree with you. We were chanting before we got into this, right? One more game for good reason. None of these teams have even made it past 50 points right now here, Lates. It's been a low-scoring lobby, and that being said, if you look at the gap between first to even 9th, it's only around 17 points. It is still anyone's game compared to what we've seen so far in the past 2 sets with Legends as well as Makers taking 1 and 2 respectively. So I'm really excited to see who can step up now and get that full 25, even every single map with an individual winner here.
Yeah, and you know what? I love it when the teams are sort of closely matched, because then that gives us a little bit of a surprise and excitement when the final match finishes, because we don't know who's going to take over the top until it is completed. But a big congratulations to Heroes taking out match number 5 win. That has really put them in a great position against, you know, Grape Fanta and VK Gaming. I will not give the caster's curse to Grape Fanta again, just so that they can move up the leaderboard, which I know that they so desperately want. We've seen that, you know, with the rat skills that they've been playing throughout today's matches, Dax. But Serenity, you know, not even getting the win there, but getting so much KP that has put them, 7 points in front of VK Gaming, who have actually got a win today.
I mean, that's crazy to think, right? 2 of our top 3 haven't taken a map as of yet. Serenity, Grave Fanta, very much show the possibility to really pop off. I'm also looking for perhaps X and Y, remarkable team. Those kind of squads can put in the impact too. But you can see here the team comps already, Lace, and especially it's been more so a Catalyst lobby compared to the Watsons we've seen in other ones here.
Yeah, no, usually we're used to seeing Watson just being, you know, about 2 more picks above Catalyst, but, you know, playing in these open zones, Catalyst wall, we've seen utilized in such great things just to stop that third party or get a little bit of time to rotate for these, you know, larger zones and more space that Storm Point creates. You know, there's not a lot of cover sometimes when you're moving from POI to POI, but again, still having, you know, the trusty little Fuse in there as well. We can't forget about him being like such a staple pick in, you know, Split 2 has just been excellent to see. But you know what? It's just amazing to even see like people bringing back Horizon and stuff like that, just to be able to, I guess, really hone in these teams and just get the damage that they so need just to create that space or to take a position in these lobbies. So, you know what? As we have such a close leaderboard, Dax, this game is going to be crucial for a lot of our teams. So let's take it away. This is our final game of the day, match number 6. Let's go, Dax.
Let's go, Apex out as we go for one last game. Lace bringing in the hype, Tino bringing in the cast as we are here again for one more matchup. Who do you think is going to take it, Genome? Still such an open book at the top spot of the scoreboard here.
I mean, Lace just said take it away, Dax, so I think I'm just going to sit this one out.
Okay.
You've got it, Dax, don't worry.
Come on, man. It's been a long day.
No,
Please.
you're right. I wouldn't leave you like that. I wouldn't leave you, Dax. Who's going to take this one out? I mean, okay, I'm going to make a prediction here. And I've got no idea how we're going to prove this.
By the heart, you know. Go with your gut.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the lowest winning total of a 6-match series in APAC South ever.
Ooh. Like 1 point with around what? How many points right now, right? I said it a while ago, everyone is sub 50 here, Genome. It's still very close.
Yeah.
1 to 9. Very much possible for any of those teams to really take the top spot. And look at where we're headed at. Dreamfire, they're by Stormcatcher, and that ring is looking to try and hug maybe a bit of that Dreamfire magic there.
I mean, like, if we get an early Serenity exit, I'd say it's super, super likely. Because I'm trying to think, like, I reckon Lightning Unicorn, you know, have won with some like low 60s. Yeah, what is
I
it?
thought you were gonna say Lightning Unicorn would win as a duo.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not quite that outlandish in my predictions. No. But they have won with some of the lowest totals out of anybody previously, so
You're not wrong. Because if Serenity's gone early, you need 50 to win. Minimum. And that's gonna be close. Of course, Serenity can obviously keep moving that benchmark. And I wonder how we're gonna end up with that kind of case. It's looking pretty exciting for different reasons. We see teams now fly into the Stormcatcher proximity. SWQ heading east. Remarkable team. That house gets very chaotic later on in the game, taking the western side. And Dreamfire, smack dab in the middle. The thing is, they don't have a ring console. All they have is the survey beacon to work with, so they're going to be able to tell there are players here, but Fruit Salad hurting already. LGD knocking down one.
alright, that's a good start to the fight, but you know, you gotta finish it. And with fights this early, usually you get a little bit more space, but it's the middle of the map. There's a lot of people rotating through here, Dax, and doesn't look like anyone really wants to get too frisky about it.
Yeah, no credits. They actually decide to stay into Cascade Falls. Fruit Salad getting the full reset and move out as a trio, and LGD think twice about that rotation path. Command Center looking very likely for them. Not all of these teams have the ring console information, but they're guessing based on the rotation paths of all these other squads. It's looking likely to move towards Stormcatcher, and LGD, one of those teams right now with the intel. They're moving forward. Weibo also, they know what's going on, and they're going to be wrapping around through the Spider's caves here and move in where SWQ perhaps is stationed.
And yep, bam, grab the juicer on the way. That gets them another click closer to their purples is LGD. Oh dear, Feiju has been caught off mid-rotate, and ouchies.
Ouchies indeed. And now we need 51, if ever. Serenity getting their 50th point on the board, breaking through that barrier. BP also, as well as Yukoi. Seems to me Akuma to find a few KP along the way, but this is gonna be his house under duress as BP move on in. Remarkable team. The one pressured Fruit Salad also right behind the building now. Pricey with a Beast of the Hunt sees exactly what's going on. The car from afar. He has a big clip to work with the light mag. Virtus Pro, he think twice on that fight. Back away because of the Rolling Thunder and the scan. And as soon as they head on out here, Gino, no credit, trying to get little bits of action going. Instead, they're the ones who get knocked on down. Saber through the floor. The trade is there though. Pricey covered by the Dark Veil and weighs on it.
Alright, immediately pops that ultimate, but it gets re-knocked! No, the timing on the missile is so rough. Way with no shields goes for the res again. A risky maneuver, but it might pay off if they can get these shield batteries off. Nobody really looking right now. All three of them having to pop meds at the same time. But so far, it's working out. No credit. Really stuck on the other side here because they are taking shots from MXF. They can't see VP, so no credit get their aggro.
Yeah, no credit, couldn't capitalize on the artillery of Lux. At least they have Savior's pylon to work with. Fruit Salad, though, on the other hand, a duo left trying to fight for their survival. Remarkable team, too, is the struggle. Caustic gas barrels in position. There you go now with Fruit Salad swinging on in. Remarkable team, catch the rat. And rather, Fruit Salad catch the rat. Remarkable team, and Remarkable team, the first team eliminated here now.
Yep, so it's another, we'll see. It could be another top 10 finish there for Remarkable team. Probably not as good as they did in our first series today. Well, almost definitely not as good. But, you know, that's, you know, look, it's a decent start to the split, I would say, for a team that has come through from Challenger Circuit.
It has been a good show from a remarkable team. Brutalado, they're the ones in trouble now. Virtus Pro finally make the swing work. Scholar the first to fall. And you can see this ring still moving in to where Stormcatcher's at. The Dreamfire, they're in position for most of this game now. No Credit also confirming way along the way. And VP's just been looking to find the fight, but they keep getting third-partied along the way. So much stress now for Virtus Pro. Keep going gaming, also with a find on the Pricey. And the woes of VP continue. It's been a tough day for them.
It has been tough for Virtus Pro. So many times they're just getting caught out in situations where, you know, it feels like they're always at the disadvantage. They're not putting themselves in positions where they can bully others. It's always them getting knocked around. And until they work that out, it's going to be tough. I mean, you know, even Pricey, they lost that fight very early on in the last game, and he still manages to make it to top 5 and at least win some placement points for them. So, you know, certainly there's some small things that they're getting right and being able to maximize, but I think having those big games is probably more important than that.
Yeah, the smart calls were what gave them that success back in LAN. Fortunately for them, they're left to a solo Serenity. Watching them play over at Thunderwatch versus Final Dream. Just trying to find a way in now towards the ring, so they have at least the elevated angle here. You got Final Dream still keeping an eye out, so potential face-off as Final Dream on top of things, on top of the roof here. This ring though closing in, and
oh my God,
eventually they spot the
Sharky's just showing up.
target. Oh no, this is dangerous. Serenity, they have to get back into cover. Sharky, you mentioned, he's been spotted and found. Virtus Pro eliminated away from this fight.
Legacy just slides back in, literally 1 HP. He comes out of the zone. Doesn't even have a med kit to pop, I don't think. They're trying to get back into this, but VKG has come out as well. 951. Doesn't time it as well as Serenity. And he has dropped down here. That's not so great for VKG. Now they're a duo. Meanwhile, Final Dream will stare at each other across the ditch.
Yeah, they got kept busy there. As Serenity now having the standoff towards Final Dream. VKG just flies past them as a duo. Either squad really relenting their angles so far. Final Dream though do have to move on in. Seems like aimbots looting the one corpse that they caught mid-air. Beyond that, Serenity still pinging, playing very safe actually here, Genome. They're at the very top, but they know their lead isn't that large, and
yes,
getting eliminated early on, that could be very deadly for the chances to take the full 25 points here today.
Yeah, and it looks like with this next zone pull, we'll get in about 10 seconds. It could be the famous DZ win, that sort of zone, playing from the east of Stormcatcher. However, things have changed since then. Now with the hidden tunnel, it's very much over that way. But the high ground over there, yeah, it really changes how that area plays out now. Not anything like it used to be.
Well, SWQ have a compound. Great Fanta is also in from the tunnels down below. Dreamfire still a position over at Stormcatcher. And we've seen Dreamfire actually both descend and ascend back towards their POI starting point. They even used the wall a while ago to keep one of their teammates that fell down alive, LGD. Very long rotate, still sticking around outside command center. Been here for quite a while, Genome, that's for sure.
Let's go that
He's
way.
just playing slalom with the ring there. Trying to wait till the last moment to pop that med kit. Serenity just going to try and slide down this hill a little bit later. I don't want to make the first move in case FD catch them off guard, just like Rogers has been.
Got hit by a nade there. Brando does make the trade towards Barbecue. And while we see Vixera look for cover, this is looking pretty dicey for BBQ already. True able to hold them off, but can they keep on staying on live? It's Ronin in a 1v1 versus Grand now. He's in cover, set up some barricade too. And as of yet, Barbecue can't find the proper way in here.
Yeah, it's not like he's got the doors upgrade there. He's like most Catalyst players going for both of the Veil ones, but doesn't have knockdowns to play behind in this 1v1.
Oh, this is gonna get close and out in the open. That's an easy pick from Granny Smith, keeping the fight alive, but for how longer can True even stay here? Akuma the one looking for shots from afar, Fussy wanting a piece of the action. This ring is gonna be painful for Granny Smith, and True, it might be sent back to the lobby here. Oh, he gets back. He gets inside though. There's some place to work with. Oh, the spiders too, but True's alive now.
Just didn't have time. Just didn't have time, right? Fussy was, you know, busy holding their back. It was only the one player, but it was enough to basically keep them at bay and clear their back. So congratulations to Akuma on a plan well worked out for that one, and this will very much give them, it'll help their walk into the next zone at least. There's other teams that are going from the west side here, this building, have to go all the way either under or over Stormcatcher to make their way to the final zone.
Speaking of under, MXF is just right under. No credit right now. No credit spots it. Very cheeky indeed with the cleanup. No credit. Getting some good KP for that fight, but they're not done. LGD's solo player out in the open. LD, the rat has been spotted, and very cheeky indeed. Continue on with the onslaught. The Hemlock doing some immense damage, but it's Pit who finds the shot from afar. That's LGD eliminated here too.
Alright, they've crept their way up to 52 points now, have Serenity. And they are laying very low indeed. Heroes, who jumped up with their win in Game 5, have been eliminated. 11 squads left now. So many teams with just a few points can change their fate here in this match day.
And we're watching for a potential fight between some heavy hitters. Akuma on one side, X and Y on the other. And ever since that first game, X and Y has been struggling to find the same kind of success. The Motherlode answered by the Black Hole. JR trying to get back into cover now. And XD, good angle to keep suppressing fire with a rampage going. Smokes out. JR now with the climb. That's a target spot. And Fussy is easy pickings there for X and Y. Now with the advantage, it's X and Y looking for more. Yukoi making them work for it, sure. But Akuma left to a solo. The slide isn't enough. Akuma's gone here. And X and Y are within the top 10. But for how longer can they stay alive as Great Fanta? They found the opening, and this is their chance to get even more done.
Oh, Serenity in struggle street though. And at 53 points, our stats people have told us 54. Is the lowest total a team has ever won a match day with in APAC South. If Serenity go out now, they might beat that record.
Yeah, but Serenity, if they get the KP here, it's a chance for them to tie things up if ever. Light the Unicorn, Great Fanta gone. We're in the last 8. And Boogie, he wants to keep the dream alive, but his teammates are gone. Getting shot from all fronts. There is almost no escape here for Serenity, but this one corner, one bullet to the lifeline really for him to stay alive here.
There's no way, right? Like, so many teams were shooting at him. So many teams were looking at him, and now they're just going to give this up. I mean, you can see he's got one cell in his backpack. That's it. He picks up an extra point. Okay, he's now he's done it. Now tied the record, and I think with 6. Oh no, he still needs one more squad to go out.
They need to make it to the top 5. And the thing is, you know, VK Gaming are nearby, but they lost their Bloodhound. 951 is the one who's gone.
Oh my god!
Dreamfire now. Okay, the shots from afar, and SWQ also seeing Dreamfire peek there.
Well, Cheeky from No Credit was a solo and almost just got taken out trying to... he's got a respawn beacon. And he's got both of his teammates' banners. He's trying to go for the res.
No one's looking. He's facing away too.
He gets it off! He gets it off!
Oh, SWQ, they were too little, too late to that one, and no credit back into the fight as a trio. Still left to 6. Keep going gaming. Have to use an evac tower. There's a cross Stormcatcher to make their way in, so they're gonna go for the flyby. Savior Lux look to regroup, but this is their spot for the time being. They can fortify this with some Fentis later on. No credit in the game still. Dreamfire already dropping on down. SWQ see them. 3MZ, the first to fall, and a chance for SWQ to get a wipe going. Possibility sure. Dreamfire left to a duel. Yuling now spotting one out closer to him. With his Havoc, it is going to be painful. Just from above, down below, Dreamfire falls. Solo left, what can No Name do in this situation? Shields are gone, SWQ are in the good spot, up close and personal, Yuling getting back into cover, but SWQ have a handle on the fight here.
These teams, they're playing for the victory. They're playing for number 1 here on the match day as well, Dax. SWQ and VKG creep closer to Serenity. 49 and 47. You can see a win would probably put them over the top. And with Dreamfire going out, the record will not be broken today.
Serenity is at least trying to sap those placement points away with the Rat, but BK Gaming are on a rampage. KPG are just lambs to the slaughter now. Casa ready to play close with the Prowler. Here he goes with a Hemlock too, but knocked down now by Tree Cleaner. Keep going gaming, making BK Gaming work for it, and KPG win that fight still.
But Bugi on 60 health for the last 2 minutes has basically wrapped this up now just by sitting in a corner. He's been scanned about 6 times because I have kept my screen on him. No one was able to push him, but they all knew he was there. They all knew he was a rat alone.
They were always busy, and he's actually moved away, but with KPG and no credit, the only teams left, we will see Serenity secure it. The big question now, who's gonna get the dub? No credit working for it with the respawn. Still left to a duo though. Fragnate's thrown here by Savior. So dangerous with his push, and they're gonna be running into Serenity. Boogie's been found, but that's no credit. Effectively played for second. KPG advantage from above.
An incredible effort there from Bugi to clinch the victory for Serenity, but who will clinch the victory in this final circle? KPG, with weight of numbers, come down on no credit and take out game number 6.
It's been quite a lobby full of rats.
That is absolutely insane from Serenity just to be able to hide through all that chaos and all the Bloodhound scans with nothing but a cell genome in the backpack. What an incredible feat by them. But of course, our winners, skyrocketing up the leaderboard there. Is it enough, though, to be able to take out the top spot? I am just so excited to see it. But take us through, Genome. What a mess that was, but the entertainment was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Serenity got kind of lucky coming out of their zone wraparound to Thunderwatch. Then they were trying to hold off MXF, and then further sliding down the hill, it just got dicier and dicier from then on. But, we were just staring at those points, wondering if they really could continue to garner placement points from then on, and Bugi's done it. He's done it for the lads. He's done it for the team, and somehow we've had a lot of rat stats come up today, but I think that was the most impactful rat play we have seen yet.
Yeah, Dax, you know what? I've never looked over to the left side of the screen before, but it was just so close for all these teams. I just couldn't even look at the chaos that was unfolding. I was just seeing the numbers tick over because, as the team sort of fell, that gave Serenity, you know, in fate, like I guess a better favor for them just to be able to hold on to solidifying that placement spot. But, you know, all teams were sort of fighting for their lives. Dreamfire having a great position, but getting knocked out, you know, in this spot may have not been the best for them on the leaderboard, but it was just a good fight from them.
I mean, they got 8 kills at least along the way. VK Gaming, everyone was watching them there, but it was just keep going gaming who found the advantage. And with that being said, Boogie, this guy just put his fingers in his ears, just said, la 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 la, I'm not gonna get shot here, and exactly that. A single shield cell in the backpack. How does that work out? It's been a rat day today, and eventually Serenity, they're gonna be taking that top spot. But with KPG's performance in that game, that's 8 kills, guys, and plus the placement points from taking first place, 20 points that might actually boost them up within the top 5 of the whole matchup.
Yeah, and I guess no credit as well, having an excellent game from them. You know, they were holding on for dear life. They're just exceptional skills from Savior, just being able to just hold together while Cheeky just amplified the damage for them, putting them in second place with 5 kills, also pushing them, you know, a little bit up the leaderboard. Maybe not to the top spots, Genome, but still a great feat from them. And then Serenity with the ultimate rat game, of course, putting them at 3rd place with a couple of kills. But you know what? When we get to that major leaderboard, would that be enough for them? Again, VK Gaming doing an exceptional job today. You know, they were sitting about 2nd for quite a long time, you know, getting another 4 kills in 4th placement, Genome. So who knows who's going to take out the lead?
Yes, well, let's see the final scores, Lace. Serenity win the day with 58 points. Looking back through the ages, that is the equal 3rd lowest score we've ever seen to win a lobby. Onic and MDY White had 54. And all the way back in 2021, we had Ath actually taking it out with 56. So they tie Straiku on 58. And yeah, they really sneak out that 25 points here today.
Guys, check it out, though. It's another tiebreaker for 2nd place. How does that happen in 2 different lobbies in a row with VK Gaming and SWQ both at 51 points also?
Yeah, you just, you know, it's just a testament to APAC South. We're just so evenly matched when you bring in these teams. But, you know, we saw such a triumph feat from Legends Gaming in our first couple of matches that there was no chance in reaching them. But this is what I love about this region is that, you know, when you chuck these teams in and amongst the mix, it's all just so evenly matched, and it's just so good to watch. And you know what, just even playing the little hiding game that we love. You know, a lot of people say they hate rats and they hate being pounced on by a little rat, but you know what, when it comes to Pro League, that is, you know, exactly what they want to do, because getting that win solidifies them 25 series points, Gino.
Yeah, it's a lot to run away with here for Serenity, and you know, especially when you've got only the 7 slots now up for grabs, Lace. 25 points goes a long way to grabbing yourself one of those slots.
Yeah, and you know what? We've got, you know, Legends Gaming. They got a 2nd win, so you know they're 50 points in the series points. So you know they've got quite a hefty lead amongst the rest. But you know, yeah, like you said, we have lost 1 spot going over to the playoffs. But still, that's a whole 7 teams for our region that can be locked in to show us what they got. And yeah, just looking at Legends Gaming, they definitely are looking as great contenders for that. Hopefully, you know, with Serenity's beautiful feat today, we could see them head over again, because they just did an exceptional job at playoff stats.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised to see actually Serenity make it to the top 3 right now, because if you do some quick maths, who won the sets in Group A, basically? It's Legends Gaming. Who was 2nd there for both of the Group A matches? It was Makers. So it's really that 3rd place that Serenity can attain after the first day performance, and 25 points does go a long way. I'm also thinking about other teams right now who have had consistent efforts. X and Y can be one. VK Gaming also right now should be up for consideration within that top 5. So at least this last matchup, it does even out the scoreboard a little bit, but we have some 2 big dogs here within the APAC South region, and I wonder if both Legends and Makers, because we've been talking about them for quite a while already, can they continue that form just to secure those land slots as soon as possible?
Yeah, and I guess we haven't seen such a massive lead since, Moist has been playing in Apex South, and, Legends Gaming are sort of taking that spot, taking their shoes in that sense. So, we have seen this before for our region Genome, but it looks like, we're going to have a repeat again. But, another team that I love talking about today was SWQ. I just loved absolutely seeing them come together and just being, like I've said it before, being able to create that space and take control of such a large area just to win. Like, they placed 3rd overall today. They were tied with VK Gaming, and I haven't really spoken about them much, so I was actually ecstatic to see them sort of move up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, they aren't a very flashy team a lot of the time. I mean, today they, did grab a couple of Krabers, which is always good for the highlight reel. I think it's partly because they don't have any standout players, right? Like, they are just kind of solid across the board. They're playing a good, solid composition now. They stuck with the Watson Bang Blood throughout the whole day. The kills are spread around the team. The damage is pretty evenly spread. They all chip in. They all do their jobs. And as a result, they walked away with, I mean, what was it, 3 different games where they had 10 plus points today, and that sits them up in the top 3. So yeah, look, a good result for these guys, and I'm interested to see if they can push it any further throughout the rest of the split, because they're not a team that we've focused on a huge amount in the past.
Yeah, and I guess another team that I really wanted to touch on with you, Dax, was Great Fanta. We kept saying that we hope that they get a win. We hope they can pull something out of the bag. Loki doing absolute work for the team. It's awesome to see these new teams kind of come to fruition and make their statement in Apex South.
Yeah, it's the squad for PLQ, right? Doing incredible work, especially in that first game. Sure, they had to rat it out to still make it within the top 6 at the end of this session. But then again, there's just so much room for them to keep on improving and keep on getting better. And we go back to how Loki has gone back from those different hats of player to coach, now back to player. But I really was impressed by some of the newer members of that squad, Nicholas and especially Collapse, who had some great showings here, always going off the calls of Loki, making sure that they would be very effective. And when we heard that listen in, it was a team that it seemed to be there was a foundation in how they communicated, that they had such a good idea of what was going on in these scenarios against some of the more tried and tested veterans that we have here for quite a while within Apex South.
I mean, they were a bit of a one-hit wonder, right? Like,
yeah,
it was a 26-point game, and then it was 2, 6, 7, 0, and 3.
18 after, yeah.
Yeah, they just kind of slowly slipping their way down the slip and slide, down the leaderboard as the series went on, unfortunately, because of that. But, yeah, look, game 1, so congrats to them, and, 6th spot, I'm sure they're probably not going to be happy with sort of how the series went because the rest of it was so inconsistent, but I don't think as a new team to the region, they can be unhappy with the 6th.
No, exactly right. They've come in amongst some juggernaut teams, so like they have to be incredibly happy that they're sitting just a for such a new team, and only flourish. We still have several more weeks to go anyway. So we've had a cracking day yesterday where we saw a lot of teams. We had a absolutely exceptional start to today with like some huge teams battling it out, where we saw Legends Gaming, absolutely decimate the lobby, where I thought it was like one of the most stacked lobbies, even amongst boogie boarders, turning it up and being so aggressive. That was excellent to see. So it's going to be a good, I guess, to see how Great Fanta sort of fare up to these teams that are really going to take charge.
Yeah, and we look at the other side of the coin, though, guys. Still struggles for Weibo, and surprisingly big struggles for Virtus Pro. We've noticed that, especially in that last game, just always in unfortunate scenarios, just because they couldn't find the right timings for those rotations, that they can't take the fights that they would like. And whenever they call the retreat signal, that's the one thing I've noticed. They've always run into another squad. Usually, Virtus Pro, they have some good calls on when to commit and when to actually pull back out. But then again, when your retreat path itself is already covered by another squad, it's been the case for Virtus Pro just running into another entity that can just beat them down there.
I mean, would like to see them try some new POIs, actually. I agree with some of the stuff that Price has been talking about in terms of, I think some of the weaknesses of those POIs. And I just like the way they've been playing. They don't seem to have the strongest like 3v3s. I feel like they're a little bit better when they're set up inside the zone, and maybe they would benefit from playing a Watson comp from a POI that suits that kind of play style. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit hard to start switching that around now after having limited experience that they have as a team together from more sort of edge POIs like Zeus and whatnot. But I don't know. I just get this sense that with the way that Wei is playing the anchor and the way that Pricey has always been such a phenomenal use of marksman weapons and keeping other teams at bay at range, that maybe a change in their playstyle could suit them and their team identity a little bit more.
Yeah, and I guess even if we can touch on like the POI systems and stuff that all these teams having to learn and to adapt to such new meta and stuff like that can really, I guess, put a shadow over them as well. It can either make them make or break. But let's recap about everything that we have seen thus far and take a look at our overall series leaderboard. Dax, we still have Beautiful Legends Gaming sitting at the top there. Makers at 42, but Serenity making their way up to third.
Yeah, no surprise for the top two, but yeah, Serenity with the big boost of points here, winning B versus C, making it to the top three and keeping their LAN dreams in a good spot for now. X and Y though and VK Gaming forces to be reckoned with. They're fourth and fifth, but I feel like in another world, in another reality, right, if things just worked out a little bit more in their favor, they'd even have higher points than that. And some of the fan favorites we've seen here that really impressed many. Kill Devil, 6th place, remarkable team there in 9th. So some standouts really within that Pro League qualifier, really stepping up within the top 10 of this leaderboard.
I mean, do we always just have to have like an MDY team go to LAN now? Is that why LGD's fallen down to 13th and MDY Black have taken their place in the top 7? Either way, the fact that so many Chinese teams have moved up there really shows some growth out of them. And there's definitely some teams lower down that we're expecting to make a strong comeback towards the end of this split VP. They kind of did the same in split 1. Definitely got the potential there. Boogie Borders, can they do it again with that new roster with Killer Pause? Definitely a couple of questions around there. I mean, the fact that, ex Wonton Dumpling have, found themselves so low down after this first round robin is, I think, a surprise to most of us here.
Yeah, and Boogie, like we've spoken about Boogie Borders several times here, but yeah, I'm just in awe of their, dedication for today and the way that they took a very aggressive fights. I didn't really see that in the first day of Split 2, which I think, was their downfall. And so seeing them take this more aggressive play style, I think actually incredibly helped them so much throughout today's matches. Obviously, like you said, they've had a roster change, so they're still finding their feet as a team. So hopefully, coming out of today's matches and going into the next couple of weeks, this is really going to be a Boogie Borders show. But you know what? We've had such a great day here for APAC South. We've had so much happen. And you know what? We've given you a taste of the competition with all groups showcasing their skills today. But don't fret, we still have more weeks to come for you guys for our region. So it's been an absolute pleasure being with you, Genome and Dax, today. I know we're so tired and we're ready to fall asleep and, just get ourselves some rest after a huge day. So my name is Lace. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting for you guys today. I hope you guys get some beautiful sleep and we will see you back in a week's time for some more APAC South Pro League.